India and Garba.
To Championship Saturday, day 4 of the Indorama Ventures Golf Championship 2025 at the Kalhaar Blues and Greens. We are set for yet another exciting final, the second in 2 weeks. Last week we saw at the Adani Open hole, the championship decided literally on the last hole, the 72nd hole of the championship. And today we will see two good friends, Udayan Mane and Khalin Joshi, who played a lot of golf together from their junior days, go into today's action, literally separated by just two shots, would have been even less, but sets up things very nicely indeed for what we will see through the rest of the day. Along with me, my fellow commentators, my fellow commentator Shivas Nath to my left and Nikhil Kalan to my right.
I think today the conditions seem very similar like they were yesterday. There is already a bit of breeze up here, and then yesterday looked extremely relaxed. He was in control. His body language was absolutely solid. He was walking the fairways, something that we haven't really seen him do in the last few years. So definitely I would expect that he is going to stay in charge. He is going to have Cullen hunting him down, as Rahul mentioned, they're good friends. But Cullen looked a little out of sorts on a few putts and a few shots yesterday. Udayan was in charge, barring that singular blemish on the second, where he didn't hit a great tee shot and neither a great couple of chips. I fully expect him to take this home. He has the power, he has the game, and the temperament.
Well, given what we know of his history, Nikhil, what do you really think Udayan need to do? I mean, he's been there. He's won the Order of Merit PGTI. He's been a dominant figure. The year he topped the course, the rankings. So, tell us a little bit more about what transpired in that year and the years after that.
Well, he totally dominated the proceedings at most of the events that he won. He never let go of his lead. Once he was in control, you knew nobody is going to catch up with him. And we've not seen that since, say, 2021, which was his golden year, and which also got him into the Olympics. He won the Order of Merit. He won multiple titles. He was just talking about the wind switching in round 3 that bothered him a little bit towards the start in round 3 when he dropped that bogey. But after that, he was well in control of everything.
So today, what can we really expect? Leave alone the rivalry between the two leaders. What do you think the course will throw up in terms of a challenge to the field?
I think a lot could depend on the pin positions and the wind, because as Udayan had mentioned earlier in one of his interviews, that he's been based here at Kalhaar for a couple of years. He knows the course well, but he's never played this course in so much wind. So he was also getting familiar with the conditions starting with round 1. So these couple of factors, and of course one knows about the undulating greens over here, which are quite a challenge for both the players. And as you mentioned, as Shivas mentioned, Khalin will be a threat because he also holds the course record here and the record for the lowest winning total.
Well, there you have it. Ahead of today's final 18 holes at the Indorama Ventures Golf Championship 2025. All to play for. Field not really bunched up, just two shots between 1 and 2. But a few others not too far behind, and this course can bite. So let's see what happens for the rest of the day. and we'll shift over to live action.
And aerial views of the Kalhaar Blues and Greens, lovely lush green golf course.
Yes, indeed, Nikhil, and welcome back to our viewers to this. Promises to be an exciting final day of the 2CR Indorama Open Golf Championship 2025, coming to you from the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club in Ahmedabad. On your picture now, Ajitesh Sandhu trying to get a better look at what he needs to do to get his ball to the green.
Not wrong, he was in the same spot yesterday.
That's very true. He found himself to the left of the fairway, almost identical spot. The muscle memory is a strange thing. He repeated what he did the morning of three.
And you'll see one of the smoothest swings on the tour now.
It's the bunker, if I'm not mistaken. Yes.
And has he found the green?
This ball
Yes.
right next to the flag,
Yes.
certainly.
He's well set up for a birdie.
A tremendous shot there from Ajitesh coming out of that slightly difficult spot. Again, he has practiced because he played this play. So, and he's definitely done a better job of it this morning.
Tushar Banu now on your screen. Rookie, all strong lad from Haryana. And he's found the green too. He's not too far either from the pin. What do you make of this pin, Rahul?
It's definitely going to tempt everyone back because today is the day you really need to make things count, you need to make scores count, you need to get every gain you can. Yesterday was a little more testing because it was at the far top and towards the top upper end of the green. This, in comparison, also danger here in the sense that you could leave your ball short, but so far we have seen two flawless approach shots, one from in fact from the bunker, and young Pannu coming in off the fairway. Third member of the group, local boy, Varun Parik. I'm sure there'll be people turning out later in the day to support and urge him on. He's just 27. Yesterday was his birthday, celebrated with us, and his mother was on site.
That's right.
And just to, I think, top it off, he
The
actually
local lad.
ended his round with a birdie. So I think that probably would have made him definitely smiling very broadly when we met him afterwards. So he will feel in a very comfortable position. Already a little warm today, not as breezy yet as it was yesterday, though you can see some of the foliage in the background waving gently.
And that's the approach to the first green. You see the flag on the front side of the green.
Like I said, Nikhil, right now we don't have much wind activity. You can see
Yes.
the flag pretty hanging limply. And quite a fantastic panoramic shot of the
new clubhouse.
The new clubhouse that we are sitting in. You are probably on the tower to the left of you. You can't see us even if you wave because you're too far away. But we are bringing you lives.
And comfortable conditions this morning, not as hot as it gets maybe in a few hours from now. It's 20 degrees at the moment. Sachin Besoya on the tee now. Checking the conditions, the wind, going through his pre-shot routine. Three-time winner on the PGTI, in the Delhi Golf Club. 29 years of age and turned pro in 2016.
Have fun, guys. Enjoy it. Yeah.
I wonder what caddy is telling him because there's not much wind. One last, and he's all set to go. Someone trying to capture Sachin's swing in the background. You can see.
Sachin did very well today, Nikhil, to finish where he did because a bit of a slow start.
Center fairway.
It's a nice drive and some great camera as well. A
Yes.
camera crews tracking, trying to get you literally ball from the time it's hit off the tee to the time it lands on the green. And we had dead center of your picture as the ball flew down the fairway.
The man who's so important this season, Yuvraj Sandhu from Chandigarh, 11 pro wins. Turned pro in 2018, 7 years of age. He won the first two events on the schedule this year. Let's see where he lands the ball.
I just crossed Yuvraj as we were from at the breakfast table.
On the right rough.
He looked very relaxed. He is obviously put behind whatever happened yesterday, and he's fully focused on what he needs to do today.
Yes.
Just not really a very difficult position because the rough off the fairways are feathery.
And Angad Chima now on the tee, two-time winner from Gad, 35 years of age. So you said rough is quite feathery.
Yeah, I mean, no one really had any trouble coming off the rough with the approach shots. So in that sense, it's a fairly benign type of grass they're using there. It doesn't really catch your club on the downswing.
Now the question is, can the lowest winning total be overhauled today, which is 17 under by Khalil Joshi?
Thank you. Angad's shot also on the center of the fairway. Just crossed Sachin Basoya's ball, in fact, almost next to each other.
Yes. Side by side.
Side by side. And back to your point, our overnight leader, in fact, leader from day 2, then Mane is positioned to try and hunt that number down, Nikhil, because he's already 14 under for the tournament. And the way he was going yesterday, there's no reason why he can't put at least an equal number of gains against his name on this final day, because there's a lot of because a win today will, I think, take him up all the way up to second on the PGTI's Order of Merit, because the prize money here is a fairly hefty one, and that's a great putt. Just leaving it a little bit on the low side.
Local lad Varun Parekh celebrated his birthday yesterday.
And that would Ajitesh a good idea of what not to do on this hole, even though the lines are quite different.
Ajitesh always looking very cool and calm.
And he always does. I've never ever seen him. So he's always the picture of, he's almost like a Buddhist monk. His face is so calm, so regardless of whatever situation he may be in, whether it's a double bogey or an eagle, it on his face, it's always that very stoic, very relaxed expression.
Yes.
Taking his time over this, but he needs to put pressure on the leaders if he's to make 17 holes later.
Makes that putt. And it's time to say a big thank you to all our two partners as well, beginning with Victorious Choice. Victorious Choice is an entity inspired by the Fifth Choice International Limited that has risen to become a unicorn in the financial sector with its unique and innovative approach. Joy of earning. It is promoted by Victorious Endeavors Private Limited, a sportsman company that is keen on a holistic development of golf in India. Their objective is to take of golfing to the next level.
The second from last group now approaching tee number 1.
All of them carrying their towels on their shoulders. As you can see, it's going to get really hot in some time. And those hands to be dry, not too sweaty when you're, holding the club. As you can see, the new clubhouse, the grand clubhouse, which houses the commentator's box. And a rule that came in place maybe last year, that the players can use rangefinders on the course.
With the caveat that only for distance,
Yes.
not for slope and other whatever inputs they can gain from that device, which is a good thing. Like PGTI has done with allowing players to switch from trouser shorts if they so desire. Very needed in a essentially tropical country like India, which is a very sensible thing to do. I'm sure all of those who opted to use the shorts will be saying a silent thank you to the GTA board for having passed this most eminently sensible suggestion. And there you have it. Our drone pilots are in action already from early this morning. It's a gradual climb towards giving you a very clear view of the clubhouse, and that's where we are. On the right, extreme right, facing the greens, facing the fairway. That's us. The cupola, next to the cupola. In fact, the green bubble you can see on your picture front.
That's
Just
right.
behind that is us. So, very good morning once again, all our viewers from this absolutely magnificent course, beautifully maintained.
And what a majestic.
Just was very long. We're one of the longest courses in India, 7,400 yards is what the pros are playing for from the tips today, as they've been the last 3 days. And a very large prize pot at the end of it all.
Rupees 2 crore at stake.
Indorama Venture stepping in as inaugural, the maiden of an event on the PGTI. As we saw last week as well, the Dani Group coming in with a 1.5 crore event that was played at the JP Greens in the GR region. Angachima, this approach, great camera work, but
Is he a little to the right?
the result was really not what he would have wanted. Maybe his club got caught in the grass just a little bit, even though he was on the field. But really gone to the right. And Yuvraj's son next. It's on the way as well. That looks to be a better directed shot. And he's literally inches from that. Was a fabulous shot from what looked like 100, 150 odd yards. To stick it that close, Nikhil, I mean, it just exemplifies how these boys are, how
Yes.
hard they train, how much of work goes into making these happen that you are seeing in front of you on the camera.
And a lot of analytics involved, a lot of swing analysis and equipment that has come in that helps the players nowadays. There's also a lot of analysis that can be done. That is Tushar Pannu.
This hole, in fact, exacted quite a price yesterday, Nikhil. Dropped a double bogey on this hole. It's a par 3. Not a very long one,
and just bounced outside of the green.
That I think will give our viewers an idea of exactly how difficult it is to get a number on this hole, because it's not it's about 160, 170 yards.
Yes.
There's plenty of danger lurking all around. And young Tushar Pannu finding that is comfort. I mean, he's not in a what doesn't really seem to be a very bad position, but at best walk away with a par from here.
We're on the tee now. playing in home conditions. Let's see how close he can get to the flag.
That is
Oh,
simply wonderful
just
shot. A slight correction for our viewers and listeners, Nikhil. It was this today is playing to 218 yards, not 170 as I initially
right.
thought. So it's a long par three and a difficult one. Varun will still feel that he's done a fairly good job of it. He may have just stayed off the dance, but that's certainly a makeable putt for him from there.
Yes.
15, 17 feet.
Finally, we have Ajitesh Sandhu. Nice ball there by our cameraman on the second green. And he's on the dance floor as Rahul.
Ball certainly is dancing around on these greens. 3 days.
Abhinav Lohan. He's gone to the left rough. Next we have Khalin Joshi. This is the leader group.
Certainly, the battle today, Nikhil,
Six
at least
wins.
by the numbers that we're looking at between Kalin and our leader, Mane.
Yes, there's daylight between the
Between
top
them
two
and
and the
the
rest.
Even for Kalin, that looks to have
Khalin goes way left.
and I think in fact there's a dog who's peacefully
There's-
sleeping, who disturbed, didn't look too happy at
Yes,
being rudely woken up.
what we call an outside agency in golf. I hope the dog doesn't pick up the ball. It happens quite often on a golf course.
But if that does, it has good reason to be whiffed. So peacefully sleeping in the shade and to be very rudely, not something that we'll be happy about. But back to the golf, and our leader has been a leader from then Mane. Big unit, 6'4", sends the ball a long way. Course that suits. And he's played for 2 years. He was based here
That's
at
right.
the Kalhaar Blues and Green. One
And
doesn't lose with that result.
yes, you can gauge a lot from the reaction
Looks
of
to
the
have
player.
gone well right.
Yes, he's gone to the right. It's that immediate reaction of a player, and you know that the ball is whether he was the shot or not.
The most frequent giveaway, Nikhil, I've seen is how quickly the players bend down to pick up.
Yes.
If it's a good shot, you will
Yes.
see them, not taking too long to track the ball because then it's gone.
Yes.
So they will quickly bend down to pick up the tee. So the longer they take and looking at the ball is an indicator to our viewers that that wasn't such a great shot as the player would have hoped.
That reminds cricket when the batsman he's edged it, he looks behind at the wicketkeeper immediately when he knows he's edged.
It's a dead.
Yes. And when he hasn't edged it, he will not look behind at the wicketkeeper. So, out of your screen, Tushar Pannu, right, Angad Chima.
He'll be putting to save his par here, Nikhil. That his approach shot was wayward, when short and to the right of the green, but he's recovered well.
And The chip by Tushar.
Soft
No,
from
he's
young
left
Pannu.
himself some distance from the pin for a par, and we see Angachima now on the right side. He's made that. Is that a par, Angachima?
We'll find out very shortly. Yeah, well, when he first played that shot, young Pannu played it nicely, but obviously it was a little too soft. Maybe he was catering for the green slope from him. He didn't want the ball to run too far off on to the other side. But it's certainly a makeable, not the most impossible of putts. Maybe look about 12, 14 feet. Local boy, hero, local fan favorite Varun Park doing a little bit of gardening as Ajitesh Sandhu lines up his putt. It's a long one, the left edge of the green, leaving himself virtually the entire width of the green to cover.
Does it actually help up tap the green when you tap the grass on the green?
It's not really tapping. They're trying to clean up pitch marks.
Right.
They're using either a tee or a pitch tool to repair a few dents, because even the slightest deflection on a very true surface can throw your ball, 1 millimeters off, then you missed a putt. So all of them, you'll always see the professionals when they reach a green, which I wish more amateurs did as well, because so many of us tend to dents and it's all across greens when we play, and this is something all of us can learn from the professionals. And when you leave a green, leave it as pristine as possible for the following group.
Right.
And to, give yourself the best chance as well, obviously.
He's got a long putt here, Ajitesh Sandhu. A conventional putting grip. Look at those shoulders. The pendulum movement. They say, move your shoulders, not the hands. Don't use hands. And he's just
What a super
few inches off.
I mean, he may have got a read on the speed from Tushar Pannu's approach, but they're executed to this level. I mean, literally a tap in. You can't get better with a lag putt than this. From that distance, look like 30, 35 feet.
That's a par for Ajitesh Sandhu.
Well on par for Ajit Sandhu, like Nikhil said. Now,
Tushar Pannu looking to save par. That will be a birdie opportunity for Varik.
meanwhile, we're looking to catch up with the lead. The two men at the top have both gone left and right. Way right, and his closest was Kalin Joshi way left, but Varun Parekh before that with his birdie putt. But just an inch on the high side.
Just misses out there.
And he's berating himself, Nikhil. He knows that he misread this putt by just a little bit.
And it was a missed opportunity. He could have picked up a... There's the replay for you. That's a close miss.
Keeping the ball there, Nikhil. I think he was catering for the fact that it could go left a little bit more than he anticipated.
Now, this is a crucial putt. You don't want to drop early on in the round. So, Tushar looking to save par here. Making an up and down. And just missing out there. So he'll be dropping a stroke at least.
And as did in the group behind Nikhil, as did Angad Chima, he, as we anticipated, that approach shot of his proved costly. Yuvraj Sandhu, on the other hand, has gained is that perfect approach shot, which was a foot and a nod from the pin. He has converted successfully for birdie. So he's making in Angad Chima dropping a shot, and just now Tushar Pannu in front of you.
And a bogey there for Tushar Pannu.
And that cancels out the birdie he picked up on the first hole, Nikhil, unfortunately.
So he's back to par for the day.
Young man making a from Haryana, making a great start, but then immediately already this hole is showing its teeth. 218 yards as per the scorecard.
And just
Maybe a
look
little less today because the pin well to the front and right of the which makes it even more sort of enticing in some ways, and also at the same time a slightly risk target. Cullen has found his way safely onto the green from that initial tee shot that he had pulled to the left. Now it remains where Abhinav and Uday and Mane are. Everybody's on the go. Clearly, they've all
the green and
found
two.
the green in two. Yeah.
See the pin position close to that bunker.
That's a very cleverly placed pin, in fact, Nikhil. If you're going too directed and you leave yourself even a little bit short, that bunker will catch you. So,
That's right.
Interesting
Very
placing by the tournament committee and the TD. Great shot once again. This is just in one, what we've been saying in maybe 50 or 100 words, you in one shot, like they always say, a picture says 1,000 words.
That's right.
I think that was a perfect example of exactly that.
Yes,
You're trying to describe various aspects of what is happening in front of you. That one shot from the drone said it all.
It shows you how tough the approach to the green is on the first. So we had a group in action, and Udayan Mane is familiar with this course as he spent 2 years here. He's a former winner here, and so is Khalin Joshi. Khalin Joshi also has this record to his name, 9 under 63, and the record for the lowering total 17 under, which will be under threat today. It could be by Udayan Mane or by Khalin himself.
And Khalin needs to improve his total by 6 to get there, which doable certainly so far. Wind not really being a factor. It's a fairly benign breeze at this moment. Will change quite possibly as the day wears on, because we morning conditions generally tend to be a little softer, and then the wind picks up, as Udayan pointed out yesterday in his post-round interaction. Abhinav off the green to the right. It should not be getting an up and down from there should not pose him too much of problems. Gentle loft. And
not a bad shot. He's giving himself a chance.
Very makeable par from there.
The par. And coming back to our tour partners, viewers, we are also supported by IndusInd Bank. IndusInd Bank has been redefining banking for the past 30 years and has been a force for progression and innovation, offering elevated banking experience for its diverse range of stakeholders, including government entities, PSUs, retail customers, and large corporations. Khalin now. He's a little fidgety, as you can see. And tracking, as they say. He's left himself a 2-footer.
Udayan's recovery obviously a little better because he will putt last. Tradition being that furthest from the pin plays first.
That's right. Very important part of golf etiquette.
Udayan also on the right side of the green. You can't really see the bunker that we were talking about a little while ago. It's hidden by that lip of the green, but it's very much there, lurking to trap someone who gets too ambitious with his approach shot, plays it too straight. So then now, with a chance to the gap quickly, this will be his putt. The wind slowly picking up.
Shall now hand over to my fellow commentator, Shivas Nath.
Well, thank you, Nikhil. Be back. And hello, Rahul.
That's very good morning to you, Shivas. And you come at a very opportune moment. Udayan Mane making early gains. He's birdied the opening hole after having sent his drying way to the right. Kalin Joshi went way to the left. Kalin will putt to save par over here. Abhinav also coming off the he will also, both of them putting to save pars, whereas Udayan converted a fairly long, what looked to be 18-footer for early impetus to his round. He has picked up a shot already. So now starting overnight at 14 under and a gap of 2 already reached to 3. Udayan Mane moving to 15 under for the day and for the final day. 2 CR Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship. And like we mentioned a few minutes ago, the course total record very much already under, which is 19 under, standing in the name of Kalin Joshi, who was on the right of your picture. But for the moment, it's all about Abhinav.
Well, I was by the first tee when the leader group was teeing off, and I noticed that Udayan in particular took just a little bit longer on his pre-shot routine and as he was set over the ball. And maybe it was a bit of, he stared down the fairway a couple of times as well. So it's birdie. While I made my way up to the commentary room, it's very heartening to see that he's actually, steadied his nerves and got that together. Cullen, of course, will have a bit of work because he tugged his tee shot left.
Undisturbed with the process.
Oh, he did?
Sleeping peacefully. Anyway, no run to him, but the gap has already opened to 3 shots. Udayan Mane, our overnight leader, is now 15 under par. After just the first hole, Kalin Joshi stays 12 under. And the third member of the third place, Abhinav Lohan, is on 9 under par.
Well, things are getting up. Not anymore. The breeze is picking up today. As you would know, you're from, having a look at the pin sheets, which of course we have access to. The pins are pretty tough as they were yesterday. A lot of them are on tucked away. Are of course on the green. A lot friendlier pin today than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, but with the group, we already saw young Tushar Panu drop a shot here. Chivas. Sandhu making early gains as well. He birdied hole number 1 as well. 2. And now...
No, you will see a bunch from the, chase, which is about 4 shots behind. They are certainly going to be attacking the course because that's the only way to make up that sort of 4 or 5 shot deficit. Whoops. That's a 360 horseshoe. That's not a very, very moment for anyone on the golf.
Now remains to be seen whether that was costly or that... either way,
it is costly because this level it's just a stroke. It's not whether it's a birdie or a putt. Everything matters. So he's going to definitely not be happy with that one. Safely done. No blood there. So there we have it. Angad, Yuvraj and Sachin make their way to the par 4 third, and our leader group awaits hole number 2 on the tee. This hole playing marginally shorter, probably a club shorter than it was yesterday, because yesterday we had the pin tucked all the way at the back. So it's a fair amount in the front, just cut 9 yards on from the front and 5 from the right. Or just half a yard, probably a yard short. Just needed a little bit more and he would have been fine. But certainly a lot more accessible in terms of chipping to this pin flag today. So Udayan actually made a par on the first hole. A drive that probably ended up in the hazard. It's very likely that he got a penalty drop from that hazard, because we have the scorers recording him at having made a par on the first hole. So it's still a 2-shot lead, not a 3-shot lead. The fact that Udayan wasn't first up on the tee just made us look at the score while it was being updated by the scorers. So it's a 4 for Udayan on the first, a 4 and a 4 for. So status quo, nothing changes. Certainly a great save for Udayan. Very timely, very handy. Like we mentioned yesterday, Udayan seems to be in charge, in control, certainly very relaxed on the golf course, has his loyal bagman, Rupesh, travels the country with him. Rupesh was at the Olympics with him as well, back in 2020. It's a very special relationship these two gentlemen have. It's a nice looking swing, tempo. Just a touch to the right. A bit long as well, if I may say. So he is going to have to find that flag back. He has a good short game, particularly for a large lad. Good soft hands, excellent play the wedge, and an excellent putter to boot. That was Varun Parekh, local boy. It was his 27th birthday yesterday. He was surprised, 18th green, by some of the fellow professionals, big boys like Shamim Khan, SSP Chaurasya. We had his mother, Vaishali Ben, as well. And young man PGTI team, young Vishesh, all there to wish Varun a happy birthday. And Varun did very well. Brought in a nice solid 3-under round yesterday, so that I would imagine was a good way for him to spend his birthday in Ahmedabad after several years. Safely done. Good work there by Ajutesh. And we have young Tushar Pannu, very fashionable. Purple socks to go with his purple. That already one of my favorite players on the field today. as you were referencing, we're going to come down to making some of these putts, everything from within 3 feet and feet. That's going to be the difference. Every shot counts. That's definitely a costly miss for Tushar. Clearly a misread because he did not come anywhere close to making that putt. If you focus ahead, you will see some wear marks from a lot of hours of practice putting. There's a bit of wear on the face. That's something that pros, a lot of good golfers, a lot of good amateurs as well. On the putting green, making putts, making strokes repeatedly. You know, wear marks on some of the key clubs. A lot of them also take wedges, maybe about every 6 odd months because the grooves wear out with the short game practice they put in. Here we have Abhinav on the second hole. That's a good looking chip. Came very, very close to actually making. Didn't really miss the hole by very much. And now we have Udayan. He's going to have to flip this one up, use soft hands, likely. The angle at which he's coming in really hasn't given him much green to play with. Very well played. As you saw, nice soft hands, nice slow backswing, accelerated through it, absolutely copybook. Great shot. He made it look very easy, but I can assure you that was not, by any standards, a simple shot. So quick look at what else is happening today. We have Anshul Tyal, who's 1 under after 3, having birdied the third. And have Yashash Chandra and Kshitij Navidkol. Young Aryaman Aditya Mohan, not a very happy start. He's dropped 3 spots. He was overnight and tied 8th. He doubled the first hole, came back with a bounce back birdie on the second and has parred the third. So he's at 1 over after he steadied the ship. Very different start from his flatline yesterday where he had just 1 solitary bogey and 1 birdie. So he's already had a double bogey, a par. Sorry, a double bogey, a birdie and a par. And then we have young Trishul Chinnappa, who started with 2 bogeys and then he's fired in 3 back-to-back birdies on hole 4, 5, and 6. So things are looking interesting. Well done, Cullen. That's an excellent putt. He's going to need a few more of the keep things tight. Stay on his buddy Udayan. As we could see on our screen and lining up his putt. And what's very important is that it's really Abhinav's turn to putt, but while Abhinav prepares, Udayan not need time. And this is very, very important for, all our young viewers, juniors, our club amateurs to see that the preparatory work starts a lot earlier, really when it's your turn to play. This helps with the pace of play. Nice smooth roll from Abhinav. A great power save. Very, very important for him at this stage to keep him in touch with the leaders. He is 5 behind Udayan. Very important putt for Udan to keep himself ahead. Very nicely done. They're a 12-time winner on tour, but winless in the last 3 years. Definitely has every intention of getting this done. He's played course several times. He has trained here for a few years. This was his home course for at least a couple of years. He's moved a lot around the country. Early day golfing was in Mumbai, then Pune, there was Bangalore, Ahmedabad, and then there was Bangalore again. And now I think he's back to Pune. He plays most of his golf at the Pune Golf Club. Onwards to hole number 3, par 4, playing to a solid 435 yards. One of the few pins on today that are actually in the center of the green. Literally in the center of the green. This green is 41 yards deep, and the pin is cut distance from left side, right, and 20 yards on. So it's bang in the heart of the green. It's really heartening to see Indorama Ventures supporting golf. The first professional golf event that this Thailand-based company has supported, and we certainly look forward to their pursuing and continued support. What a lot of our viewers may not be aware of is that they are headquartered in Thailand. They have their business operations at 106 locations across 31 countries. A very, very significant footprint. Their business segments include combined PET and packaging, Indovinya and fibers, in packaging for foods, beverages, work for the automotive and pharmaceutical and textile industries, as well, home and personal care, with a 15.4 billion revenue last year in 2024. So it's easy to see that they are supporting sport, they're supporting golf, and more Indian golf. Thank you very much, Indorama Ventures. On our screen now we have Yuvraj playing alongside Anga and Sachin Baisoya. Yuvraj with a birdie and we start at even par. Spent putt. A big missed opportunity for him on the second. Wasn't a particularly long putt that went to begging. It's a nice looking putt here. Does he have pace? Certainly was a good stroke, but we don't see the pin on the green. Clearly misjudged the line completely. Well, there we have Sachin Baisoya, the boy from Delhi Golf Club. We noticed that on this particular hole, all the players and the caddies are spending a lot of time reading the green, sizing up the line. Very important to get right, particularly when on the short stuff, but you still have the collar to go through. Definitely a good pace, good line. Unlucky to miss that one. Sachin had a great round going yesterday till he break on the back nine where he ended up hitting his second shot on the 14th into the water, which we are told bounced off one of the stakes. Would have probably just about cleared the water, but hit the hazards on the way down and ricocheted back into the water. Very unfortunate. We've seen that happen multiple times of certain pin flags where the ball flies up to the flag, hits the flag, and ricochets off into the water, into the bunker. It happens. Times those are the perils of being as good as these professional golfers are, because they've literally hit it exactly where they wanted to. So remain unchanged in the leader group. All the three boys, Udayan, Cullen, and Abhinav, making pars on the first two holes. Here we have Chima, about a 5-footer. That would hurt. That has to hurt. To stay up on the leaderboard, to have a chance to put a little bit of pressure on the leader group, you have to be making it. It's the 3-footers to 10-footers. You have to make it the pace, speed. I beg your pardon, the line right, and then of course stroke together. If a golfer is a bit unsure about the line or the pace, it's more of a mental thing, really. Just not committing to it. Now Yuvraj, also from about 3 to 4 feet away, has read his first putt. This one's important. Oh boy. The 2 short putts missed back to back on the third hole. Yuvraj is not going to be happy. And understandably so. Taps in. I'll drop Yuvraj to 6 under and into 8th place. There we have it, a great visual, lovely homes, outstanding views. Kalhaar Blues and Greens, a Nicholas design owned by the Navratna Group. Devang Shah and Pranav Shah is an absolute, case study in development and gated communities in this country. A top-notch project, a top-notch product. So this is the hole, the 13th, which has claimed many a victim over the last 3 rounds. Outstanding beach bunkers, a semi-island green, water body on the left, fairway slopes right to left, there's outer bounds on the right. Incredibly tough hole. So here we have the board, as we can see, Udayan, Cullen and Abhinav. Their scores unchanged. After the third round, they stay right there. Ajitesh has clawed up by a stroke, having moved up after 3 holes from 7 under to 8 under, having bird hole. Sachin, 3 straight pars this morning, stayed at 7 under. Yuvraj clearly struggling after his opening birdie with 2 back-to-back bogeys, having missed a couple of very makeable 4-foot putts. Again, 2 bogeys in his first 3 holes, has dropped back from 9 under, where he was overnight, to 7 under. Anshul, 1 under after 3. He's moved up to 6 under from his overnight 5 under. Young Tushar, 1 birdie, 1 bogey, 1 par. So no blood today. Still at 5 under. And Kshitij Kaul, very exciting to watch as always. Started up in a birdie, so he's moved up to 4 and into the top 10. As the day gets along, we expect the breeze to pick up, the temperature rise, not just on the course, but even for our viewers as the contest is expected tighter and tighter. It's still 9:40 in the morning and we are now close to being up at about 30-31 degrees. The high for today is expected to be 39 degrees, which should be at around 1 p.m. So here we have the leader group its way to the third. The course conditions this week have been absolutely outstanding. They've been complementing the management and the golf. The greens are receiving the balls fabulously well, putting at 11.5 on the stimp meter. It's been very consistent all week, as have the practice greens been at the same speed. The firmness of the greens, again, very, very good. Soft enough to receive the balls very well. And that's a very setup for a professional golf tournament. I understand there's a junior event as well at the Kalhaar Blues and Greens. So the youngsters are certainly in for a treat because the course is playing very, very well. Udayan, of course, has a very interesting chip. You can see from the way his feet are set, it's fairly downhill. He's going to have to move the ball a little bit back stance to make sure he clips it clean and doesn't get too much grass that impacts carry and the roll on the little chip. Abhinav safely on. Cullen safely on. Visually, this course is absolutely stunning with the amount of water. We have 14 water bodies, delightful course. Very large ones, very deep ones. They also serve as water reservoirs to ensure that the golf course is has its own water reserves. Solves itself very well for the residents that live around the golf holes in their beautiful homes. Or then having clearly misjudged the line. He saw that move left, but he was clearly aiming more towards the left side. Pace was absolutely on point. That leaves him about 4 feet for par. And now we have Rahul back in the studio. Welcome back, Rahul. I hope you had a scrumptious breakfast.
The cold coffee was certainly worth it. I'm not so sure about the rest. But yeah, thank you, Big Kalhaar and the Victorious Choice for
Yes, the
putting up
Victorious
that.
Choice Players Lounge. So I must tell you, Rahul, don't debating yesterday. I did manage to get one. I got a little bit of encouragement JP with whom I was having breakfast. The only option I gave was should I select the one with the white chocolate or the regular chocolate? So there we have a replay. Cullen, lovely putt, straight down the hatch. A birdie for Cullen, closes the gap to a tree shot. We saw the fist bump that he had with his caddy. And now we have Abhinav sizing up his birdie.
Then coming under early pressure, obviously here, Cullen making move upwards.
Very good birdie. Hit it center green with his shot. Then hit it pin high, but was clearly to the right. And then, of course, we saw his little chip, misread the line, got the base right. You see his marker, ball marker on the left side of the screen. He's got about 2.5, 3 feet for his par.
Abhinav not really profiting from Cullen coming on a similar line because Cullen was putting from even further behind him.
Yes, I did notice that. That I actually expected a better effort from Abhinav, and I myself was a bit surprised that he didn't really. It was a good stroke, a good putt, but he clearly got the line wrong. It's heartening to see a lot of these young players also wearing their Athletic Drive T-shirts, who are, of course, tour partners with the PGTI as the apparel partners. Clearly a good product out there.
Then knows he now has a fight on his hands. His long-time rival buddy come closing to within one. With what looked to have been a birdie, or then on hole number one, turned out to be actually to be a par.
Yes, he had hit it into the hazard on the right. So I think what we missed on screen was the fact that he'd taken a penalty drop. But all the an outstanding save to get his day going.
Tremendous.
So yesterday also, Udayan had missed his tee shot right. If you recall, he was on the How do you get rid of that? Sorry, we had a bit of a technical glitch there. We are now on hole number 5, the par 5, 125 yards. And that's Ajit having a go at it. Oh, that's a tremendous looking shot. Tracking left side, big right to left slope.
Two terrific approach shots there.
Yep. Ajitesh playing alongside Tushar Panu and Varun Parekh. This is a tremendous hole, as you can see from the screen. A lot of stations generally moving right to left towards the water, and that's also the way the green is set. So this hole certainly favors a player who can hit a nice slinging high draw to the green, because that, even if it doesn't carry all the way to the green, it is largely take a nice bounce towards. And there's a lot of landing area, out area as well, as you can see near the Victorious Choice runner board. You just make sure that it's far enough to get across the water. It's a lovely day out here. We have Rahul, you and I are on 5 feet number 2.
I'm on. We are here in Ahmedabad. Very nice day actually. Stepped out for a minute, Shivas, and it's very still so far. It's very.
Yep, it's only up to about 30, 31 now. But as I was mentioning to our viewers previously, that as it is volatile, we'll be getting very close to 40 degrees.
Yeah, but hopefully today with this slightly earlier start, we'll be at the end of it all. And the breeze is actually helping. So that will be a bit of a relief field. 54 players out.
And we want our viewers to acknowledge our own pilot,
As always.
Rahul's namesake. He's also Rahul, doing a tremendous job with his drone. Showed us some lovely visuals this morning. And as you can see, it's absolutely gorgeous golf course, stunning clubhouse. And we have on the left side the 10th fairway. Right side, a bunch of beautiful villas. In the center of the green is the 18th hole, the finishing par 4. Left to right. And on the top of the 9th green. So absolutely great work, Rahul. Great. Wonderful.
Out. She was, like I said, I went for a drive yesterday morning, and some of the holes are so tough, and some of them are, they look to be fairly benign, but there's hidden teeth lurking pretty much everywhere around this course, and players have to be ready. And already we've seen more than a few people drop shots up and down the order, other than the leader group, who seem to have things under control. Kalin Joshi making an early move, putting a bit of pressure on his good friend who is at the top of the board, then Mane on 14 under par. Now has Kalin Joshi right on his heels. Kalin Joshi playing alongside in the same leader group, 13 under par.
So here we have Varun on the 5th, hitting his 3rd shot into the green, exactly in that beta, which we were speaking about a little earlier. He's got his wedge. He's opened the face. He's going to use the bounce on that. And he's going to hit the green in the uphill area, and it's going to move a little bit from the right to the left. Very soft hands, didn't really get, I believe, enough carry on that. It did land on the collar, and I think that killed the pace on that one. But still, makeable birdie for sure.
As you can see on the screen in front of us, the situation as it stands on this 4th and final morning of the 2 crore inaugural Indorama Ventures Open Golf Chip being played at the Kalhaar Blues and Greens. overnight leader, overnight money still in front, but barely. Now his overnight lead of 2 shots cut to 1 in Joshi. Both of them straight off line on the very first hole, then had to recover smartly from there. He did a fairly good job, and Kalin thereafter starting to pile the pressure. Don't forget, as we have reminder, the course record stands in Kalin Joshi's name of 79. And the speculation here has been, will that count a threat, or will the course prevail over the players?
I think, I'm going to go out on a limb there. I think the 18-hole scoring record is going to stand because the conditions are not easy, and neither is the course setup. So, really, we need to see is whether the tournament scoring record here will come under threat or not. That, I believe, stands at 17 under par.
7 under par in Kalin Joshi's name.
Correct.
So then is 5 away from breaking that, and Kalin 6. I beg your pardon. Turn that around 4 and 5 shots away from a new record. But like you said, given the conditions and given the way the course has been set up, one really wonders whether. Shivas, of course, putting his neck on, saying that it's not going to happen. Since he's gone one way, I'll go the other way and say it probably will.
Well, excellent. Excellent. Always nice to have a friendly way with your buddies here. So here we have Tushar Pano. It's a good looking stroke, but he has, he's got it 3 feet. He's clearly struggling a little bit with his putter. We saw him miss a fairly short putt on the previous hole. Varun now sizing up his putt. He's played this course enough to know these lines. The green's, of course, playing a shade quicker than normally do for regular rounds and when the members play. And that does impact the line as well as the thought process. I don't know. He wasn't happy. It was a very uncommitted swing. He walked right behind straight away. He had not given it enough at all.
There's an unusual error there from Varun. He's normally a very calm and collected player. And he will feel that he's not done this whole justice.
Tushar, in the meantime, his caddy show him a line which would make us out this putt is going to move a little bit from the right back to left. Tushar Pannu's been a very, very solid junior golfer. Won several tournaments. He would have his father travel with him. Clearly, he's grown a lot since then. And there we see it. He misses another short putt. It certainly did move right to left as his caddy had indicated, but clearly Tushar is wrong, just didn't trust it enough or hit it enough.
Certainly, early signs will bearing you out, Shivas. This course is bearing its teeth and extremely exacting a bit of a price.
Oh, for sure.
There are good signs further down. Yashash, the Mysore golfer, has picked up 3 shots in his opening 6 holes. So there are shots to be there. It's just you have to, I guess, apply yourself a bit more. Then Tushar Pannu has had a fairly eventful round. Opened with a birdie, dropped a shot on the second hole, parred the third, and he's picked up a shot on the fourth.
And again on the fifth, he's unfortunately three putted. So
then,
but that's a par because I believe he was on green. So that's something which I believe.
so fair amount of activity. There are more birdies, bogeys, and doubles than there are pars so far.
Today we have definitely a very colorful scorecard across the board. So a lot of action, but which also shows that there are a lot of players that are playing aggressive golf today. As you've been mentioning, it's a big prize fund, and the higher you get up the leaderboard, the more handsome your prize for the week. And certainly, notwithstanding that, they clearly wanted Cullen and Udayan down. So, of course, third place still very much within grasp. So the top three, of course, having said that, remain changed. Udayan at 14 under, Cullen a shot behind 13 under, and Abhinav Lohan, like Udayan, who started with 3 straight pars, sits at 9 under. Below them, a fair amount of movement. Ajitesh having moved up by a stroke, 7 under overnight to 8 under with a solitary birdie on the third hole. Sachin 4 straight pars, and as Rahul was mentioning, Yashash Chandra on a bit of a tear, 3 under after his first 6 holes, moved up to 6th place at 6 under. So here we again have a drone pilot doing his job diligently, giving us some outstanding visuals. And if the skyline, Kalhaar on the outskirts of Ahmedabad, very little development, was largely farmland before this was converted into a wonderful track. Between 2010 and 2013, it was a 3-year project. So this one is something that the city of Ahmedabad has to be extremely proud of. And it's a golfing destination for golfers, not just within India, but from overseas as well. Ahmedabad that has embraced the sport of golf over the last 15 years. A couple of really nice tracks, well, 3 of them actually. There's Glade 1, which is a Gary Player design.
Yeah, as Shivas was saying, that this is a growing golf destination, and we'll be back shortly with you after this.
I am chemistry. I am indispensable in your life. Indorama Ventures, producing indispensable chemistry that touches billions of lives every day.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश ये।
Bisleri, drink it up.
Here we are back at the 5th hole, the par 5, 544 yards with a very achievable pin position. Well, they've all hit their second shots, but we don't see anyone very close flag. They're walking down the left side of the fairway. Certainly looks like most of them would be in the first cut or the bail area.
The wind is playing and in fact, the last couple of days it's come, but later during in the day's proceedings, Yuvraj there with danger.
He is really flirting with danger, and wow, that was perilously close to finding its way into the stuff. So Sachin Baisoya out there, very close to where we saw Varun Parekh just 10 minutes ago. And we see Anga Chima's ball in the bunker as well. So clearly all these three in this group have slung their second shots, riding the fairway, contract to left. But you're very lucky. He is, of course, in the penalty area. And now we have the hole-by-hole score of Yuvraj, the first 4 holes. And he started with a birdie, and then he's had 2 bogeys. And then, of course, on the 4th hole, he steadied the ship with a par. So Yuvraj at 6 under. But that said, Yuvraj has missed 2 makeable putts, particularly on the 2nd and the 3rd. And he's not going to be happy about that. He would certainly like to claim one of them back here with a birdie. Very achievable. A nice up and down from there. Would certainly do him very, very well.
Well, at least back to even keel for the day to start with.
I think he's still. Yes, you're right. He's already had a birdie, so yes, that would bring him back to even par. You're right, Rahul.
And who started the season in red hot form, Shivas. He won the opener at Kolkata, then the Players' Championship, then came here to Ahmedabad, won the Grade 1 Championship, Gujarat Open very comfortably. So it's a bit of a surprise to see him in the wars the way he has been over here. He's
Well, one of my favorites actually is from this morning. At the US at the Masters Championship, which is being played this very week, we had a winner on the PGA Tour as an amateur, Nick Dunlap, who was absolutely out of zone and shot a 90. It's only the third 90 in the history of the Masters, and a lot of his peers said, it's amazing that having struggled, he's actually play when there's not a WD. But he came back shot 1 under par. And that's really what this game is all about. In the meantime, we see Yuvraj having a lovely little pitch shot using the backstop.
Was some very smart play. The first thing I had was, the ball is standing flying across the green. But like you said, he's used the backstop superbly. I mean, that's some really smart play. And he's got the ball to roll. But look at how flat and fast that ball came out. And also, it gives you how heavy greens are contoured. Look at how the ball was racing up and then turned around and raced all the way back. Pin high.
Pin high, 5 feet for birdie. As they say, these guys are good, and that's the reason Yuvraj is, as good as he is. Nobody can win, as we know, week after week. He's the leaderboard, very much looking around the top 5, the top 10, week on week. He is a class player. No question about that. A very hard worker, very solid technically as well. Who is Angad Chima, who we see on the screen as well. Terrific young man.
Sachin Baisoya with his very different method of getting towards the flag as opposed to Yuvraj. And Angad coming, flying out of the...
And Angad take page out of Yuvraj's book, doing exactly the same thing, using the backstop, pulling the ball. Very creative and very inventive.
Very inventive shots, definitely. Angad had the benefit of watching Yuvraj execute his approach and pretty much said, all right, smart way to go, I'll do the same. And almost exactly the same result. All of them are between 4 feet from the pin. Great stuff.
Well, Rahul, it's one thing, of course, having the idea. Of course, another thing altogether, having the skill and the confidence to pull that off. And no surprise, they are the country's best. And they are absolutely entertaining us and educating us.
top, even as we focus on this group. In the lead group, just behind them, the overnight leader Udayan Mane has once again put a little bit of distance between himself and Kalin Joshi, who's second. Kalin having picked up a shot on the par for third hole, then hitting back on the par for fourth hole with a birdie of his own. So the gap stays at 2 under now for the championship for Udayan Mane, 13 under for the championship for Kalin Joshi. And Ajitesh quietly and effectively making a move. He's climbed into a share of third place alongside Abhinav Lohan with 2 birdies in his opals.
Now, this is definitely getting very interesting. And here, of course, we have 3 legitimate birdie opportunities, and that should also shake things up a bit. It's always nice seeing a stack over a cluttered leaderboard, but as you rightly said, Udayan and Kalin putting right between those and the others. So that's a birdie for Yuvraj, a much birdie. Even keel, as maybe Rahul would say. Great job. He needed that. Not just but also to make that putt of that distance to get his confidence going.
And we are very far away from the end of this, Shivas, but every result is going to count toward the big ticket that we keep talking about, that one slot on the DP World Tour that the PGTI Order of Merit winner will get. So currently Yuvraj is very handy list on the rankings. But if either way, he is going to leap from wherever he is, I think, well down the order, 19th, if I'm not mistaken, all the way up to, because the winner's prize here is a hefty 30 lakh, 3 million rupees up for grabs.
Absolutely right, Rahul. But, from where I see it, that is actually great for the game, is great for the standard of golf. Well, another birdie on our screen right there, Sachin Baisoya, making no mistake, leaving now Angad Chima to make it 3 birdies for the 3. So back to the order of merit. Yes, it's we still have a long way, and it's awesome that it's if I may say, it's a bit of a dog fight to get to the top, because that gold, the prize to get your flights on the DP World Tour for a full season.
Lead one, Angad Chima looking to finish, join his partners with a gain honor of this hole. Some creative golf being displayed in front of you. But
that one. Well, the shortest of the 3 attempts, and Angad.
He was indeed the best placed.
Yes, he was. But, well, of course, that's just the way it is. So Angad will stay in his 10th place with 3 bogeys and 2 pars in his first 5 holes. So not the best of starts for him. He remains at 3-0 for the day. Meantime, Aryaman Aditya Mohan, the youngster from Mumbai, has 2 birdies to offset his bogey on the first hole, back to even par for the day, and back in the top 10 at 10th place.
Certainly a lot of activity going on up in the order. There's plenty of colors scattered across, and like I pointed out earlier, there are more birdies and bogeys than there are pars by the looks of it. Once again, the back nine is proving to be a little expensive because there are a very large number of bogeys and double bogeys, those who started on the back nine. And we'll see day progresses how the leader groups, when they make the turn after the 9th hole, how they fare. Ajitesh Sandhu looking to carry on with the momentum.
It's a great looking putt. Has he got enough? Oh my God, he has left that just a couple of rolls short on this very tough 6th hole.
But what a beautiful putt. It got the distance.
Perfect read.
25 feet plus and perfect read, just an inch from the lip of the cup.
Look, Really, really good
He,
tracking.
he's good, shows, Ajitesh. Never shows very much, doesn't put on, not to be seen on his face ever. But he is very quietly and very effectively he climbed into the top three. And had he put this one in, that would have closed the gap right up. It would have been, taken him to within three. Kalin Joshi currently in second place.
Very true. That would have certainly put him in striking distance. And now we have Varun Parekh. He's having it, and he makes no mistake there. Confident stroke. A much better than the one he put on his birdie opportunity on the fifth hole, the par. So that's good to see Varun making a bit of a move. Very nice. Well done, Varun. And now we have Tushar Panno. He's sixth for the. Sorry, I beg your pardon, for the tournament. He will have to be disappointed after his three-putt par effort on the fifth hole. He also had another bogey on the second, but nope. He's clearly struggling with his putter today. This is the third that he's a miss from a reasonably short distance. What's alarming is that even the fifth hole, where he had a three-putt par, his putt didn't really come close to even touching the cup.
Yeah, and from that distance, or about 8 or maybe 5 at most, he was so high that it just didn't even hit the edge of the cup. It just skated past.
So there's definitely something going on with the putter. It's definitely going to hurt Tushar.
Will probably bring him back to level par for the day. He picked up a shot in the very first hole, dropped a shot on the second, picked up another birdie on the fourth, and like Shiva said, three-putted from the par 5, and now looks to have dropped a shot, which is back to level par for the day, and 5 under for the top. More camera work from the drone boys. Great shots. The side we normally see the clubhouse from the side that faces the fairways from the other side, and just gives you a more all-round, so to say, or idea of how magnificent this structure. Now, I finally struck me a little while ago what this place reminds me of. The PCA stadium was built in Mohali, replacing the old Sector 16 stadium in Chandigarh. This in many ways, similar to this. It was a very grand structure that was to Indrajit Singh, then president of the...
Mr. I.S. Bindra, yes.
President of the BCCI, sort of fathered that project and saw it midway thereafter, all the way to completion. It struck me just now. I was standing out, I told you when I was getting a bit of breeze on the outside. That's when it struck me. My God, this is so reminiscent of the PCS, which is of course now will shortly come, will lose its international status because yet another international stadium coming up around Chandigarh. But that really struck me very hard. The difference is here they have pillars and the portico and so on and so forth. That columns. That's about the only difference. Otherwise, the scale is very, very similar.
No, this is definitely a very impressive structure. And, it's funny that you should, bring up the name of late ISG. Because I don't know whether you're aware, Rahul, but son is Amar Bindra, who is actually a former junior national champion.
That's right.
Good friend of most of us, plays a lot of his golf in the Chandigarh Golf Club, Delhi Golf Club, and a thorough gentleman himself. So here we have Udayan there. And as you can see, all the players are using the slingshot right to left. Udayan, of course, coming up a bit short, but 100% a makeable up and down. He's got some mojo going after his birdie on the hole.
stiff breeze now, and it's fairly consistent. You can see the flags, fluttering horizontal to the flagpole, and then overhitting that, overcooking his approach a little bit.
Misread the line as well because he gave it a lot of respect and it really hasn't come back as much as he expected. And now, of course, you have Cullen. He would have certainly gone to school, say, watching Udayan. So he's got a great idea on the line. And in the meantime, we saw Abhinav's ball enter the screen. He came in from the right side. He missed it to the right. We see Cullen not really waiting for Abhinav to mark his ball. The ball's not really in play because this clearly moves right to left, and Abhinav's ball is certainly out of his line, but within his. That looks very nice. It is going to be very, very close.
The hole, but
well, that's a great birdie for Cullen.
2.5 rows. That would have really swung things around very. Had that gone in, it would have probably leveled the scores.
Yep, Cullen, clearly a very good student. Definitely learned.
That's a good point you made.
From
good point you made, Shivas, that he made the most of the lesson that was read in ahead of him.
So Cullen to 14 under, closes the gap temporarily, while Udayan still has the opportunity to make a birdie and stay 2 shots ahead. This is becoming a very interesting fight.
I love it. I mean, what we saw last week was class. And if we get a repeat of that today, I mean, that would be 2 out of 2. Both new events, both inaugural events on the PGA schedule. The Adani Open last week and the Indorama Ventures Open this week.
You know, what's also important, Rahul, is, it's full that we have new sponsors coming in, supporting the game. Also the fact that, it's the best golfers in the country that the PGTI is hosting the events at. As itself lends it very well to giving experience and exposure to a lot of professional golfers to golf courses in absolutely top-notch conditions. We have a par for long.
Wobbling away at the very last minute. Yes, she was to that point. The PGTI, in fact, has gone back to 2 of its old venues after a very, very long time. The JP Greens after a decade, as the Kenswell too. So both of them coming back on the PGTI calendar after long breaks. And then now to keep his lead to 2. Is the fish putt, not a very.
But it's certainly a quick one because this is the same area where we saw some of the players like Yuvraj and Angachima use the backstop and the ball, as your phrase, came down. Nope. Definitely a misread. I did notice that Cullen's chip as well, while it did at the end, it did not really turn back. It seemed to turn out. And we saw exactly the same thing happen as well with Lohan's putt.
With Abhinav's putt. True. I mean, this whole behaving in different fashion from opposite sides. Udayan's ball seemed just teeny little.
The other way to the left.
Teeny little bit to the left. Whereas the ball's coming up, coming towards us, where the camera is situated, went the other way. And it's really shows you the subtle little things that these wonderful players have to cater for on a hole-by-hole basis. Literally, reads are so critical, which is why you see them taking so. We saw yesterday shows, like you made the point, using the soles of the feet
Yes.
to suss out the contours that the eyes.
And now let's move forward to the sixth hole. We have Angad Chima. The sixth hole, clearly one of the most picturesque and distinctive holes.
He should be pleased with that. That's a very decent lag putt where he was, plus feet. But it still looks like it's 3-4 feet from the pin. But
Well, the pin is set fairly back at the back of the day. This is a 42-yard deep green, and the flag is at 33 yards in. So there's only 9 yards behind. And again, as we were mentioning yesterday on television, sometimes it's a bit difficult to the slopes and the difference in the levels. But again, here at least a 3 or 4 foot difference in the level between the back green and the front of the green. And then this, of course, if you will recall, is the one that has a beautiful beaver in the front. Yeah. It's quite a statement. A very unique by the Nicholas design team, and at the time their principal architect John Cope. He really put in a lot of hard work and is a very, very fine gentleman and a very architect, and dare I say, a good friend as well.
well, that was a fabulous conversion. Sachin Basoya quite rightfully has a very satisfied on his face. That's the second shot in a row he's picked up. Shivas.
Sachin's a very good player.
So
Recently, he shot a 63 at Delhi Golf Club playing a friendly round. It was just flawless. 9 birdies, 9 pars, clean card. Very, very solid player. Very talented, hardworking young man.
that brings him back into a share of, I think, probably third place. Because he was just one behind Abhinav Lohan, and who's currently.
Yes, so certainly bring him.
So,
The 2 back-to-back birds. After hole number 6, he moves on to join the group of 3 at Ajitesh and Abhinav.
and once again, the hardworking Khalin Joshi is persevering and chipped away at the lead. He's brought it back down again. 15 under is our tournament leader for the Udayan Mane, I beg your pardon. And Khalin Joshi now within a stroke, having 2 birds in his 5 holes. Rajsandha will want to get his challenge back on track. He's not at the best of mornings.
I think he just came up shy, just dropped off a bit. But certainly a good putt, certainly a good stroke, a good read as well.
Very good effort there.
So for sure today, Yashara at 3 under for the day after his first 6 holes is the man on the mission. We also had Trishul make 3 birdies, and he certainly moved up the leaderboard as well. Looks like I spoke too soon. Trishul, after his 3 back birdies, has made a triple bogey 8 on the 8th hole. So, whether we call that the commentator's curse, Trishul will not be very about all. Angad Chima, in the meantime, making a hash of that. Another 3 putt.
He is really in the wars with the putter, Shivas. He's just not been able to get a hang of the greens, either the speed or the lines. He's falling away, definitely. He's fallen off the pace already, well off the pace, and now I think he will drop further back. He's bogeyed 3 of his opening 5 holes. So this is nice for Angad Chima. He would expect better of himself, given his standard he sets for himself. 2-time winner on the PGTI.
No, that round was actually his 4th bogey of the day.
And this is with the 4th, yeah.
Yes, he's bogeyed the 1st, the 3rd, the 4th, and now the 6th.
That's right.
So that's right. If he's not hole.
So for all the birdies that we are talking about, viewers, there are also a large number of shots being dropped all around the course. The groups starting from the back nine are suffering there, as well as the front nine. You see general sprinkling of dark blue, which indicates a double bogey or worse, and quite a number of them so far already this morning.
So lucky number 30.
I am chemistry. I am indispensable in your life. Indorama Ventures, producing indispensable chemistry that touches billions of lives every day.
Great visuals for drone pilot. On our screen, we have the lovely 30. And as Rahul leaves for a coffee break, may I welcome back my colleague, Nikhil Kalan.
Thank you, Shivas. And we are still Studian and Khalin as the two top contenders going into hole 7 now. The island green. 6, sorry.
So speaking of the island green, the pin is cut today at the top on the left side. And, we took a walk down to the tee and the green this morning. And from the tee, it's playing close to about 192 yards. And you cannot even see the base of the bag. Protected by a bunker. And then, of course, lovely blue water around it. It's going to be quite an interesting hole.
And the to make of the pins, on the first few holes today, we saw one which was very close to the, front edge, close to the bunker. What do you have to say about the pins?
Well, today I think the pins are set not as set as they were yesterday, and that I must say, the pins, of course, were very, very fair. Just that when the wind gets up, it just makes things a little more difficult for players because sometimes. There's a bit of a swirling wind, and on these particular greens that contoured, it's imperative that you get your golf ball onto the level the pin has been cut,
Right.
which is again, difficult to do.
Okay.
And you can putt a little more aggressively and confidently when you're on the same level, but when you're going across contours and up and down, as you will appreciate, it's more about a lag putt and being a little more conservative.
Right. So here we are seeing who's that chipping.
Well, we'll get a nice visual on him shortly, but it's hole number 9, and it's a lovely printed shirt that's there.
That's Shitij. That's Shitij Naveed Kaul. This looks like a familiar pre-shot routine.
So the 9th again today, as we were talking, the pin is cut over the water.
Wow.
And that was definitely a great line. It's a very flat pin today on the 9th. I think you're right. That is shit. Very familiar walk.
Familiar walk. The swagger.
He's got the bounce.
The bounce. And we also have Karandeep Kocher in this group. Karandeep has been competing on the Asian Tour recently, gaining a lot of international exposure. He's a multiple winner on the PGTI.
In fact, he was also on the PGTI as an amateur.
That's right. He was the first Indian amateur to win a PGTI event. The first amateur being Hussain from Bangladesh. And Karandeep was only 16 years of age back in 2017 when he won as one of the youngest.
So it's interesting, we have this group with Karandeep and Kshitij. And both of these boys, their junior years, were accompanied by their mothers. And of course, Karandeep's mother, a very nice lady, and Vinita, who was Kshitij's mother, a very familiar face. It was nice to run into her yesterday in the cafe at the clubhouse.
And I mentioned Jamal, and Jamal is in the same group, incidentally. Karandeep and Jamal playing in the same, both won on the PGTI as amateurs.
Well, that's one hell of a coincidence, right?
Yes. Taps in there, Karandeep.
Karandeep himself, a very, very fine young man.
Reminds me a bit of Akshay Bhatia, if you have a closer look, the PGA Tour winner. Yes.
One swings it the right way, the other the wrong way.
That's right. A left-handed golfer and a right-handed golfer.
So this Masters actually has 8 left-handed golfers, the most in Masters history in a field.
Wow. That's a great stat there by Shivas. And it's the Masters week, ladies and gentlemen. So we have an overdose of...
Well, enough is never enough, right, Nikhil?
That's right. Fans, enough is never enough.
Well, we're the lucky ones that get to be on a golf course day and in our bed in the night watching the golf as well.
That's right.
So definitely it's a bumper weekend.
Did you catch the last night?
Well, I wouldn't have made it here on time if I had. So I had to, of course, use a bit of willpower and make sure I never got it. I never got it on because once it's like a Pringles, right? Yes. Once you start, you can't stop.
You don't want to leave it.
No, that's a bogey for Kshitij. Fortunately, his chip kind of got away a bit from him.
Interestingly, when he was setting up, we saw him grip. You see his grip now. It's the unconventional one, but then he switches to the regular grip.
I think perhaps a part of his routine where he's just aligning or setting his left hand on the putter.
Yes.
And going back to a conversation yesterday about putters. So Kshitij himself is using one of the putters which has the new technology, which is the zero torque technology. Right. And becoming increasingly popular with a lot of professionals and amateur golfers. Zero torque in terms of the weighting on the head set in a certain way with the center shaft that the head doesn't really twist.
Right. And Jamal's putter looks more like the conventional good old putter.
Yes. Jamal certainly has a more conventional looking. Jamal has a great feel around us, very fluid, very good hands.
Ooh, he just missed that.
Well, I shouldn't have said that. I spoke a bit too early.
A victim of the commentator's curse.
That's correct. I might lose my job here, Nikhil.
The good old saying in sports.
It's never done.
Yes. It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
Back to the...
Okay, we move action. We move to the 6th hole. And this is the leader group. Khalin Joshi, Udayan Mane. Can Khalin close the game? He's just a shot behind the leader, Udayan. And this rivalry goes to their junior days.
No, definitely these boys going toe to toe. You have one shot difference between them. But Cullen, that is 5 ahead of the 3 boys in 3rd place. So definitely a bit of a gap.
There's
at the top of the board, yes.
but two and the rest. And the rest are playing for third place, I guess, between Ajitesh Sandan Besoya, Abhinav Lohan.
And what a lot of people do not realize is that this particular hole, the sixth hole, it's a par 4, but it's 525 yards.
So that's a
And
long.
today it is playing into the breeze.
So
The pin is set at the back of the green.
yes, we
This
can
is 9 yards back.
we can expect a stiff challenge for the pros on the sixth hole.
So this hole's an absolute monster, but it's absolutely gorgeous. I would definitely have it as one of my favorite holes on this particular course.
So our leader lining up his putt. And tracking. Ooh, he just missed that.
I believe he thought he had. We thought he had that. It's real putt, Nikhil.
And we are back to the replay now.
It's really a good stroke.
I thought he had that.
Very good, tearing it down. A tremendous effort there from Udayan. Disappointed to leave with the par.
Now it's
Abhinav.
Lohan who will be
He
putting.
actually hit his second over the back of the green chip.
So this is a par putt. And we have a little change of guard in the commentator's box. Shivasnath will be leaving us now, and Rahul B joins us in the commentator's box.
We're back to where we were yesterday morning, Nikhil. One shot between Udayan Mane and Kalin Joshi. Kalin picking up 2 shots this morning again.
Yes.
And he's definitely keeping. So we were talking a little while ago about whether Kalin's course record.
Wow, he's made that. Good recovery for Abhinav Lohan. Sorry, please go ahead, Rahul.
Much needed also. He's you can see this from the smile on his face. And the replay gives you a good idea of how just not an easy putt by any means. A certain roaring towards that side that he was playing from, but nailed it dead center.
Yes.
So, like we were talking about a little while ago, Shivas and myself, about whether Kalin's course record of 17 under par, record-winning score at this venue, is under threat. So, increasingly, it seems that we will at least push that figure, if not cross it.
Yes. There's not been much movements this morning as far as the birdies are concerned and the progression of the score. But one noticeable factor is that the 2 leaders have pulled away from the rest of the pack.
That 4-shot gap that was there overnight, 4 and 5, in fact, virtually unchanged. Further down the leaderboard that we are seeing some movement, and Kalin now has picked up a lot of confidence in this. He's out of his opening 6 holes. He's now putting with a lot more confidence. That putter moving in a very certain manner. He knows, he just shows he's gauged this.
Yes.
And the subtle changes in elevation of the greens better than many others.
So par for Kalin there. He stays in touch with the leader. This is action from hole number 7, the signature hole, the island green, and we have Sachin Bes on the screen and Angad Chima on the left.
Angad has been in the wars with the putter, not having the best days.
That's a view of the signature hole, the 7th. And again, you see the pin there towards the front side.
tucked away towards the lake. Has, of course, a bunker guard. The ball from rolling off, if it goes too far for the left, if the players are attacking it well to the left of the green. 48 yards in length. Sachin too has been putting well today.
Few players, he's among the few players for third place at the moment. Ajitesh Sandhu, Sachin Besoya, Yuvraj Sandhu, and Abhinav Lohan.
It's getting pretty tight. And the race for third actually is the one that's really tightened up.
That's right.
That was, like you said, have a fairly healthy gap to the chasing pack.
And there's a lot of prize money at stake, so every position makes a difference, makes a huge difference to what you take home.
So true, so true. I mean, just doing an estimate. If Udayan wins today, he goes straight up to second place in the order. Khalin will move from, I think, 20th or 21st, where he is at the moment, all to 7th or 6th, if I'm not mistaken, if he wins. And even a second place today will benefit tremendously. For the runners-up, it's a 20 lakh check, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. And even a top 10 finish on the PGTI Order of Merit gives you a lot of incentives.
And of course, at the end of the season, there's that big juicy prize of a DP World Tour card waiting
Yes.
for who wins. Veer Alawat currently playing his trade in Europe after DP World Tour has completed its Mid East and Asian swings, or probably in the final leg of its Asia swing, the second event in China. Thereafter, action will move to Europe.
And the wind has picked up since morning. You could see with the flag fluttering there. We saw it in the morning, Rahul, and there was hardly any wind.
It's almost horizontal at points. Gives you a good idea of how hard it is. The wind is. In the morning, it was relatively benign. It was just flags are pretty hanging quite limply. But now you can see, okay, the flag is almost horizontal. So it gives you a good idea of how much of a factor the wind is going to play over the remaining 12, 13 holes of this championship.
So Angad putting now. Not the start he would have wanted. 4 bogeys so far for Angad, and he misses that one.
He's just all at odds with the reading, with his reads on the greens. He's dropped 4 shots, and that's it's seen him drop out of the top 5 or 6 at the start. To get his mind around this very quickly, because he's again made the point running out of holes. The final groups are also having completed 7 and 6 holes, so there's not much time left for him. But Angad, experienced campaigner, he's been around for a while,
and
2 PGTI wins to his name.
Very consistent over the last couple of seasons.
Consistent performer. So he knows that what he needs to do. I'm sure he will be coming to grips. He will get to grips with what is required.
Absolutely.
Given changing fresh pin positions. Obviously, why not? Today is the day that decides, where a lot of points and a lot of money go. So you're not going to find any easy pin placings today.
Now we have Sachin Besoya putting. Can he make that one? And Sachin's made that long conversion. Will add to his confidence for third place.
He picked up 2 shots in a row just before. So, he's
replay.
Quickly learning from his error. Not catering too much, not catering for any turn whatsoever. He went straight for the pin. Angad aimed the ball high and it just skated past the pin.
Rahul, sometimes you can see it in the body language if you're not doing well. You saw Angad, you saw Sachin with that little swagger, spring in his.
Abhinav before that had a big smile when he completed that before. Yuvraj Sandhu now.
Yuvraj just missing the line there. Have expected that. And another critical putt coming up for Angad. We have the action replay of Yuvraj's putt. Looked like he's going to make it, but just a little to the left. The speed seemed to be fine.
That as well as he seemed to be hoping a little bit more movement from left to right, which it all just kept going on the line he had set it out on. Very much like Angad for him. Sachin, of course, making more out of this hole than the others, than his playing partners. Chiva now.
And Angad makes that putt. Moves on to the next hole. He'll hope some ground going forward. Because as we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of prize money at stake, and even if you can get a few birdies in the back half, will help him with the leaderboard and makes a lot of difference to your purse you carry home.
Angad has dropped out of 10, sadly enough, with a run of 4 dropped shots in his opening 6 holes.
And Yuvraj makes that putt. Interestingly, Ariman, who was in the mix yesterday, had a full start as he made double bogey on the first hole. He's had 2 birdies since then, just about recovered ground.
Young man back to level par for the day from the BBC. Currently in second place now on your screen, Kalin Joshi.
Okay. We have now on the signature 7th hole, the leader group teeing off. Kalin Joshi. Cameraman is ready to track the ball. There it goes. Is he going to find the green? He landed in the water.
Yes.
Oh no. Kalin finds the water hazard there. That's a big setback.
That's a huge blow. That really is a huge
That
blow.
is a big setback. And hole number 7 showing its teeth.
I mean, Nikhil, because but at the same time, just as we speak, the wind seems to have suddenly died. Was Kalin catering for the wind, and did it die on him? We'll never know. But certainly his ball has gone well left.
That's right. The wind is, only slowed down, and could that be a misjudgment?
Across the green at that point in time, and now it's come back again. Now you can look at the foliage behind Udayan as he lines up his, see the movement in the trees again. But for just that fraction, this is how fine margins at this level of golf can improve. Nikhil, it's a great lesson for our viewers.
And an opportunity here for Udayan Mane to extend his lead, finds the green.
Exactly. To really put some distance between himself and...
We are tracking his tee shot. Has he? Yes, he's made the green, and he'll definitely have an advantage going ahead, even if he makes on this hole, because Kalin, who's currently second, will now be hitting his 3rd shot, conceding a 1-shot penalty for landing it in the water. Now, Abhinav Lohan on your screen. Abhinav Lohan's been rock steady so far, all the way. And we're tracking his tee shot.
Good camera work from our teams out on the course. They too are braving the conditions just as much as the players and the caddies are. It's our camera teams who are out tracking all the action for you. Some on ground, some from the air.
Sorry, Rahul, I seem to have missed that. Did he find the edge of the green?
Really see where the ball went, because I guess also even more credit to the camera boys, because given the hazy bend of the sky, to still keep the ball, a white ball frame all the way, they're doing a good job of what they're.
Okay. We're moving to the signature hole now, a few off the seventh.
And here we are on the iconic 7th hole at the Kalhaar Blues and Greens, the island green, the signature hole by this Jack Nicklaus design. It's a nice day. The hole plays 174 by the card, but with the pin being 35 yards back and 4 yards from the left, we have a scenario where it's going to play plenty long. There's a massive expanse of water, absolutely gorgeous. This beautiful hole surrounded by wonderful villas that lend a beautiful view. And now you get a visual of the hole. The wind is left to right, a bit from the front. You can see that the bottom of the flag cannot be seen. The left side is guarded by a bunker. It's a beautiful island green. Let's see what the pros bring in today. This one is going to be a game changer. We can assure you that.
And the leader group just having teed off from the 7th hole, and you saw a fellow commentator, Shivas Nath, bring you his thoughts on what could transpire, and part of what he was telling you seems to have exactly played out. Kalin Joshi, who was on the leaderboard, tugging his ball left and into the water. Udayan Mane, of course, is safely on the dance floor. Yes, and on live feed 2, you have hole number 8, group just in front of the leader group. Udayan 2 is taking a walk around the edge of the lake, so say. We thought his ball was safe, but he's be a little puzzled as to where his ball has gone. Just saw Sachin Basoya play his ball on from off the edge of the green. Pardon, this is the third from last group. Local boy Varun Parekh in your frame as we speak. Tushar Pannu and Ajitesh Sandhu are the two members of the group. Kalin Joshi has taken a drop for his third shot. The first, of course, lying in the water. And Udayan obviously was trying to see whether his friend Kalin's to drive on 6. So that's what puzzled us a bit, because we were very sure he was in the center of the green when we tracked the ball. And then we saw him hunting for a ball he was probably looking for Kalin's ball, because he was right on the edge of the water body and such ball. But from the excellent camera work that we have had so far, we did see Kalin's ball definitely getting wet. Rohan, the third member of the lead group, taking a drink of water to stay rehydrated in these hot conditions. Ajitesh Sandhu on live feed 2 just completing his putt on the 8th hole. Tushar Pannu from Haryana and Varun Parekh make up this third last group that's out on the course. Front 9 coming to an end. Like we point, holes are running out for the championship, and those looking to make a move will need to do so soon.
Yes, that's right, Rahul. Time is running out for those chasing the leading pack, and Sachin Vesoya has made a move. 3 birdies on. Can he give a threat to the top 2?
I was from the day we've gone on air. I've been hoping to see a repeat of what we saw at the Adani Open last week. 2 people fighting out at the top and a third person nicking the big prize right on the line. So will we see that again?
Yes, you mentioned that yesterday too. Can he give a scare to the top 2 is the big question, because we spent last week. There were
Tushar successfully converting on your little picture on your right. Young man had a slight rocky start, but he seems to have come back to terms with at least the putting surface. Now Warren Parikh looking to finish off. On live feed 1, your leader, who then won even 15 under par.
And Varun's caddy asking some move. Somebody could be in his peripheral vision. Always a little, for a golfer.
But at the same time, nice to see there is a crowd following the young. He's a local boy. Celebrated his birthday yesterday with a close birdie. And if he has a crowd on him, good for golf, good for him.
That's right. Yeah. We want crowds out on the golf course. We want all of you golfers. That's a long putt there for Udayan Mane. Let's see whether that finds the hole or not. And he's excruciatingly close. He's really close. He's just inches away. That's a tap in.
Tracked, in fact, all the way to the green. Cullen will now look to minimize of that. First, his shot into the water. The replay of Udayan's excellent putt. Very long one.
Was looking for a birdie with that. He came really close, agonizingly close.
It's quite a magnificent putt, to be honest.
But that means even though he par there, it means he will capitalize on Cullen's error, and he will lead
to at least 2.
That's right.
And depending on how well Cullen now putts on this hole.
On tapping it in there.
Cullen's third shot also not as close as he would have liked. He knows he has to keep within touch of Udayan, because now sitting on back to a 2-stroke lead as he was earlier on in the round.
Can Cullen put that disappointment behind him and make this putt to the damage?
At this stage of a tournament, Nikhil, no putt is easy. Every putt has tension on to. Cullen knows exactly what is at stake.
And
it's
on the low side, just a little to the right.
Too low. So that's a. So without Udayan actually converting his birdie opportunity, it's still a 2-shot gain for him.
That's right.
Walking away with a double bogey on this.
Bogey, that's a big setback for him.
Big setback. It puts him back.
We have young Anshul Kaptial now. That's his father on the bag for Brigadier Kaptial.
Two young men in this group, Nikhil. Young Aryaman Aditya Mohan from Mumbai, BPGC, and
Anshul is Delhi based.
Aptas, the Army Golf Course in Dholakwa and Delhi. This young man plays his golf, most of his golf, as like Nikhil pointed out, his father on the bag.
Anshul made that putt. Holds a lot of promise, this youngster. He's good for his recently, and he turned pro last year.
Had a very solid display in his rookie, in fact, last year.
That's right.
He was in contention more than once. He was for top 10 placings. Ariman now going to clean up.
And no problem for Ariman makes that putt.
Rashid Khan, of course, the third. As opposed to young men, Rashid, wily old fox, been around for the longest time. He's an Asian gamist.
Mercurial player. You can never count him out, even though he's quite far behind at the moment.
He was on a roll yesterday. He was particularly on the front nine. He picked up about 4 shots, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So yeah,
That's right.
Yuvraj again, not in a very happy space. He's just right on the edge of the water. He floated once earlier
That's right.
already, and here we see him back again.
Hole number 8, and Yuvraj Singh on your screen. Digging his feet in as they do in the bunker. We'll get a closer view of where the ball has landed soon. And that's a great shot there by Yuvraj Sandhu. He set him up for a easy tap in. Sometimes when you have these distances and you have to wait on your putt because the others are putting, sometimes it adds to the anxiety, I feel. You're better off just, finishing your putt, but there is something called golf etiquette. You have to abide by those rules.
At the same time, maybe at this level, rushing things is not really the smartest. Sometimes you might feel that, let me just get the tension off my back, but that little bit of rush could lead to errors. So it's probably better he just gathers his thoughts and comes back to finish this off. Very, very good recovery from that bunker. The sand here is so fine and gives the players a lot of scope to control the flight and distance on the ball. Yes. Good amount of spin, obviously, on the ball that Yuvraj had put out. Virtually stopped dead as it dropped next to near the.
And you can see the heat is taking its toll now. Sachin Besoya has been taking his cap off constantly and wiping the sweat off.
I certainly hope the caddies remember to keep their players hydrated. The combination of wind and heat can sometimes dehydrate you very quickly if you're not careful, as we from part of the end of the country well know.
That's right.
The effect of that can, without you knowing it, you can lose a lot more body fluids than you are.
And more importantly, you can tend to lose focus to be there mentally. And for that, they also keep munching on something or the other. It's generally for golfers in India.
Certainly, this man on your screen who just putted needs to find that focus that Nikhil is talking about. He's been in the wars through the early part of his round. He's not had a good day at all especially on this. He's missed out on more than one opportunity. And Angad, who's otherwise such a steady comer, has just not been able to really translate that knowledge and experience to results as far as his putter is concerned. It does happen, Nikhil. You follow the game on a basis how quickly a putter can go cold. Which literally can happen from one nine to the other.
That's right.
Leave alone a day's difference. It can happen.
That's right. And that's what all the golfers that the putter stays hot throughout. And there's a famous line by Sandhu. He always mentions it. He says, I'd rather have the putter going cold on day 2 or day 3 and not on day.
Very true. That is the most, in many ways, the driver and the putter The two important clubs. Particularly given the distance on this track, 7,400.
And can Sachin make that? He's come really close. He's come really close to making that putt.
That would have
And not happy.
Had he converted, that would have seen him close to within one.
Have the replay of this putt.
He's in a good space for the putter for sure. Replay of putt there. Ball just holding its line,
Just
staying on the high side.
missing
Sachin
out
knows he had a good chance of closing to within one shot. Colin Joshi, who was dropped off the pace somewhat, double bogey on the par 3 on the signature hole, 7th hole. Yuvraj Sandhu now with an opportunity from his battles with this course. And calm down. Whatever the turmoil inside, between the ears, inside the chest, it's always the calmest demeanors that win the most battles. Ajitesh Sandhu is a great example of that.
That's correct.
Nikhil, he's been quietly working his way through the day. Was on the move, having picked up 3 shots.
That's right. These two names can push the leaders in the back half, Sachin Beswaya and Ajitesh Sandhu. They are quite capable of causing a few upsets. And we move to action on hole number 9.
This is the group of Tushpano now standing over the ball. Sandhu,
The youngster doing very well, Tushar.
He a bit of a blip to start with, but he's shown resilience today.
And a good finish here could see him go up in the race of rookie this season, the PGTI emerging player list. That's Tushar. And he's on the green.
He's actually the closest of the 3.
He's the closest of the 3.
Had the long shot of 2. Because Ajitesh was the first and he was first onto the green. Then we saw one of his playing partners, Varun Parikh, was up next, and then finally Tushar Pannu. All 3 of them safely on the green on this
And that's
9th
a view
hole.
of the 9th.
441 yards today, par 4.
And we take another opportunity to thank our title sponsors, Ventures. Indorama delivers indispensable chemistry to its customers, including major household brands, to daily consumer necessities that touch billions of lives every day. The business segments combine PET and packaging. Indovin and Fibers serve customers in diverse growth markets, including food and beverages, automotive, pharmaceutical, textile, home, personal care, and agrochemicals. In 2024, they recorded $15.4 billion in revenue. And a lot of airbags that are used in cars use fiber from Indorama.
I'm happy to see them put a little bit of that $15.5 billion revenue into golf. On screen in front of you, hole number 9, Tushar Pannu in the purple shirt, left of the little boy, Varun Parikh, just picking up the ball, and Ajitesh on the background.
And hydration, as we said, very important on such a hot day. You can see Varun Parikh sipping water, very essential to keep you going. And a big shout out to our tour partner, Larry, for being our official hydration partner.
The wind is picked right back up again. Tricked Cullen into playing for the breeze and is on the previous hole, the signature 7th hole, sending his tee shot into the water. And the wind seemed to have just as he hit the shot, and within a few moments, it was back at full strength as the flags fluttering in front of the pole, horizontal to the pole, in fact.
We see the very calm demeanor of Ajitesh Sandhu, always unfazed, cool, calm, and collected. Never see him showing any emotions on the course. Into his pre-shot routine. And as Rahul Banerjee leaves the commentator's box, I'm joined by Shivas Nath, who was on the course describing the 7th to us, as you saw on your screen some time back.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Rahul. It's getting warm out there, aside from the fact that I was, of course, on the course and about exactly what I think Cullen ended doing, which was what was clearly not fun to see, unfortunately. But the pin is, as we call it, a sucker pin position. You want to be hitting 15 feet right of that flag and letting it feed down. And following Cullen, we saw that Ben just kept it simple, silly. He didn't need to do anything.
That's right. And importantly, Udayan capitalizing on that error from Cullen and making par there to extend his lead further. That could be a critical turning point today.
No, that certainly extended his lead. Shots ahead. And of course, Sachin Baisoya on a bit of a tear. He's gone into double figures under par. So a 5-shot spread between Udayan and Sachin, but now Sachin just 2 shots behind Cullen. That's
right. Sachin could soon be for the second spot. And you never know, if he makes a charge on the back nine, he could be giving Udayan a run for his money.
We also noticed that Lohan has actually made 7 straight pars, and he's making his position. And should he get onto a bit of a tear, and I believe he has a little bit in his tank, it's going to get interesting back nine.
That's right. Reminds me of the time when Abhinav won an event making a hole-in-one on the 16th here in Gujarat at another golf course, and he came from behind and won that day.
Well, that would be spectacular. Well, today we know that the 7th was certainly not one for trying to win. But the 11th should go well. 11th today has a fairly friendly pin position. It's 7 on and 4 from the right. So that's something that these guys can.
Okay, so what do we have here, Tushar? Pannu a little to the right.
This is probably the flattest portion of the 9th green. It's very far left and it's very far deep. It's a good 25 yards in and just 4 from the left edge. But I must say that while visuals don't allow our viewers to see it, there is a little room for error on the left. It's not a flat straight drop into the water. There is a bit of a gradient. There is a bit of grass. There. It looks like our drone pilot Rahul is listening.
He's listening to you, definitely.
The drone pilot's really done a fine job this week.
And Ajitesh makes that. We're now with Varun Parekh, the local lad, plays here regularly at Kalhaar. And we can refer to him as the leading golfer from the state of Gujarat.
For sure. Varun, a very fine young man. I've actually maybe known him now, maybe 50 since he was 12 or 13 years old. He's grown well, very well grounded. Parents, Ali Ben and Ashish Bhai.
And hole number
so
8.
Proud of him.
Move to hole number 8 now. And that was the man from Haryana, Faridabad, Abhinav Lohan. Just mentioned him some time back. He'll tap in here. Interesting facet of the game. Shivas wanted to ask you, when is it? What is the distance when your fellow golfers in your group allow you to tap in? What kind of a distance is it generally?
Well, really, it's more of a courtesy and an etiquette thing, Nikhil. The first thing, whether it's 4 inches away or maybe a foot and a half, too, it's really the player's right to tap in. But of course, the player must ensure that in no way is he obstructing or stepping on the line of your playing partners, because that would be discourteous. So, really, there is no rule. It's just really a judgment based on golfing etiquette.
Yes, you often hear your members playing in your group. You go ahead, make that putt, so that they can focus on their putt after that.
Well, sometimes they also do that because they know it's maybe a tricky one and they want you to apply yourself and win their little bet with you.
Yes, that's
So
right.
they're good friends, by the way.
Replay coming up now.
Did not miss that by very much. Uday in the ship, he's doing all right. And I think the fact that Cullen made that more of, I would say, a mental error, because that was a strategic error. There was really no reason for him at that point to press the button.
That's right. It's still not over. We know what Khalin Joshi can do at this venue. He holds the course record and the record for the loading total. So
And we saw what Udayan did yesterday after his double bogey. So, these guys have a champion trait.
That's
They
right.
made a mistake. They figure a way to bounce back.
And they are champion golfers. They are multiple winners. They know how to cross the line. They know how to out a tournament. Tracking. Made it!
That's a great bounce back. Well done, Cullen.
And,
Nikhil, that was a good call by you.
That's right. And you see that little fist pump by Khalin Joshi. Replay coming up now. We'll see that spectacular putt.
His head. Observe his hands. Steady.
That's right.
Well done, Cullen.
There you go. That will give him some confidence. Hole number 9 now. We move to action on hole number 9, and there's Sachin Besoya. He's had, we witnessed some positive body language in a few holes. So he looks like he's in good rhythm at the moment.
So Sachin's definitely moving along nicely. And he's in terrific form. Tell. Very hardworking young man. Gets a lot of support from the Delhi Golf Club. Plays golf. Their top juniors and top amateurs. And as we know, at Delhi Club, every part of your game is exposed if it's not on.
That's right. With the jungle on either side, you need to be very precise with your hitting. And that's action on hole number 10.
Gorgeous clubhouse in the backdrop.
And something's disturbed there. That's Varun Parekh most likely. All interesting. Some players get disturbed from something in their peripheral vision. Could be far away. But a lot of players who are so quick and they hardly disturb, even if you're crossing from the middle of the fairway.
You're quite right. This one, I think I'm going to take Varun's side. The path behind the tee is a bit of a cobbled path, and it looks like the workers are pushing something along, so it's making sort of ambient sound.
Right.
This is a very interesting hole. It's a great opening hole, 430, 440 yards. And it's lovely when you're actually villas, which are, of course, the clubhouse rooms that line the right side of the fairway, because you can kind of come out of your room and sit around and watch the players going by. It's known for a few errant golf balls to find their ways into those lawns as well, but if there's a chap like me or you, Nikhil, sitting there, we'd be very happy to charge up for returning that golf ball.
Well said, Shiv. And that's Ajitesh Sandhu.
I'm very impressed with the way, Ash is playing today and generally just the way he conducts himself. He's very classy, very quiet.
That's the correct word.
He's a terrific role model for the players as well. A terrific role model indeed.
And married to another professional golfer, Twesa Malik.
Yes, as we were discussing yesterday, there's going to be a bit of a competition in the family at the Grant Thornton event at Prestige, the couple-day Grant Thornton, event, which is a mixed field. The first
That's
of its
right.
kind, Nikhil, in India?
Yes. The first of its kind as far as an order of merit event is concerned. We did have an event where we had a mixed field, but that was not a PGTI order of merit event.
But of course, given your very close association with PGTI, would you be able to have insights into the thought process of what went into putting that concept together?
This has been the child of Mr. Kapil Dev and Grant Thornton, both parties agreeing that we need to try new format, get a little more interest going in the sport, bring a little more glamour to the golf course. And we also have to engage the amateurs. So we'll be having the Pro-Am or the pros competing alongside the amateurs, second session on all 3 days in that event. It'll really be a Pro-Am because the pros will still be competing for the individual prize. Their scores will be counted. But it's just taking forward from the last event that we had, the KDGT, where we had the involvement of amateurs. Was on the last 2 days after the cut was made.
No, it's really an interesting format, and it's so nice to mix things up, fresh, bring the boys, the girls together. It's kind of inclusive as well.
Right. This was the thought behind it, making it more inclusive.
So definitely, it's got very, very exciting week.
That's right. We're looking at that. And we are not done with the Indorama Ventures Open as yet because we have multi-tenders in the fray. On the final day, Udayan Mane has opened up a lead of 3 shots now. Contest and Sachin Besoya here also just misses that one.
So Udayan and Cullen both birding the last part of 8th hole.
But it's still a long way to go, Shiva, as anything can happen on the back 9.
No, absolutely. And it's getting mighty close to the tournament record here as well, because Nikhil, that sits at 17 under.
By Khalin Joshi, incidentally.
And Udayan is at 16 and has 10 holes to go. Well, Khalin himself is at 13 and also has 10 holes to go.
And Khalin also has the course record here, 9 under 63, which we know will not be broken this week. A big thanks to all our sponsors. See the boards there, Bisleri, Indorama title sponsor, and Victorious Choice, our tour partner.
No, it's terrific. We've got Indorama here as a title sponsor, their first foray to supporting golf in India, professional golf as well. Victorious Choice as well, first season.
This is their first
being
season
a tour
as tour
partner
of the PGTI.
And it is exceptional, the hospitality, the players lounge, the F&B, the presentation, the energy, very, very international. Players have to be very, very thankful for Victorious Choice partnering with us as the PGTI.
Absolutely. A major addition. The Players Lounge and the Caddy Lounge, the Victorious Choice.
And then, of course, big thanks to our other partners as well. Clary, of course, you mentioned, but...
important since it's a hot week and hydration is important for all the players. So Bisleri being our hydration partner. Bisleri has enjoyed the title of pioneers of the packaged drinking water category for over decades.
Bisleri is a generic term, it doesn't really matter which packaged drinking water we
Yes,
want. We
we
end up
always
and say,
associate.
Ek Bisleri dijiye.
That's right. And with their new campaign, Pick It Up, the brand is turning a new leaf in its illustrious journey. So all the golfers, drink it up, hydrated with Bisleri, so you are ready to grab every opportunity on the course.
And then, of course, we've got Amritan with Elect and Golf Plus Monthly as our,
Tour
media
partners.
tour partner. Athletic, the apparel partner, IndusInd Bank, our banking partners, in India as well.
And
So-
Rolex, very important, the very well-known global brand, Rolex, associated with PGTI for a long, long time now as a tour partner.
How many years would it have been, Nikhil, that Rolex has been associated with PGTI now?
It's 15 years. as far as
That's
I
a very
can
long and strong partnership.
That's right. And Rolex has been instrumental in promoting Indian golf at various levels. It's also associated with other bodies, golfing bodies.
No, it has to be said. Rolex globally has been a very strong supporter of sport. There are iconic, ambassadors, right from the Arnold Palmers and Nicholases to the Gary players to
That's
the
right.
modern day Adam Scott, our very own Anirban Lahiri as well.
I am chemistry. I am indispensable in your life. Indorama Ventures, producing indispensable chemistry that touches billions of lives every day.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri. Drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Back live with you, Alan Joshi, having fallen off the pace, is now 3 back of the leader, with 16 under par for the event. The group now on hole number 9. Colin with that doggy proving to be very costly for him.
That's right, Rahul. We were just in conversation about exactly that. Was that really the time for him to press the button and go on pick? Because the wind was from the left. The flag is on there's water all around the green, but the play really there is to hit it about 20, 25 feet right of the flag and let it feed down. And if it doesn't, it stays up. It's not a difficult 2-putt 3, which is exactly what Udayan did after he saw Cullen make that mental error.
I also feeling the wind, changing wind played a bit of a role, because you just as before he hit, when he was lining up his shot, you could see, the flag fluttering on horizontal. It was a stiff breeze, and just as he hit, for that fraction of a second, it died away completely. So maybe he was banking on the pull it back towards the pin. We'll never really know until we talk to him, but that's the feeling I'm sitting here. That didn't happen, and the ball just stayed on the line, and it got wet. So I think Udayan was hoping for better friend, because he actually went searching for the ball. His ball was well in the center of the green, and we saw him patrolling the edge, right along the water. Wondering what I saw his ball land there. What was it?
Well, Udayan's a thorough gentleman. And, there's also a lot of mutual respect between Udayan and Cullen. And,
really,
that's what you would I would expect no.
It was really on show. I mean, he went looking for Kalhaar, because from that distance they couldn't see. There was no flash. But we saw the ripples on camera here.
Yes, our camera did pick up the ripples, and then we knew that Cullen had made a bit of an
live
error.
feed you have on hole number 10. Live feed 1. That's the lead group on hole number 9.
That's right. So we have group of Tushar Panu, Varun Parekh, and Ajitesh Sandhu on and around the 10th green. We have a group Abhinav Lohan, Kalin Joshi, and Oden on the 9th green, and in between them, Sachin Baisoya, Yuvraj Sandhu, and Agarwal on the 10th tee.
Then leaving his putt just a little short. Ahmedabad boy Varun Parekh waiting to splash his way out of the bunker there. Looks like a little pot bunker to the left of the green, of the 10th green. It's a grass bunker, I beg your pardon. The grass hollow, rather.
Oh boy, that
Complete judgment or the grass?
I think he's just left it there, and
it's just
the grass is thick, it's robust,
playing too soft.
It grabbed his club and the grass hollow, as you were referring to. This is.
It's a terrible error, though. This is what I was trying to do with the previous shot as well. Just keep it
too cute.
Got a little too cute shot.
Anyway, I think he still has about a foot, a tap in bogey, and that should, of course, well, that is costly, but it's still a great attempt.
Yeah, but he had stabilized his roll after his round, I beg your pardon, after that third hole bogey with 2 gains that before the turn. Now to drop shot on the very first hole of the back nine is not be a happy feeling. He's currently he's sole 6th, in fact, as a matter of fact.
So that will certainly drop him now to 5 under, drops a spot back to join Yashash Chandra, who has turned at 2 under par.
2 under par, yes.
He unfortunately bogeyed the 9th hole after making 3 straight birdies on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
And on your live feed too is the stealth of the far, very quietly Ajitesh Sandhu making his way around the course. Just made 2 gains. He's picked up 2 shots on the front 9. He's made the turn 2 under for the day, and Naipa currently in 3rd place alongside Sachin Basoya.
That was a quick putt. Gave it the respect. Leaves it a foot below the cup. And now we have with us a surprise visitor, the CEO of the PGTI, flying in to join us today. Commentary box. May I introduce my good friend and yours, Amandeep Johal.
Hi Shivas, it's nice to be here in Ahmedabad at the class, Kalhaar Blues and Greens. I was just describing a lot of friends here in Ahmedabad. I had a meeting at the Belvedere Club of the Adanis, and I was telling them that Ahmedabad, the infrastructure, golf infrastructure, is truly international, and I think Blues and Greens leads with that example.
The Kalhaar Blues and Greens is absolutely, the crown jewel in Ahmedabad golf, and we were also talking about invest emotionally as well as backing their words up. That the owners, Devang, Pranav Shah, the Navratna Group, have made Gujarat in this region.
Indeed, I mean, I think the future and growth of the game is going to happen here. Earlier, we used centers of Calcutta, then it switched to Delhi, and then Chandigarh and Bangalore with the, Ivan Leri coming from Bangalore. But I think golf is going to be booming in this region, and thanks to infrastructure here in Gujarat, especially Ahmedabad. With this new clubhouse of 500,000 square feet, I think a gigantic house. It's probably the biggest in Asia, I would think. Probably the biggest in the world. I would so.
Well, we need to get Devang into the commentary box to answer that one for you, Amandeep.
You know, he took me on a trip of his gorgeous clubhouse, and it took us at least 45. And he says we haven't even completed a third of the clubhouse.
Well, I thought it was probably a trip with a visa involved.
I'm sure he should probably start issuing visas.
No, but truly, it is a statement in itself. It took a long time coming, but of course slowed down the work on the clubhouse. But it's tremendous.
Thank you. It's nice to be here in the com box to do commentary long time ago and Star Sports with the legends like Langley and others at the Singapore Open. I think this was way back in 2000. I would think around 2000. So it's nice back in the com box.
Well, that's something that I might be saying in 5 years' time, that I've had the opportunity to do my legend.
I think we've grown up playing golf together at BPGC and other junior tournaments, Shivas. It's to be giving back to the game, whichever way we can, I think. We've got so much of talent in tree as far as players is concerned. I mean, look at the board. Udian, Kalin, Ajitesh, Sachin Besoya. I mean, let's get back to Sachin. I think he was having a rough patch in the last few tournaments. And Friday, he wasn't even coming to Ahmedabad. And he says, can you just have a look at my golf swing? And I went to the range and I tweaked him a little bit and he says, okay, I'm going to Ahmedabad.
And he's doing really well.
He's doing really well. I'm so happy.
So this Delhi Golf Club, because Sachin's been supported by Delhi Golf Club.
Indeed.
You're very involved with golf at Delhi Club.
Indeed.
There are multiple hats.
I'm trying to do as much as I can.
It's it's so heartening to see that you're doing your bit. There's the junior JTP as well, starting the Delhi Golf, and you've had a strong role to play with the Adanis in last week. Indorama also new sponsors this week.
Yes.
Victorious choice for the tour.
Yeah, and they've taken up 2 players. I mean, Sachin Besoya is also being termed by Victorious Choice.
And of course, Sarthak Chipper.
As well as Sarthak Chipper, that's right. I think we have 10th.
Yes, this is the group of Udayan Mane, Kalin Joshi, and Abhinav Lohan.
Looks like Angad Chima to me.
It does look like Angad Chima.
I think it's Angad China's second shot. Oh, that's a great shot. That is a great shot. This is one of the toughest greens. This and the 18th is one of the toughest greens on this course, Shivas. And to hit those 2 beautiful shots on this green, especially pin.
No, this is definitely a very tight pin, and it is quick leading and feeding that flag.
Absolutely. Have we got many birdies on this hole yet? I don't know how many birdies we got on this hole.
Well, we're just scrolling through that.
Not too many. But yeah,
7 or 8 on there.
Yeah, not bad.
That's it.
Yeah, it is a great hole. It requires a precise second shot. The wind has died, if I can see. I mean, I don't know how it was in the first 2 days, but it seems as if it's died down a little bit.
No, the second day was fairly brutal, and Udayan 7 under par in those conditions was really exceptional. We were having a joke with some of the players yesterday that the pins got really tight yesterday. It was kind of the greenkeeper's revenge.
Was it? I think Udayan probably, somebody was telling me he was playing in a vacuum bubble. Wind hit him. Look at these beautiful views of Kalhaar blues and greens from this gorgeous clubhouse. I think is just phenomenal, out of the world. The European Tour tournament director came here and he said, he gave it a thumbs up, this entire facility. This 10th hole, really strategic, beautiful design. This is a leader group of Abhinav Lohan. I think Abhinav Lohan is currently at
He's had an even par front.
9 under
all
par.
nine
All
pars.
9 pars, huh? That's pretty
Very
good.
clean scorecard.
Yes.
No, this is definitely a very good back, and you would expect no less from a Nicholas design product. The greens are very, very good. Being extremely complimentary. The ball is being received extremely well, and it really makes sure that every department of your game is on.
That's a great shot. I think he's placed himself perfect. Now Kalin Joshi come off with the bogey on the 9th. Both Udyan and Kalin birdied the 8th, and Kalin made a bogey on 9. It is a tricky hole, yeah.
No, and today they have the pin. It's set fairly back, and on the left side, it's a fairly flat area, but it's far back, and
Yeah.
it does bring the water into play.
Another great shot from Kalin. Perfect for attacking into that pin on 10.
But really, Amandeep, it was on the 7th where I believe made a little error. The pin is tucked at the back on the left side, crosswind left to right, and he went after that flag. The wind turned on him and paid a heavy price for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, at that level, these are the little things that separate the person who lift the trophy.
But you imagine that may have been a bit early because he was just a shot behind Udayan at the time to press the
Right.
button, get that aggressive on that pin
Let's see
position.
Raj's putt. I think he's putting for a birdie. It's going to come in from the right. Has he given it enough roll? That was a lovely putt. Great effort by Yuvraj.
Very quick, you're right, got the speed right. But he struggled a bit in the early part of his round today with his putter. Had about two putts which were under 5 feet, and those are the 2 bogeys he made on the third holes. You see,
He's had a few bogeys today. I mean, 2 birdies and 4 bogeys. I mean, that's very unlike him. But do you think playing golf has taken a toll on these guys? I mean, this is the first year that we've put in so many tournament trot, and they are not used to. I think they're not used to playing so many tournaments back to back. That's what I was actually telling Sachin, that now all you top players will have to start pacing yourself out in a couple of weeks and take a week off, or 3 weeks and take a week off, depending upon how much your mind can take. Travels, staying at different cities, different food. So plus the heat now is getting to them, and there's 2 good tournaments.
yes, indeed. Next week we're at Qutub, and the week after at Prestige. But yes, you're right. Fatigue, travel fatigue. So you're absolutely right, Amandeep. They would have to. It's a good problem to have when you have as many events as you folks up. But
I
they'll have
think
to pace themselves out
True,
and not
true.
grab everything.
Absolutely. Angad, I think, lining up for his birdie after that lovely shot. Do you think he got a little lucky second? I mean, he hit it on the upslope of that bunker and then kind of released it
Just
on the
popped
green.
over.
Yes.
That's right. A bit of that.
Fairly straight putt, I would think. Has he hit enough? That's a birdie by Angad. Is really, really good. That puts him into a good position, and a nice 3 on this.
So he moves up now
To 6 under.
the par.
Also a rough start for Angad Chima, the first 4 balls. That's very unlike him on the first few holes. He's played solid.
In fact, even Udayan on the very first hole, they were sent it into a hazard that typically isn't into play, but then ended up taking a penalty drop, making a great putt for a par, which at the time we didn't realize was for a par.
Sachin for a birdie on 10. This to go 10 under par. I think very, very well done, Sachin. I think this part of his game is quite strong. His 5-footers, he's quite confident of them. Whenever I've played, before taking up this role, I used to play 9 holes for 500 rupees, and I think I lost 17 games in a row to him.
So is that why you took up this role, Amandeep?
because I was losing too much money on the golf course. So I said, I need to make some money to pay my bills. So 17 games of 500 rupees was not helping.
But, Sachin's a great talent, and I know the Delhi Golf Club really goes out of its help him out.
Oh, yes.
And support him. And that's something that's, outstanding that Delhi Golf Club does to elevate its players.
Shivas, I think all golf clubs in this country, I think philanthropy in golf clubs is very usual. May come out and, whenever they see any kind of talent, they put their heart and soul and money and wallets behind all these players. So I think all these golf clubs covered the membership. Whether it's for SSP Chaurasia or it is, Ali Sher or Sachin Basoya or you name any players. Chandigarh Club, I think, opens its doors to all kinds of professionals who are playing half decent and support them. The moment they turn professional, they cover their expenses and really, really take care of all these.
You're absolutely right about that, because I think all the golf clubs realize that there's a great opportunity for these young players to improve and elevate their lives. And
Absolutely. And of late, I've seen so many of these clubs are actually sent. Shubham Jaglan is one great example. Amit Lu and his golf foundation. They've actually taken him and sent him abroad. University of Florida.
And I believe he's on a full scholarship.
He's on a full scholarship. Everything. And I was there in Tampa a couple of years ago, and I introduced him to Indian families. So everybody whoever's around golf, I think philanthropy is very natural. Udayan has got a tough shot. He's got a tough angle coming in. I think Kalin and Abhinav have got better angles, but Udayan has got a tougher angle.
And I believe he's also in the first cut, so he might not be able to spin it as much as he would from the fairway.
He's left it a little right. He's actually hit it a little left of it.
And that's not because he's clearly short-sighted himself.
Yes, that's not easy at all.
So you absolutely called that, Amandeep. That was a tough angle.
Yeah, he could either miss it way right or hit it way left. It's Abhinav Lohan.
So as I break, Amandeep, I'm going to leave you in the good care of my colleague, Rahul Banerjee.
Oh, that's a great shot. Now, two very good shots by Kalin and Abhinav, lying in for a birdie, 3, and Udayan having a lot of work to do for his par, I would say, on number 10, and to keep his lead of 4 shots going into the back 9 of the final of the Indorama Open Golf Championship here at Kalhaar and Greens. I think it's really exciting up, though, as by playing very consistent golf in the front 9, just 2 birdies against 7 pars. I think he's moved away 4 shots from the from the field.
Well, thank you, Shivas, for handing over, and in the company of Amandeep Jo, keeping us company in the com box and commentary team, and already beginning to show his vast experience when the plays very accurately on this one. Then actually finding himself in a bit rough spot because he's got a bit of a rise behind him. His club won't have travel space.
Rahul, I think I find you in a rough spot today. Your WhatsApp has been hacked this morning.
Yes, and for bringing it up, and this is a message to all my friends, all my colleagues, and everybody else. Please respond to any appeals from my side for money. I'm very well looked after by the PGTI for the moment, and otherwise. So thank you, Amandeep, for bringing that up. And this is again to reiterate, I have put it out on social media as much as I could. That unfortunately a friend of mine included a message that he shouldn't have, and as a result I'm neck deep in desperate queries.
Need.
What has happened to you? Are you on the streets of
I
Ahmedabad?
landed in Ahmedabad this morning, and the first message I got from Banerjee was, I need 15,000 rupees. I'm like, okay. So I called up my director, championship director, Prabhash, and I said, can you just go to the com box and tell him that his phone has been hacked?
Prabhas was sent 10,000 rupees and now he wants it back right away.
Lovely views of Kalhaar greens.
Amandeep, these guys have done such a great job. Whether
Indeed.
it's with the drone pilot or even the boys on the ground with the cameras, they are tracking the ball, and this is not easy. In the hazy skies above, they're still keeping the ball more or less of the frame all the way. We've very, very often called it Kalhan Joshi's ball, the one that you put on the signature 7th hole. We knew before everybody else that the ball was in the water.
If you look at this shot, and can you see these guys planning this shot? Odiyadi, he's actually pointing to something almost 3 or 4 of opened up. He's going to pop it up nice and soft, try and use the rope and try and bring the ball back. Or he decided to use the other slope. I saw his caddy pointing him on the left side, but I think he's tried to go the other way and definitely get at least a chance of saving his putt.
Still has left himself with a makeable putt, but just joined us. There was a very skillful exhibition of using the backstop. Two guys who were off the green played very different shots with the same result. In fact, Yuvraj Sandhu was he flat batted literally his shot. It went skating past. We thought he's thinned the ball, but went green and came rolling back to within 3 feet. So smart use of of the
absolutely. I think we are this week we are on the other side of the Augustas, and I think that is one golf course, Augusta National, where backstops are used. Who can forget that famous chip of Tiger Woods, 16th, where he used the backstop and then hold it. I think Nike made about a few $100 million on that shot.
I think the bill probably closer to $1 billion. That you can't find.
You can't forget that. I think so.
It actually had the logo
Indeed.
of the ball
Indeed.
all the way into the hole. I mean, you can't pay money for that. You never shoot as well as you want, as you would like, but that to happen live in front of millions of people, great partnership.
Udayan has trusted his caddy for many, many years. He's been part of his winnings when he won the Order of Merit. So it's not an easy putt, about 10 feet. I think it doesn't do too much. Maybe a shade from the right.
Ramandeep calling it pretty much as it happened. He's break.
Yes.
And in Udayan's case, broke just a little too.
Yeah, so that's a first blemish, Udayan, in the entire day. Let's have a re-look at the play. I think he played it straight, or did he get not enough? One of the two. I think it was just probably a 9 out of 10 on that putt, but either he needed a little more pace or he did need to little more on the line. Kalhan has got a good cue from that putt, but he still has to make a good score on it.
He needs to do something to get his challenge back on that.
Well, I think it's with the Udayan dropping down to 15, and if Kalhan makes his birdie, that's just what 2 strokes. So
swing of 2, yes.
Swing of 2 and 2 shots that this golf don't open.
Absolutely, and they're coming up to the 13th, which even in the last couple of days we've seen some wild swing. It's happened that on day 2 it was Amrit Lal. I think he got a quadruple bogey. Yesterday it was Rahil Ganji who played a very nice one. So the 13th, which is coming up next, can sometimes
back for Kalhan Joshi. That is fantastic. I think this tournament opened up. That's a good fist pump of Kalhan with his caddy. He knows how important that putt was. After, I think, let's look at the replay. Very good putt. Very affirmative putt by Kalhan. I think he knows how important it is. Kalhan has made a bogey. you see two strokes, covering two strokes on one hole is always a psychological advantage as well. I think, especially when it's a head-to-head battle, two strokes on one hole is really, helps you psychologically. And then you've got a par 3 and a par 5 coming up. So you can now make a charge and get close to the lead.
Especially when you've earned half of that swing, half of it Udayan gave him in the bogey. The second half he earned with the birdie. So, that all significant factor.
Another great birdie by Abhinav Lohan. Fantastic. This has really been a good hole for both Abhinav and Kalin. Both get birdies. And, Abhinav, finally the first birdie.
And the quiet mover for the day on the PGTI, playing very, very impressively. Very steady golf, hasn't dropped a shot in his opening 11 hole. And he's the one who could threaten. I keep going back to what we saw last week at the JP, because we had, for a good part of the day, we had a battle going on between Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun. And at the very death, it was Saptak Talwar who nicked it literally.
More action coming up just after the break, but giving you a few views. Fantastic putts being holed on the final day of the Indorama Open Golf Championship here, blues and greens. Beautiful, beautiful Kalhaar blues and greens.
This is the group with Yuvraj Sandhu now attempting to lay himself on. We just saw Sachin Basoya, in fact, hold that long putt, cracked it into the center of the flagstick and into the hole. So that another very impressive performer.
That's back-to-back birdies.
Back-to-back
and that's
birdies.
5, just a lone birdie, bogey on number 9.
In fact, before he got to that, he had a hat-trick of shots
birdies,
gained.
yes.
So Sachin has been on the move, Ajitesh on the move. These are a couple of guys who are really closing in on the leaders. And like we just saw, Udayan has given them all a little window of opportunity. Whether they can cash in or whether the pressure will get to some point in time remains to be seen. Though it must be said, the two men at the top of the leaderboard, Udayan Mane and Kalin Joshi, winners here in the past. So they know this course well. Udayan, in fact, spent a couple of years home for a while when he shifted base from Bangalore to Ahmedabad. Now he's moved to Pune. And here's a man who's been in the wars. And Angad, unusually for him, such a steady customer, just not come to terms with what the greens have required. And he's dropped a bag full of shots on the front nine.
Well, he's still a good chance. I think he's, a couple of birdies last 2 holes, 9th and 10th. And now he's lying for a birdie again. You never know. A couple more birdies coming up with the par 5 on the next hole. If he can hold this, I think he could get back into where he started. Oh, that was not a good putt at all.
So these greens, they are subtle. I mean, we can make out from here, but they demand a lot of concentration in the read. Because it happened in front of us just a few minutes ago. So you have to be on point with every.
No, definitely. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It is an international course, but I don't think that stroke was a very good stroke that by Angad Chima. I think the round kind of shows that he has not struck the ball pretty good.
He's been okay till he gets the green, but he's been on the greens that his putter's just gone cold for that. It just happens. You know how it is, and then you play 1-9, your putter's hot, and all of a sudden goes off. And here we're talking about a day, so it can happen. So this is what makes the uncertainties of this is that much more intriguing. Some would say intriguing, some would say frustrating, but that's what it is. It keeps interest alive.
Beautiful views of Kalhaar blues and greens. I would love to have a wear. I think this is the place to be if you're in.
This right across the green that we're seeing the action on, that's vacant, and Shivas was.
We'll take a break. We'll take a break and come back with live action on day 4.
indispensable in your life. Indorama Ventures, producing indispensable chemistry that touches billions of lives every day.
What a great shot!
But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
What a great shot!
Back with live action, and just before that, you saw how important it is to keep yourself hydrated and rehydrated. One of your tour partners being Amritanjan with their electro, and in a hot venue like this, Amandeep, it's very important, I'm sure, for the players to know that they need to keep themselves hydrated all the time.
Number 12, this is Ajitesh Sandhu lining up, which I think is birdie putt. I'm not too sure, but definitely the hole where players would be looking at making birdies. It's a par 5, he's just actually a very good putt.
Fractionally high, but
I
very,
mean,
very
you
fractionally.
presume it's going to go towards the water, and he actually missed it just off. Definitely a very good stroke.
Now that you mention it, there aren't that many eagles today as compared to seen over the first 3 days. Just two.
Few birdies, but never too many eagles.
Just
Not
on the day, which is rare. Yesterday we had bagfuls of them. In fact, young Kshitij Naveed Kaul had a very entertaining round. He had double Bs, and he had eagles, and he had birdies and bogeys. So it was a very colorful card yesterday as far as ball was concerned. And today, unusually, and maybe is a factor, the wind is in its role in making sure that that level of scoring is not happening. Because Sandhu made the most of the par 5s. He had 3 birdies and an eagle. Then had picked up 5 shots of his own on the par 5s. That happened so far today.
That's Tushar Pannu lining up his putt. Very similar line to Ajitesh Sandhu, so I would think he would have got a read from Aj. Probably break a little more. I think he's a little more right of what Ajitesh was. He's another good kid, up and coming. That was very tentative. Very tentative.
And almost
What you're
line
expecting.
is
I think the breeze is beginning to pick up in gusts, and I think that's actually what happened. Probably he got in the middle of a gust.
certainly the wind has been a factor. Udayan yesterday, in fact, after his round, made the point. He's played here so often, but never really had to deal with this level of wind that prevails. As PGTI leaves us with his words of the way the game is progressing and the way things are happening as this PGTI season headed towards its summer break. 3 or 4 events to go after this. 2 in the Delhi NCR region and 1 the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton, which for the first time we'll see women pro, men professional competing for the same purse. Varun Parekh on live feed 1 completing his putt, and your event leader, tournament leader Udayan Mane in a bit of a bother. In the thick rough, and going by the looks of it, he and Kalin Joshi are in the spot. It's actually Udayan trying to figure out how to best sort what needs to be done as far as concerned. He's near a sprinkler head and he's taking a drop. His ball has actually fallen inside it. He's marked the closest spot. Taking it from knee high, as is now the norm. And the ball stopping where it fell, which doesn't always happen. And Colin with some work to do on hole number 11. Another testing little par 3, 155 yards. It stays on the scorecard. The pin on the far right, 4 yards from the edge of the green. Colin with a fairly long chip. The birdie bogey sequence on the previous hole from between Udayan and Colin actually seen the gap drop to 2 shots as it was in the morning, and will not to let that opportunity go. It was a wonderful little display, beautiful chip, leaving the ball pin high, a couple of feet, maybe even less, to make sure he gets a par. No damage on that one. And top of the leaderboard, running 15 under par, 2 shots up the road from his good friend and long-time rival, Kalin Joshi, who's 13 under for the day, for the tournament. Both are 1 under for the, and the gap still 2 shots, as it was when we began this morning with this group. Sachin Basoya now is the closest to the 2 leaders on 11 under par. He's exchanged 1 shot for 5 gains, 5 birdies. So in the 11 holes that he has played, Ajitesh Sandhu is a further shot behind on 10 under par for the tournament, 3 under for the day, alongside Abhinav Lohan, who's played the steadiest golf. He, in fact, Ajitesh and Abhinav are the only ones in the top 10 who are yet to drop a shot through the day. And I hope we don't put the commentator scores on them. But it's been a fine day, fine example of ball striking, steady golf, keeping conditions in mind, keeping the gusting wind in mind. They played some really, really sensible and at the same time not golf because they made gains. Ajitesh picking up 3 shots in his opening 12 holes and Abhinav 1 in his opening 11 holes. Fine little chip there in front of you as we were talking about the players. Abhinav Lohan also, like Kalin Joshi, coming from off the to a couple of feet, maybe 2.5 feet away from the cup. Tournament leader Udayan Mane is up next. He's putting for birdie. If he jugs this one, it will give him a 3-shot cushion over his closest per Kalin Joshi. The picture as it was when we set out this morning. Udayan taking his time spot as he does. He has to also cater for the wind. You can see the leg was being ruffled by the breeze. Ball on a long downhill run. And literally an inch away, restoring his 3-shot cushion over Kalin, but it was not to be at the very last, rolled away, but still a magnificent display of putting. From the leader, big man, with the shortest stick in his bag, the putter, converting for par. And looks, lead group all leave this green with pars. So your leader at this inaugural 2 crore rupee Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship 25 being played at the Kalhaar Blues and Greens, who then leads on 15 under par by 2 shots from Kalin Joshi, 13 under par, both playing 1 under for the day. And the gap, 2 strokes as it was when they set out this. Closest to them is steady Sachin Basoya, has one little blemish before he made the turn on the par 4 ninth. But he's picked up 2 shots that immediately, so he's close to within 2 of Kalin Joshi, who's second, and then 4 of our leader, Udayan Mane. Abhinav over his putt, but successfully. Abhinav and Ajitesh Sandhu currently share fourth place on 10 under par for the tournament for 5. The leader, Udayan Mane, and the man who's been in the wars, Angat Chima, coming from green on what should be the 13th hole. It's a good little chip, sending it a little bit past the hole, a little further than he would have wanted. And once again, Yurandu, as he has done through the day, flirting with the water. This is the third hole out of the 12 he's played so far that he's found himself right on the edge or on close to the edge of the water. He actually had to take his shoes off, probably partially submerged. You can't really see it from here, but he will have to splash that out. And as is sometimes the case, the ball grabs the water between the water and the thick grass on the edge, can grab your club and twist it in your hand, and this really seems to have happened to Yuvraj. He's got a water and for so far and the ball back in the drink. This it's probably well and truly wet. He will have to take a penalty from there, or maybe he's still a chance. Difficult to say because there's a lot of activity around his ball, but certainly not in the best of shape. Going to play that from the identical lie once again, having toughed the ball on the first time, this time making a far better job of it, sending the ball beautifully up into the air, but he paid a price for getting close to the water. Sandhu actually having to take his shoes off to play the first shot, which we saw the result being only a face full of mud and water. But the ball progressed a couple of inches, which helped him play this shot that you just saw in view. Put it up nice and high in the air and close to the pin. But he, like I said, has been flirting with the water all the way long. And this is the third hole in a row. In fact, in the first 13 that he's gone perilously close to the water's edge. And this time he has to pay. Consequently, he's also been loose ground on the leaders. And at the top, it's still Udayan Mane, leading by 2 shots on 15 under par for the tournament from his good friend and long-time rival Kalinjo's 13 under par. Both of them 1 under for the day, having set out with the 2-shot gap between the two of them. Holding station, so to say. Sachin Basoya, 5 shots gained against one bogey before he made the turn. Ajitesh Sandhu, Ajitesh Sandhu and Abhinav Lohan, of course, the other two steady names on this upper half of the leaderboard. Ajitesh 3 birdies against no drop shot. Abhinav Lohan having just picked up a shot immediately after. On your screens now, Sachin Basoya. He knew that he was offline the moment he hit it. Stood up abruptly. But he has at least managed to pressure on the lead pair.
So now we have the Chima screen, and things are certainly heating up with Sachin now snapping on the heels of Cullen, and Cullen behind Udayan, things are definitely going to be very interesting going down the stretch now. Ajandu, of course, lurking in the shadows. Another birdie or two from his end would certainly close the gap. And, here we have it. Shima.
But for all the that he has gone through, Shivas, it's good to see Angad still holding station 10. He's dropped 5 shots against 2 birdies so far in his round, and by the looks of it, that's one more. He's just not come to terms with what is required on the greens. It's just his putter has gone dead cold. And just before you rejoined us, even Amandeep was remarking that there are a couple of places that he could have done so much better.
He's certainly been struggling putter all day long. We've seen that he's been struggling with it. Yuvraj has struggled some level. Tushar Pannu has struggled. These 3 boys in particular have, been struggling. Something's not really working out. I don't believe it's reading the greens. It's something else that's bothering them.
Maybe it's a combination of the pin positions and the wind as compared to yesterday when we saw so many eagles on the scorecard. We have just 2 in a field of 54. Yesterday we had in fact one Shitij and Navid Colin had 2 of his own.
Right on his own, actually.
Then also had one. There's so many eagles up and down the order today. Always just 2, and on the entire lead on the entire squad, which is unusual because this is a long course. It's got a lot of the par 5 especially offer lots of opportunities to pick up 2 strokes on that one hole. Today we have really, other than 2 people make use of that chance.
Well, that's Yuvraj tapping in on the 12th hole. This is a gorgeous par 5. Again, favorite to left bias on the second shot with the set on the left side. Not a very light compared to some of the others. And, the fairway does allow through some tours for a nicely struck draw, actually, run out a bit, making the second shot a bit short, a bit easier, relatively speaking, of course. Well done, Angad. Useless today. Definitely not happy as John did with the way things are sitting. He would have certainly expected better from himself. 3-0 front 9 and now even par on the 9. The bogey on the previous hole also certainly hurting him. And Sachin Baisoya Rahul moved up and crept up to 11 under, having birdied the 11th as well. So, looks like a little bit of that our CEO Amandeep Johal did with Sachin last week coming to fruit for him. And it was a very valid point that we were about, with more events entering the PG calendar. Players would suffer from some level of golf fatigue and travel fatigue. And as we enter the Indian summer, things are getting warmer. So very, very important to pick and select your events. Next week, of course, we are in Delhi, and the week after that in Bangalore. And then, of course, we have a break for a few months owing to the summer and the monsoons before the PGTI reconvenes in the second half of the year. So there we have our leaderboard at 15 under, Kalin at 13, Sachin 11, Ajitesh and Abhinav at 10. Then at number 6, Warwick at 5 under, Yuvraj Sandhu alongside Chima, who we see is struggling a little bit today with the flat stick, followed by Anshul and Yashash. Definitely a wonderful leaderboard, and I think an exciting last 7 or 8 holes ahead for all of us. The course is playing great. The weather is lovely. Not quite as warm as yesterday. We're still in the highs. That said, of course, Ajitesh still maintaining a very clean scorecard as Abhinav Lohan. Ajitesh has played 12 holes, 3 birdies, 9 pars. Lohan has played 11 holes, 10 pars, and the solitary birdie. Young 18-year-old Vishesh Sharma chugging along well as well. After a double bogey on the second hole, he's had another bogey birdie over for the day and a 2 under for the championship. Veteran SSB Chaurasia after a 2 over front 9 with 2. He's made 3 birdies and a bogey on the back 9, so he's back to par. Young BPGC lad Aryaman Aditya Mohan, who had wonderful and a clean score today, has had a 6 over front 9 owing to triple bogeys and a double bogey with 2 birdies. So a very, very different turnout. I'm sure he'll be richer for the experience, and I hope he can get it together on the last 6 holes. That'll be nice for the youngster. We're now on hole number 5 that we were talking about. 527 yards. The leader group striding up green. We see one of the golf balls sitting about 10, 12 feet away in. We wonder who that might be. Uday's on the right side, so it seems that he has missed the green right. That would be, I would assume, with his second shot. And we have Cullen as well as Abhinav walking down the center. So it's anybody's guess, Rahul, who's the one flag. So there's Udayan seems to be sitting fine. He's got a bit of a downhill chip. There are 2 balls I see on the screen. There's another one on the right of where was that. That's Cullen, it seems, and Lohan is the one that's actually hit it close to the flag.
Cullen actually had to do a lot of trouble. She was a little while ago on par 3, the 11th hole. Went way left, but really with beautiful hands, he played his shot to within a few feet of the flag. It was really thick rough, and in fact, he had to take a drop because his ball was inside the pit, was sprinkler head pit.
Okay.
So he took a drop. He consulted Udayan what to do best, and being the good friend that he was, Udayan was by his side when he took the drop. Marked the spot, of course, with the tee before he picked up the ball, as he's supposed to do, following all the requirements of golf in its very best way. And really coming out of that with a par was a big boost for him. You, any case, seen a 2-shot swing before. Udayan dropped a bogey on 10, where Cullen picked up a bird. It was getting bigger, is now down back to 2 as it was set off this morning. But Udayan still firmly ahead of the field, and now in 7 holes for the day. 7 holes for the day.
A nice little chip and putt here, up and down, should do very well for Udayan to, assert his position at the leaderboard after his drop shot on the 10th, where he missed the green to the left side. That's a nice little chip, soft hands. Now it's feeding down the slope. Very budged. It's about, I think, 4 or 5 feet away. This should move right to left, and I fully expect them to understand this one. Cullen, of course, now goes down into the bunker. This is going to be a good test in terms of distance, spin, and route.
dug himself more than one on this final day of the Indorama Ventures Golf Championship. This is the lead pair on your screen. You just saw then Mane leave the screen, and now Kalin Joshi, the man who's closest to him, he jammed his elbow.
That's a very nice shot, Rahul. But, well, I think he's missed the slope. God is coming back. It just didn't make it across the ridge. You see that?
He jammed his club, Shivas, because his elbow flew, very unusually. It didn't come smoothly. And I think that's what happened. Really. The club got stuck in the sand. And the consequence, he is now much further from ball than he would have liked.
Well, he still has a birdie opportunity, so, you never know. He's not going to be giving away to the court. But the question is, will he be giving something away to Udayan?
Very true. And ultimately, that's what really counts today. That's what the battle of first and second. And Udayan, if he wins today, will move up in position PGTI's order of merit with this huge 3 million rupee prize purse. And Abhinav, I beg your pardon, Kalin, who's currently 26th, will climb to the top 10. I think he goes up to 7 if he wins. Even if he does not win, even a second position will see him to the top 10. He will climb to probably 9th on the money list.
And here we have Abhinav. He expected that to move a little more from the right. I was a little bit surprised to see him aiming for right. It doesn't really come back as much as that because the water is on the side and that's the way it flows. So, it flatters to deceive. These are some of the, intricacies, but nonetheless.
Just a couple of up the road from, sorry, Shivas, just to make the point that you're making. Just on the same, I didn't see the water really play any effect because two stayed on the higher side. Both of them who were expecting the ball to roll a little bit more right to left, but that just the ball skating straight through. So it doesn't really always play out that way. But then again, I think the subtleties of the greens today and the pin positions are beginning to tell because, yes, like you made the point earlier, there's just not the quantum of scoring that we've seen the last couple. It's not happening today.
No, also what happens, Rahul, is, as the course, as the tournament plays out and as you get to the end of things, the greens do start behaving a little differently because, you're cutting them at a certain length and 11.5 are very, very quick. So there is a little bit of recovery time, and then of course you have them set up in a certain way for the crackdown as well to keep it consistent. So you're right, it could be one of the causes for slightly different behavior. And no, Kalin doesn't hit it enough. That he makes his par. He stays at 13 under par for the tournament. And now we have who has a putt to extend his lead to 3 strokes.
There's also the fact, Shivas, I talked to more than a few of the players yesterday, and I asked, do you really feel comfortable with the pace of the green? They all said, no, they're a little too paced. So you're not really getting an accurate read. Sometimes you feel the way they're putting, they're not really trusting as much as they should or could. Angad, I think, is probably the most sort of obvious example of that today. He's been on and about in regulation to hole, but time and again we've seen him drop shots. Once he gets to the then we're waiting to see what he does with his to extend the lead.
No mistake there. Well done.
Pretty much.
He understands how important that was. That was the most emotion we have him in 3.5 days.
Very, very rare display of emotion. He knows exactly how important that was, and here taking a little bit of a break soon after with this replay of the super putt that puts Udayan Wane in the lead.
Just snuck that in.
An interesting little highlights package there. And we are coming to you live on hole number 14. You can see young Tushar Pannu, the middle of the group, in unmistakably purple t-shirt of his.
And he's got purple socks on as a bit of a fashion icon, and I absolutely love that. The 14th hole, of course, a beast of a par 5, 619 yards. As we can see, the wind is picking up a little bit today. The pin cut right in front on this wonderful hole. 4 yards from the right, and odds on.
Varun Parikh and Tushar Pannu a lot close to the green. In fact, one of them looks like.
I think it's Varun who's actually on the green. He's plenty long off the tee, so
Ajitesh.
he's walking up as a putter. So we don't. That's pretty much the little hint we had that he's the one on the green.
Fairly heavy one. Ajitesh now trying to get onto the dance floor.
Well, it'll be very good if Ajitesh can kind of get birdie here, because that would certainly close things up around for the second place for sure at this stage. Because with Udayan at 16, we are in a long
Currently Sachin and Abhi Lohan are in a tie for third behind Kalin Joshi. Ajitesh is one behind 10 under par. He hasn't dropped a shot, and he has picked up 3, but there's so much of movement going on all that he's, despite no damage to his card whatsoever, he's fairly in arrears as far as the leader is concerned.
Well, that's a nice little pitch he made to the green. Came out of the rough. So it's always very difficult to put control when you're coming out from the longer grass. There's a bit of grass that gets between the grooves on the club face and the golf ball, and that reduces the speed. Some people refer to that as a flyer, some as a jumper, and some as, oh no. Making a nice little pitch at the flag. That is a beauty. Couple of feet away. Very, very good hands. Nice acceleration through that little pitch. Great result. Well done to Char.
Well, Amandeep was just looking at my WhatsApp. My phone has been hacked, and there are messages flying to all corners of the world, saying that I desperately need money. So, and from that's a continuing story as we go through the day. And just to send the message out again, please do not respond. Please do not worry. I'm being very well looked after here in Ahmedabad, and we are into the final stage. The inaugural Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship. Ajitesh Sandhu on your screen right now. Varun Parekh just leaving the picture a little while ago. Ajitesh with round 2 under par 70, 5 under par 67, and level par 72 over the first 3 days. 10 par for the tournament, and currently in 5th place all by himself. Varun Parekh, the Ahmedabad player, has picked up 3 shots against 2 dropped, 2 bogey conceded. He's in a share of 6th place alongside Angad Chima, who's really been battling hard. He's dropped a raft of shots on the front nine, but he's sort of began a turnaround on the last hole of the front nine. And though he has dropped 1 shot in the middle on the line, he has picked up 2. So Angad hanging in there, battling his demons, battling a cold putter, and Ajitesh sending the ball on the way. He spotted beautifully, and that was such an unfortunate example. Ball actually horseshoeing its way out of the cup.
No, that was indeed a very good putt, a very stroke. One would have liked to have seen that find the bottom of the cup. We have a break coming up immediately after the slip out. Ajitesh needs to happen. Varun clearly starting with a 74, which he was, of course, disappointed. Getting it together with his 68 and 69 in round 2 and 3, and of course he's under par. He's 1 under par for the day today in round 4. And that was a very close shot. He knows that was close. That was very close. Taps it in. That was in putt.
To sharpen up.
Tushar's been missing a few, so I would really like to see him, find the bottom of the cup with this one. This one, though, that said, it's a bit shorter than 4 and 5 footers he's been missing. This one doesn't seem more than a couple of feet away.
Taking his time over that putt as he should. He has his father on the bag. Doing fairly well to stay in the hunt with this lead back.
Well done, Tushar. Speaking of that, Rahul, we have a lot of parents of some of the participants who accompany the kids on tour. Of course, they're not your kids, but they're really young adults. And it's great to see that because they are really providing the platform, the environment to keep it stress-free and comfortable for the youngsters. It happens a lot on the boys, the men's tour, the PGTI. Has in equal part also on the WGAI, which is the women's tour. And it's so important, bringing up an athlete, raising an athlete. It's really the effort. It takes a village, as they say. There's so many stakeholders. Mandeep was all inferring. There are so many well-wishers, even at the local golf courses or the home clubs of many of the players who are very generous with their time and resources that they provide the youngsters to go out and play and excel, not really worrying about the financial side of things. And that's really heartening to see in golf and in other sports.
Very true. I mean, on the women's tour, we have Hyderabad is not really a fashionable golf destination, golf center, but you have the India former champion teenager Sneha Singh, daughter of a coach Sanjay Singh. She was being supported by the HC, the Hyderabad HG, for years now. In fact, they pooled together enough money to send her for the qualifying school and immediately thereafter for the HGA qualifying school. So, no shortage of support, like Amandeep was saying, and just again affirmed. When it comes to talent, there's plenty of support from all centers, wherever it be. And it's good to see. This is what this is an expensive sport. All said and done, every sport, of course, is expensive. But golf, just given the sheer amount of travel and now in Russian, we haven't seen very much of him, but he's been making quite progress. He was on a pull early on. Seems to have slipped away somewhat since then. Murphy.
Rashid is certainly a character. He's been a tremendous golfer. He seems to have just gotten a little out of his groove in the last couple of seasons. But it's good to see him playing well. It'll take maybe a tournament or two to see him back to his best, and I hope for that because he's a great talent, no question about it. He sits in 9th place, and a couple of nice holes should do him some favors. Coming back to saying, actually won the All India Ladies Championship, I think, at age 14, and that, I believe, was at the Bombay Princey Golf Club. So I did meet her father, very humble man, very nice person, and Sneha is such a lovely child, very well brought up, and we all wish her the best.
And in fact, just to add, the day she and Hitashi Bakshi, who was last year's Order of Merit winner, Women's Professional Tour, two 15-year-olds battled out. I got a couple of messages that day from people who were watching. He says it's unbelievable how these two 15-year-olds, how hard they fought. And it was a 36-hole match play, and it was decided on the last hole at your side.
I did see a bit of that, and the standard of golf was high, very high. I remember a couple of members thinking it was junior event, which of course it was not. But coming back again to your point about HGA pooling the resources, the members coming together. The same that's happened with Avni Prashant as well, with the KGA. KGA has been very generous, and she is an exception, no question about it. She's played the Augusta National Women's Amateur as well. And I just really wish a whole lot of other clubs do the same and, support their local juniors, because people don't really understand it's very expensive bringing up an athlete. Lessons, travel, tournament, equipment. There's just a lot that goes into it. Shubham Jaglan, again, has been supported by the Golf Foundation, which Amandeep was mentioning, Luthra, who himself is a very accomplished Arjuna awardee, he's a golfer, gold medalist at the Asian national champion a couple of times, good friend. So I really wish clubs would take the lead, those other clubs would take the lead for allow the example to bear fruit in their respective clubs. It's very important.
I'm sure that Shubham, in fact, just to add to your point, Shubham very recently, last week, in fact, or maybe 10 days ago, a collegiate tournament, playing for the University of Florida as he does. And he's, this is, in fact, we were talking about this yesterday. We have two Indian golfers on the PGA Tour full time. Both are winners, have already winners in very young careers. Akshay Bhatia and Sahit Gala, who took very opposite routes professional golf. Akshay opted to drop out of collegiate golf and turn professional as soon as he was legally allowed to. And Sahit went on to complete his with Oklahoma, again the OSU, the Cowboys as they are called, most famous collegiate golf scene. And both of them are exactly in more or less the same spot. So who's to say which is the right decision? Do you carry on with collegiate golf? Do you opt to drop out and go through the grind? Corn Ferry, got his card, moved up, won on the Corn Ferry 2, moved to the PGA Tour, and now being supported full time by an Indian company.
Well, you're right. There are routes to get to the same goal, and there again with athletes, mental, physical maturity, even family values. That a lot of people want a plan B, but in reality, professional athlete success rates. Power to the two boys, to Thikala and Bhatia. And good on Hero Motor Corp for supporting both these boys.
And meanwhile, in front of us, as you see from the road, now pulling away from Kalin Joshi, the gap was 2 strokes when they set out this morning. At 3, Kalin has beaten the pit in the wars the last couple of holes. So there's now a 3-shot cushion. Udayan Mane holds, and we are close. Now we are 1 stroke away from equaling the course record, which is 17 under, and then standing in the name of tournament record, standing in the name of Kalin Joshi, currently in second place on 13 under, and Udayan now certainly in a position to threaten that number, because they still have 6 holes to go the lead group.
Well, what's been going on, we have quietly seen Arjun Prasad, who you will see shortly emerge on the leaderboard at 7th place. He's just made his 4th birdie in a row on the back nine after a 1 over front. He's gone 4 under the back nine and sits at 3 under for the day, having moved to 6 under par. So there's movement happening out there. And we see Kshitij now with call as well, a couple of birdies, and he's moved back into the top 10.
Arjun Prasad, in fact, was one of the 3 who went gunning for the title last week at the JP Greens, and that tournament decided on the 72nd and last hole of the event. The 2 guys out in front were Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad. It was Saptak Talwar who stole it at the literally very last hole, very last putt. So plenty of competition. We've already been this early half of the PGTI season. We witnessed $3 events, 2 Challenge Tour events, DP Tour subsidiary period set up, and of course the National Open, the Indian Open, the DLF Golf and Country Club. And now we are back full time on the PGTI schedule with 3 months to go before we head into the summer break.
So here we are, 14th hole, the par 5, 609 yards, an absolute brute. We have this group which has Yuvraj Sandhu is coming off to back bogeys, happy space. We also have Sachin Baiso, who's in a bit of a tear, and Ahmed Chima. Sachin Baiso running hot in third place. We'll make a birdie here and move up closer to Kalin Joshi. So things certainly hotting up out here. Angad Chima struggling with the putter, but still doing okay. In seventh place at 6 under par. But clearly he's lagging behind, just as is Yuvraj.
But all credit to Angad. He saw his struggles on the front nine, but he somehow hung tough. He pulled one. He dropped 4 shots by the 7th hole, pulled one back on the 9th, pulled a back and dropped another shot on 11 and pulled that on 13. So he's been in the wars, but he's, playing away. But that's what ultimately this is all about. On Live Feed 2.
And we have Live Feed, the other feature group today, of course. That is Varun Parekh, Ajit Nandu, and Tushar Pannu. So Varun, of course, in 6th position, 5th place. But of course, a 3-shot gap between them. Tushar Pannu has dropped off the pace a bit after his double bogey on the 13th hole. Bounced back with a birdie on the 14th, but still a little bit ground lost by him.
Still just on the edge of the top 10. This is very creditable for the young man. And he is already in contention for Rookie of the Year. Early signs are good for him. Like Angad Chima just now with the towel on his shoulder, having a bit of a powwow with Sachin Basoya.
The towel certainly seems to be a big feature of today's game. A couple of holes ago, I saw Sachin walking around looking like a bit of a Arab sheikh. The towel wrapped around his head, the wind was flowing, and I don't blame these guys because either you're going to have to use an umbrella or shield yourself with a towel. It is certainly very warm, dry, and windy out there.
Last year, in fact, when Jeev brought the Champions Tour event to the JP Greens, it was in the month of August, and it was brutal. Though it's a 54-hole tournament, it was terrifying, the heat and the humidity, because that's right in the middle of Delhi's monsoon season. It was brutal, no question. I mean, these boys are using hand towels. Oh, even as we speak, there's been a swing in the story. Then Mane has 2 shots on the par for 13th hole.
As has Kalin Joshi. So the 13th is claiming its wins. And Abhinav Lohan has actually birdied that hole. 3-shot swing right there between them. So Uday now at 14 under. Abhinav second spot at 12 under. Sachin Baisoya at 11, along with Joshi at 11 and Ajitesh at 10. Things have suddenly gotten very, very tight.
I'm telling you, Shivas, this is, it's from the time we have sat down here, there's so much that isn't of last week's happenings at the JP Greens that it's not even funny anymore. This is almost playing out like someone's written a script for it. I mean, sometimes to write scripts like this. Like I just said a little while ago, that event being decided on the 72nd and last hole of the tournament. Are we setting ourselves up for a repeat? Who knows? But the things are trending. The omens are getting more and more. This is getting louder. These swings, 2-swing right, a 3-shot. In fact, when it comes to Abhinav, because he picked up a shot, only his 3rd birdie of the day. In fact, all his gains coming after the turn. The front 9 played steady golf, didn't give anything. Watched the others go up and down around him. Remember, pretty much unchanged in the terms of the group, the lead group. Uday is in front. Abhinav now moving into 2nd place, and Kalin Joshi back into a share of 3rd alongside Sachin. Sachin having just dropped 1 shot against 5 birdies in his rounds. But 13, yes, yesterday the gentleman who drove me around, he said, "Sir, this is one of the toughest holes in the course." And the two guys who were out, and we've both seen them drop 2 shots each on just that hole alone. So, who knows?
No, 13 certainly claiming his victims. You know, as I mentioned yesterday, and I'm not really sure if our viewers were back in 2020. Anirban Lahiri was here, and I watching him play. He was playing with a group of youngsters, young pros, and top amateurs. Friendly shot of a 62, and he had a double bogey on the third hole as a part of that 62. So 13 certainly being the menace and the whole tournament in terms of ripping up scorecards. Yuvraj, in the meantime, coming to grief again, missing a putt from about 1.5 feet. He's really had his moments with his putter, and he's not going to be a very happy camper.
Hi, my name is Amandeep Johal, and I've been given the responsibility of being the CEO of PGTI. I'm here at the Indorama Ventures at the Kalhaar Blues and Greens. You know what? I'm going to introduce you to the powerhouse behind this fantastic tournament, my team at the PGTI. Come join me. This is where the scoring happens. When the players come in finishing the 18 holes of golf, I have this fantastic two gentlemen at the scoring team. They're going to tell you their names.
Hi, my name is Yogen Singh and I'm handling the scoring.
Hi, I'm Shomik Mukhopadhyay and I'm working in the golf operation here.
Wonderful. So this is where the players come and give their scorecards. Let me tell you, you know, it's very important to be at peace when you're signing in your scorecards, because in golf, you are responsible for your scorecard. Your marker may mark your scorecard, but you at the end are responsible. So your player signature is very important. So what these guys do is they first check your score, they read out hole by hole to you, give you the total, and then once you sign and give a thumbs up, that's when the scorecard is counted as given in. And that's what stands. Now let me take you to my media team. I've got Nikhil here. Hi, Nikhil.
Good afternoon, sir. Great to be
Nikhil, Nikhil writes all the reports at PGTI. He takes care of all the media. He's the head of media at PGTI. And the head of social media is...
Hi everybody, my name is Arushi and I handle social media marketing at PGTI.
She's doing such a fantastic job with all the Instagram posts that you guys are enjoying, as well as the Facebook posts, as well as the X posts. Here we are also, this week, what we are doing is, we are trying to get people to come and watch the tournament, and we've got exciting prizes for all kinds of spectators. So we've got this spectator ticket, and there are going to be exciting prizes on the final day for all the spectators. We also have coupons for the Players Lounge. So every week in PGTI, the players are taken care of at the Players Lounge. Now let me take you to this fine gentleman here.
Hi, I'm Vibhav and I look after marketing and partnerships with PGTI, and I try to let the sponsors make the most of our events here.
You know, sponsors is the most important part of professional golf and any sport for that matter. So Vibhav is doing a very important role to ensure that sponsors feel at home. Let me take you to the heart and soul of PGTI.
Hi, this is Jay. I look after the golf operation for PGTI, and it's an honor to working with Amandeep sir. Fantastic gentleman.
Have you seen the t-shirt he's wearing? It's the Masters t-shirt. Augusta National Golf Club. This week is the Masters week, and JP is proudly wearing the Masters t-shirt. Let me take you back to my championship director, the man behind the entire tournament operations, Prabhash Thakur.
Hi, my name is Prabhash Thakur and I'm head of the operations. And it's always a pleasure to work with our CEO and our president also.
He's wearing the lovely Athletic Drive t-shirts, and the Athletic Drive is our sponsors. They are apparel partners of PGTI. I'm going to also take you to our event management team and let them introduce themselves to you.
Hi, I'm Mohit Sharma. We are event manager.
I'm Shravona and we are having a great time with PGTI this week.
Wonderful. They've been here for the last couple of weeks to ensure that everything is working beautifully. The players are getting a great tournament to play. The spectators are getting a great tournament to watch. And the sponsors are getting the time of their lives and getting their money's worth. So signing off here from the Kalhaar Blues and Greens. One final thing that I forgot. I have to show you the beautiful trophy that we are playing for this week. All these players. Look at this. Let me unveil this beautiful trophy. And this has been made by Fraser and Hawes in Delhi. I'm going to hold it. I'm not allowed to hold it, but I'll hold it just to show it to you. This is a beautifully crafted trophy of the Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship 2025. This is the inaugural year of the tournament. And we are very excited for Indorama to be a part of our schedule for the first time, and I hope for a very, very long time. Signing off, this is Amandeep Johal, the CEO of PGTI.
Well, that was awesome. It was lovely to have the PGTI CEO, Amandeep Johal, taking our viewers through the team that actually sits behind the scenes incredibly hard, puts all these wonderful events, packages them, makes the players comfortable, the media, the telecast team, and then, of course, we saw that gorgeous trophy that goes to the winner. Of course, and we're going to figure out who is the one who's going to take that trophy home. And there is Tushar Pannu on the 13th hole, making a nice putt. So good to see young Tushar drop a putt that should get a little spring back into his step. Now on screen, we have Ajitesh Sandhu. Ajitesh at 10 under par in 5th place, 4 shots behind our. He has a lovely clean card today, 3 birdies. No blemishes. So the 13th hole, of course, has been taken all this week. And put at this stage of the event, it's really brought Udayan and Sachin back to the pack. No mistake there from Ajitesh. Solid, nice pace, soft hands, good stroke, dead center of the. We see some of the lovely homes, swimming pools. The one on the center right of our screen seems to be a really gorgeous grand home, big lawns, a big swimming pool. Beautiful. Seen a little bit of history about the hole. It was probably one of the last few holes, the stretch of 13 and 14, that was actually to complete the golf course. So clearly we had the design team and they were saving the best for the last. So as the leader group makes its way to the 14th hole, the par 5, things definitely getting very warm, very hot. Udayan looked like he was running away and with the tournament, threatening the tournament record as well. But now he is hard pressed to just keep himself ahead of the pack. There's very close to the water, if I may add. Not very good in the lie. Rashid, in the meantime, seemed like he was just rushing through that putt. Not a very good effort.
Absolute mess of that one. Touching range, he wants to throw his putter into the water. I think it's.
Oh, that's a bit of a tantrum from Rashid, drops the putter, knocks the bag over.
Young Anshul Kaptial.
Rahul, you seem to know a little bit about Anshul. Could you tell us, tell our viewers a little bit about him?
He's still a teenager. He's now his second year on the PGTI. Fine young man, a very steady young. Plays most of his golf at the Army course in Dholakwa, the IPTA as it's called, and well supported by his dad. He's another one who's that you're talking about a little while earlier about the kind of support the parents and the teams around. In fact, stretching it a little for beyond the parents, players at this level are starting to build teams around themselves. Often you hear them refer to the team. It's not just the parents and the coach and the caddy. It's also some of them have psychologists, some of them have swing coaches, some of them have putting coaches. So there's a lot. As the money gets bigger, you find teams working around the top players. In fact, anybody who aspires to do has to have that sort of support around him. Who then from a slightly difficult position there from under the tree and putting his ball fairly close to the pin.
No, that's an important shot because, Rahul, as you can see, he was not away from the water, a bit of a hanging lie, the tree above him. I'm not really sure if the tree was going to interfere with his lofted wedge shot. And anyway, good for him that he's got the ball there. Clearly working up some beads of sweat. We saw him wiping that off on his sleeve. And, early on the screen, we saw Aryaman Mohan, and that youngster seems to be having a very rough day. He's more par for the day. And he's dropped down to, I think, 27. We're following a tumultuous front nine, which he went around in 6 over. He's actually up 3 over on the back nine as well. So not a very different day today than it was yesterday.
Slightly tricky looking lie for Cullen. Is on the edge of the just outside it, matter of fact. I think the conditions now have started to take a toll because the breeze has picked up. It's now quite strong, and Cullen definitely not really making.
That's very interesting. He tried to actually chip it out of the bunker. He didn't really blast it, and clearly he didn't judge that well, or caught it maybe a shade behind, because he's still about 10 paces off the green.
It was a tough lie. It was half in, half out almost. I think he was half of 1 foot was inside the bunker. So he was also standing off balance and consequently not really making much of that shot. But that's the way the game goes. That's the way you play it as it lies. Cullen Joshi, the man who holds the record anew, which as Shivas predicted this morning will not really be challenged, and the field, I think, proved his words to be quite true. We are now reaching the final 3-4 holes of this event and still some way off that mark.
That's a deft little chip. Well done, Cullen. He's still a feet short, but that's what I think he has left now to clean up for a par. Making himself work very hard, Rahul. It's hard work, and he's not doing himself any favor. And of course, easier said than done when we're closing out tournaments, get tight all around. It's good to see a bunch of spectators out on this lovely, warm Saturday. A lot of local golfers. They've come here. Some are members of the club, and some have actually purchased tickets to come here today as well. And that augurs really well for the interest in the region, in the game.
I think the PGTI gets a little bit by offering, little incentives in the form of lucky draws and so on and so on, to get more people to the course, people out to watch a fine group of golfers, India's best in action in front of them. More than one leader, but still leads by 2. It's actually back to level par for the day. And that ball being really sharply, but not enough.
That really moved a lot, and that
But
keeps
he
him.
was looking for a new break. It headed towards the hole, but not enough as much as he would have wanted. It's staying below the hole.
And Ajitesh Sandhu we see popping up on our score sheet. He made a bogey, unfortunately, on the 15th hole. Now dropped him to 9 under. So he's at 2 under for the day, and it's the first blemish on his scorecard today.
Yes, man on the picture on your screen is the one who's moved into second place. Abhinav Lohan, really his career has picked up a second wind and been around for a long time. I remember the PGTI Players Board as well. And the win last year he broke a very long wait for him. And since then he's been a different player. He's completely, he's become a threat. And at the moment he is still very much a live threat as far as this is concerned. To putt from the edge of the green. Abhinav Lohan up to 12 under. On the one in the 15, in fact, has no blemishes on his card. He's bogey free so far after 13 holes completed.
Arjun Prasad, of course, the big mover. 4 birdies in his last 4 holes. Now he's in the 12, 13, 14, and 15, and he's moved up into the top 10 at 8th at 6 under par.
And Shivas, even as you were speaking, Abhinav's ball just shaved. Wow, he just shaved the cup as it went past.
So live feed 1, hole number 14, and live feed 2 is hole number 16. This, of course, a tough, tricky little par 3. Well, I would little. It's about 203 yards as per the scorecard. Probably playing at about 195 today because the pin has just cut 6 paces on. It has water in front, a steep embankment, slopes heavily from left to right. And Ajitesh Sandhu seems to have some. I do hope that his ball is dry.
I think he's called for a rules official. They're ruling because his caddy's just given him the driver. He's looking to be probably taking drop perilously close to the edge of the water.
No, I believe that's a penalty drop because the ball may have pitched on the slope and then rolled back down because he's clearly missed that to the left because the flag is 6 paces on and also 6 paces from the left. So he's clearly got the flag and yanked it left.
He has his caddy ding behind. When he'll drop the ball, he'll drop it twice. And the spot where it drops for the second time is where he will play from. Playing forward short leg on this occasion, right next to the bat, so to say, and stopping the ball from rolling into the water.
And of course, while the drama plays out on hole number 16, we see a bunch of spectators braving the heat. They've got umbrellas, their backpacks probably with some soft drinks.
We are on hole 16. We just need to take a penalty drop from the edge of the water. And the other members group waiting to play their shots. Tushar Pannu coming out of the 203-yard par 3, and this is an encouraging sight, like Shivas was just referring. A growing number of spectators now following the action as it reaches its final stages at this inaugural 2 crore rupee Indorama Ventures Golf Championship 2025. At not just the picturesque, but to the testing Kalhaar blues and greens, the field really stretched to keep scores down. The man on center of your picture, Ajitesh Sandhu, who was till the last hole had on his card, was bogey free, dropped a shot before this one and finds himself in further trouble on the very next hole.
And this is definitely a tricky little pitch shot because he hit it up this, and it feeds away, and dare I say, the pin itself is just cut 6 yards on. So definitely, Ajitesh has his work cut out.
He will make sure the ball doesn't run too far away from the pin, which is very close. Like you said, he probably went flag hunting on this occasion.
That's a nice little pitch shot, but
He actually,
going by.
he almost jarred it. This is a pretty good effort.
It was indeed a very good effort, but as we see, it's such a severe slope from left to right, back to front. That was, not an easy task at all.
Tushar Pannu also not a happy bunny at all. He cleared out land, didn't make much of it. Varun Parekh, the local boy, is the only one who's waiting on the surface for the others to go through with their routine. Udayan Mane now.
He's made another double bogey, Udayan Mane. He's dropped. He's on the 14th.
He's now tied.
Tied with Abhinav Han. My God.
I'm telling you, Shivas, from the day, right from the morning, I've had this very nasty feeling that, we're going to head for a reprise of what we saw last week at JB Greens, and here we are. 2 consecutive bogeys from Udayan. He's now 2 over for the day. Abhinav and he now share the lead.
Oh boy, that really tightened things up. We have Abhinav Lohan sharing the now with Uday and Mane. Both of them are at 12 under par. Sachin Aisoya and Kalin Joshi just 1-9 at 11 under apiece.
I love this. I love this. I love this. This is what we really look for. Seeing. No one wants to see somebody running away with a 5, 7, 6 shot cushion at the end of the day.
Well, that's I like people who win championships. I don't like to see them make double bogeys and give them away. Yeah, so that's something that is a bit it's a bit scarring. I do want better golf to prevail rather than mistakes.
But at the same time, everyone's playing the same course, so it's up to you how to make the best of your round. And this is again when the pointy end of the spear is so close to you. That's when things get hairy, so to say, interesting. And
well, speaking of hairy and interesting, the 10th hole between Pannu and Sandhu is also becoming they're butchering this hole, really, put very plainly. There's both of them 6 feet away, putting for bogey and looking at double bogey should they miss it. There's a lot going on here. So this is a aerial shot of the 6th hole. You see there's a beautiful beach bunker and embankment on the left side that we were referencing, Rahul. Obviously, we don't see the movement from left to front to back, but really the top left portion of the green is, I think, where Ajitesh came to grief, and the bunker in the front of this Ajitesh, sorry, I beg your pardon, Tushar probably wanted to hit center, but they nudged right.
203 yards is what they're playing for today. Yeah, I think it's now starting to bear its fangs. Either that or as a function of the occasion getting to the players. It should not be, because these are vastly experienced players, particularly the 2 men who set out in front. At the same time, it's yet another experienced head who now finds himself in a tie for the lead. So are we heading for a playoff? Who knows? But certainly things are starting to get really, really warm. And I'm not just about the temperature that the players are playing in.
Ajitesh, of course, we saw him green making his bogey. That was a very solid 4-5 footer for bogey to keep him right there. I would away quite lightly. Now we have Tushar Pannu. That's what he's got left for me. Tushar has dropped significantly down the leaderboard in 13th place. And sits at 2 under. Good. Should he make this putt, take him further down to 1 under and probably a couple of spots down the leaderboard. But it's really crazy what's happening at the top of the leaderboard. Back to bogeys from our night leader, and he was cruising along great at 2 under for the day. 3 shots ahead, and now he's literally tied for the lead. So he will start all over again.
I think it's really Udayan has reset completely, reboot, so to say, and then virtually look at the last holes as. Oh.
And Tushar Panu makes a double bogey there. He's really struggled with the putter today. I feel for this young man.
Little down the order, Shivas, Arjun Prasad on a charge, four birdies in a row. It's propelled him up into the top 10. He's now in a share of 7th place alongside Angad Chima, who's also had his share of struggles with the short stick.
Warren Parik there, tapping in, making no mistake. And Warren Parik, of course, sitting at 7 under par, 6th place. Things are getting pretty crazy amongst at the top end, the top 4, just one shot separating them.
Only 6 men in the top 10. Back with the live action, and as we saw, even in the players, all eyes were on the large screen that has been set up there. Everyone is now really keeping a very close eye on proceedings, as there's a fair amount of movement up and down the leaderboard now. And in the top 10, there are only 6 players who are actually under par for the day. Everybody is either par or over.
No, you're absolutely right. Things are getting very chaotic up there. And, here we are, actually from the 16th hole. This is the group that has Yuvraj, Sandhu, Angachi, and Sachin Baisoya. And really, Sachin Baisoya is in the mix here. It'll be very interesting to see what he does off the tee. We have Yuvraj right now, sending one at the green. That's a couple of great shots. Well, 3 of them. Wow. That's nice. Smart play.
Great little grouping there, but this will still leave them all with a fairly tricky putt.
Well, it's going to left. It's going downhill. But I tell you that, those are 3 set tee shots. And particularly coming from Sachin, he's probably going to leave the heavy lifting for the next 2 par 4 holes. And here he's just, kept it simple, kept it straight, kept it down the middle.
Tushar Panu now standing on the penultimate hole. 449 yards for long par 4.
And it's a big carry over the water.
And a long carry over the water. Wow.
Well, there you saw it. Carried the water by about 15 yards. This one is big. You just have to absolutely hit hard.
Many would be a par 5. 450 yards. That's a massive.
You will recall that we were talking about the 6th hole, which is again on this course. It's a 525-yard par 4. It is okay. There's a bit of downhill, but there's also a bit of head breeze. So it's, this course is truly a an international course. And as we were having a conversation yesterday, it really exposes Indorama, and you have to be on the top of your game to get through this. Also, you have to have a fair amount of international playing experience because this really sets a beautiful international track.
Group of screens right now.
It's Chima, Baisoya, and Yuvraj.
All together on the green. Pretty much equal distance from the flag, and it'll be interesting to see how they go. His ball seems to be the furthest. The other two looking on to see which way his ball goes. They'll give them a read at the degree of swing towards the water this screen will provide. Like Shiva said, it's going to go right to left, sloping down towards the water. Green has a bit of a fringe protecting the ball, but that will not come into play as far as these guys are concerned. They're good. Very good.
Well, it's kind of helpful to Sachin that one of the other boys goes first. I'm not really sure, but I see Yuvraj placing his ball. So, because they're all generally in the same spot, about a couple of feet, 3 feet, 4 feet apart. So certainly watching the pace and the turn would be very, very helpful to Sachin. Yuvraj with rounds of 69, 78, at 2 under for the tournament. Well, that's largely also because 5 over par today. Today has not been a very happy day for Yuvraj.
Kept it too low.
Definitely the break on that one. We saw Varun Parekh also putting from a very similar spot about 10 minutes ago. Very similar result. So definitely this helping Sachin, I would say, Rahul.
So his angle is slightly steeper, looks Shivas.
No, it certainly is, but he definitely gets a sense of what speed one is going to.
He's trying to make sure that the putting surface is as level as possible. He's the one closest to the lead. He has the most at stake actually in this group. He's just one shot behind the lead, Avinav Lohan and Udayan Mane on 12 under par.
He's also, I think, got the best round of the day going so far at 4 under for the day.
Avinav is 3 under, Udayan Mane 2 over, Kaling 1 over.
A better effort. He learned a bit, but still short-sighted himself.
Probably the pace did him because, but then again, you do not want to let the ball run too far beyond the pin, given the fact that it's slow way all the way down to the edge. But yeah, he would have definitely wanted more. This was a good chance for him to, actually catch up. But
certainly a good effort, certainly a good putt. A tap and par. No harm done.
And he's got 2 holes to do whatever he can. Join the lead. The pair in the lead now. The Faridabad Tour Senior. One is Udayan Mane. Started off the day in the lead by 2. Has gradually lost ground. The back 9 actually proving to be very, very costly for Udayan. 2 double bogeys in a row coming to their next hole.
Now we have Angad Chima. He's had his playing partners give him some idea how we'll make this. Looks like he's left it on the low side as well. That seems to be a bit of a pattern. Well, he's had a 72, a 66, and a 70 in his previous 3 rounds. He's at 2 over par. Clearly, he's not very happy. A couple of holes left for him to get the round done.
This is at the same, even a top 10 finish here, Shivas, will be very lucrative for finishing in that bracket because the payout is so heavy and so large that all of them are going to make good moves up the order of merit.
So now we're at hole number 17, the par 4, with the big carry over the water. And I was just checking the temperature gauge. We're up to 38 degrees now. So it is certainly warming up. 1 in the afternoon and 38 degrees on the mercury.
Or on his second shot.
Oh, that's a great second shot.
It's two good shots in a. You're one player on the dance floor. Pretty much, it is actually closer than Varun's ball.
Well, they're all making their way up to the green, so this hole certainly, it's a long hole, it's a brutal hole. Moves slightly right to left. We don't really see that on the picture screen, but the tree line lining the left side of this fairway does protrude a bit.
I am chemistry. I am indispensable in your life. Indorama Ventures, producing indispensable chemistry that touches billions of lives every day.
So here we are back on the 17th green. We see Panu. I think, Rahul, that answers your question. That's Tushar, who's walking up to the ball. That's the close. Varun, of course, not too far away either.
Ajitesh seems to be well left. We couldn't see the ball because of the little rise that you can really see Ajitesh's feet actually until he comes to the...
Well, Ajitesh actually again has a power. It's probably across the green on the other side, Rahul, as you rightly said. So we don't see the ball, but he's going to be putting. But he's a long ways away. And that green moves left to right. So there is going to be some speed on that. And now we have our colleague, Nikhil. Please welcome Nikhil.
Good afternoon, viewers. We are here at the Players Lounge, brought to you by Victorious Choice here at Kalhaar Blues and Greens. And there's been a dramatic twist to the tale today. We didn't expect such a close contest, but now we could be heading for a playoff as it's tied at the top between Udayan Mane and Abhinav Lohan. And we also have Sachin Besoya in the contest. Now we'll just go across to some of our golfers sitting here. We've got all the Punjabi boys here. Let's ask them who they think would come through as the champion.
Well, it's really hard to say. The last few holes are like quite tight holes, so it's hard to predict.
Well, Brashwarpal not sure here. We move on to Pukhraj.
Yes, I still think that Mane has a slight edge given that he's played this golf course innumerable times now and he's very good at closing out. But Lohan is also in the mix since he's always up there, very consistent. So should be an exciting one.
Let's move to one of the prominent lefties on the tour, Jairaj.
I mean, for me, I think whoever plays the best should win. Yeah.
I think any one of the three players can take it. The closing holes are tricky holes, so players just have to hang in there. We could be heading for a three-way playoff also. I wouldn't be surprised by that outcome.
So we'll move on to the next table, and we've got some more players here. We've got Manu Gandas. Manu, your thoughts on what will unfold?
So I think Abhinav's been in good form, and Udyan's sort of a local lad here, so it'll be interesting to see who sort of peeps out and comes out.
Okay, so we still have a tie as far as all the players are concerned. Moving on to Aman Raj.
Yeah, same. Abhinav and Mane. I think Mane has the slightly upper hand because it's his home course and he has won here before. So I'll go with Mane.
Next is M. Dharma. Dharma, your thoughts? Who do you think is going to come through as the winner?
I think it's a tough decision. It's going to be playoff, I think. It's going to be playoff.
We move to another table and we have our former Order of Merit champion here, Om Prakash Chauhan. Om Prakash, आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीतने वाला है?
मुझे लगता है कि आई थिंक मनु और उद्यान दोनों हैं, बट थोड़ा सा जो ये लग रहा है मुझे कि पीछे से सचिन भी आ सकता है, क्योंकि एक शॉट की लीड है और सचिन एक ग्रुप आगे खेल रहा है, इसलिए तो आई थिंक बेसिकली सचिन आए तो बेसिकली 3 लोगों का प्ले ऑफ देखने में अच्छा लगेगा.
So that's it from the players. The majority opinion is that it's going to be a playoff, and it could be anyone between Udayan, Sachin, and Abhinav. It's back in the comp box.
Well, here we are back with live action. The 16th tee, the par 5, the leader group. Udayan at 12 under by 1 over Sachin Paisoya and Abhinav Lohan and Kalishi. So it's really getting very tight here.
Here's Abhinav actually dropping his first shot of the day, and that's taken him out of the lead. So then Mane is back. There's a lot of this yo-yoing continuing through this afternoon, and Abhinav briefly held a share of the lead. That's on camera 1, and on 2 you have Tushar Pannu.
And Varun Parekh. And of course Ajitesh Sandhu. So that's Tushar Pannu making his butt. We saw that he hit it very tight. And in the meantime, on live feed number 1,
Looks like Cullen left his ball in the bunker.
we show this in the bunker or on the bank in front.
It did jump.
It did. So, but it could have, of course, rolled back. We wouldn't really know. But
Tushar Pannu 17, just narrowly missing out.
This youngster's been with his putter all day. He just doesn't seem to be able to get anything going. Varun, it seems, also in the meantime has missed his birdie attempt because he's standing on the other side with the ball obviously having run through. And on the screen, our screen live feed 1, Udayan Mane on the 16th. So things clearly up here at the Indorama Ventures Golf Championship 2025.
Varun Parekh putting to clean up. Live feed 1. Then Mane back in the lead now on the joint of lead, having dropped a shot on the previous hole on the par 4 15th.
That was just of the clearly things are getting very tight, and there are some errors being made by others now. And Udayan seems to have, oh boy, hit that really. That's shot. Well done, Udayan. And that's, of course, the favorite spot, Rahul. That's from where seeing most of the guys putting today.
And in the previous group, actually, no one made the putt from there. So we all saw the ball break right to left. As the ball ran out of momentum, it just cut further and further. But yeah, still Udayan has left with a good chance. And now remains to be seen what, till recently and very briefly, the co-leader Abhinav Lohan of Faridabad has to offer. Looks like he's on the play safe route, keeping the ball well to the right.
But that's not a good shot at all. It looked like he shoved that completely right. And he's going to have his work cut out now to save par.
He and Cullen are almost identically placed. But the only thing you can say for sure at this point of time is that the tournament record is not going to be bothered.
Oh, for sure.
That's the only thing you can say for sure. The way things are yo-yoing, and good to see an ever-growing crowd following the lead group. The numbers gradually swelling as we come to the pointy end of the tournament, into the final 3 holes. This is the par 3 16th.
A bunch of buggies following the leaders around. And I did see my good friend Shah in one of the buggies. He's a tremendous golfer himself, extremely passionate about this course, puts in a lot of work with his team at the course to ensure that it's at absolutely pristine condition. We joke that he's half a greenkeeping superintendent himself. But this is one of his labors of love. We love him for what he does.
Yuvraj Sandhu just finishing just maybe a foot off the green.
Yep, that's the 17th green. Slopes left to right. By Soya, Yuvraj Sandhu, and Angad Chima.
Sachin Basoya, in fact, one of three tied for seconds alongside Abhinav Lohan and Kalin Joshi. Ajitesh Sandhu really, after such a smooth ride for the first 50, has dropped 2 shots in his three holes. Now 15, 16. He managed to par 17. Now he's walking to the 18th hole, and he's in the top 5. Ajit is going along really steadily, playing some good, solid golf. Of course, had its say in his progress.
Well, clearly, he erred on the 5th and the 16th, and, those have cost him. But, the reality is that that's been happening with the rest of the field as well. 16th, but in particular, I thought was a very good ball, given that he hit his tee ball into the water, yanked it left, went over the side, just past the flag, and made a difficult chip and a very solid putt coming back. Now, Raj, who's also given away a few strokes to par today. Five over for the day, started the day at 7 under, now currently sits at 2 under. He's dropped out of 10. He's in 12th place. The big mover, of course, being Sachin Basoya for the day and comfortably
Striking 1 shot behind our event leader, who then has actually led or various points from day 2 onwards. Sachin, we're having a long conversation with his caddy.
And in the meantime, Arjun Prasad has finished his round with a birdie on the 18th, bringing in a 4 under par on the inward 9. So solid round for the day. And he's moved up to 7th at 6 under par. So, of course, Arjun not threatening for the title, but certainly a good back 9. Live feed 1 is 17th hole, where we have the group of Angad Chima, Yuvraj Sandhu, Sachin Basoya. And live feed 2 is our leader group, which is Udayan Mane, Kalin Joshi, and Abhinav Lohan.
Actually playing that out very well. He was really in an awkward spot. I think it was between the bank and the start of the bunker. It really punched me out of trouble, and really good result on this par 3. Live feed 1. Nice little chip there.
And he's made that, Angad Chima. He's been struggling with the putter, so you know what? He decided that he doesn't need to putt anymore. Well done, Angad. That's a big birdie
You
for
have
you.
to admire this man. He really hung in there. He had such a lot of trouble with the putter on the front 9. Battled his the fact that his putter had gone cold, stone cold on him, but just hung in. Brave effort. Well done.
And with that birdie, he joins Varun Parekh 7 under in 6th place.
They are also in a very similar spot to where Kalin played out of, and with a similar result. Udayan now with a chance to again open up a bit of a gap. He's the only one birdie putt on this hole.
That's right. Lohan still has a prick 4 feet, which we of course saw on live feed 2. And in the meantime, on live feed 1, we saw Sachin birdie putt a couple of feet, maybe 3 feet by. It was a good effort. So things are definitely right now favoring Udayan. He has a birdie opportunity, and if we make this one, it's going to be a very handy birdie at a very opportune time, if I may add.
Again, like we saw, the No, from a very similar position. No one even really threatened the hole, but with you, Ryan has really taken his time over this read. So he's got it right now in a very shortly. On live feed one, Yuvraj Sangh to close out 17th hole.
Then makes his putt. No, he does exactly that. So Udayan taps in, he makes par. You taps in and walks off the green. So Udayan still firmly a shot in the lead, pending, of course, Lohan having to make his 4-footer and Baisoya having to make his 2.
There is two closest challengers at the moment.
But both, of course, are putting to save par. Baisoya safely in. So Baisoya remains one behind.
Very important putt for Abhinav Lohan here. He has to make this to keep the pressure on Udayan Mane. Rounds of 66, 73 and 68 so far. Man from Faridabad.
Oh boy, that is going to hurt. He is disappointed. It was important for him to stay in the front. That drops him 2 behind the leader now.
Kalin Joshi in almost identical situation, position, but almost identical situation. So one behind the leader, he also is putting to save par. The 77 under 65 on the second day, 69 on day 3. Now this, again, like the previous from Abhinav Lohan, is very, very important, both for Kalin Joshi as well as Udayan Mane. Will it be a cushion? Will the gap stay the same? He's fidgeting.
No mistake there. Well done, Cullen. So now we get down to the last couple of holes, having fallen 2 behind. Sachin with 1 to play, 1 behind. Cullen, 2 to play, 1 behind. So here we are on day 4 of the Indorama Ventures Open Championship. We have with us a very special guest, Johan. He's here from the US. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Great to be here.
So Joe's here from the US. He played the Monday qualifier. He's been playing golf for several amount of years, some collegiate golf as well. So Joe, tell us a little bit about yourself and the reason you decided to come down to India and play the PGTI.
So I decided to come to India because in college I had a chance to come to India for about a month, and that is, I wasn't able to because I decided to play tournaments in the States, and I regret not coming. So I said the next time I have this opportunity, I am absolutely going to say yes. And when I found out about the tour, it was just an automatic decision to come. And it turns out the tour is one of the best tours out there, and I'm so grateful to be here.
Well, that's wonderful, Joe. And, you know, the amount of different cultures, different people. India's a vast country. So tell us a little bit about your favorite golf course, your favorite state, and your favorite caddy.
Favorite state in India? Well, I have to say my favorite golf course is Kalhaar. I love Kalhaar. Everything about it. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. And I think my favorite state has also been probably Ahmedabad. I really like Ahmedabad. Food's great here. I like the veg options, and just I have some really good friends here that I've met from the tour. And again, this golf course is it's as good as it gets.
And what about communication? are back to live action. That we had Johan, a young touring professional from the US, very happy to be in India. So here we are at the 17th, the brutal par 4, big carry over the water, and we have Kalin Joshi ready to send it. Oh, that's a big blow. That was, and look at that. I mean, he's pumped. He has sent that up the slope. That's amongst one of the longest drives we've seen, Rahul.
Yes, for sure. Not many people came across that rise in the middle of the fairway. Live feed 2, Yuvraj Sandhu on his final hole of what has proven to be a testing day for this young man from Chandigarh. Won the opening 2 events of the PGA schedule. And he would want to make sure that he at least finishes on a good note over here. Lots of points and lots of money to play for. This is a 2 crore event, which means that the winner's check is a hefty 3 million rupees, 30 lakh, whichever way you are the same. The result in the bank is the same. 20 lakhs up for grabs for the finish. Second, at the moment, there is a tie. Two-way tie between Sachin Basoya and Joe. Abhinav Lohan double bogeying the 16th. That's probably fatal for his title hopes. He's all the way down to 9 under for the tournament.
Yeah, that's effectively ended his chances because now he's 3 behind, or then each behind Sachin and Kalin. And it's amazing how once we get to the business end of a tournament, things start happening.
You just have to feel for Abhinav because he was playing so well. All 9 parts on front, his opening 9 holes. Picked up 3 shots over the next 4 holes.
And he's 3 back in the last 2 holes.
3 back right there. Up on your screens, you have the leaderboard as it stands now. Then Mane on 12 under par. At the top of the leaderboard, as he's been from the end of day 2, Sachin Basoya, Kalin Joshi, 1 shot behind. And Abhinav Lohan just having given away 3 shots in his last 2 holes. Ajitya Sandhu is hole 5th. And local boy Varun Parekh and Angad Chima sharing 6th place. Oh, who's it from?
That's hole number 18, and that's Pannu. Today on the 18th hole, the flag has been cut just 4 yards from the right side and 17, pretty much in the center of the green. That's a fairly flat area, but this flag certainly brings the water into play. And there you have Ajitya Sandhu. The 2 bogeys, hole number 16 and hole number 15 are certainly going to be, come to haunt him.
They would have stung for sure. He was playing such, both of them were playing such steady golf. And then all of a sudden in the closing 4, the challenges have just fallen apart. They're too far behind now. The consequence difference too.
They're mainly playing for positions, which of course again is important from the fund perspective. But they effectively took themselves out of contention. This one is going to be a pretty quick putt. Nope. I believe that just lipped because it veered a little left after it passed.
Marginally on the high side. You would have thought it would break more towards the water, but not at all. It just went skipped straight. But will end
That's
in the top 5 almost certainly.
That's Tushar, Varun, Ajitesh finding their way off the final green. And that clears the opener group, which has Yuvraj, Angad and Sachin. And this is a big hole for Sachin because Sachin is one behind. He's swinging well.
And this is the lead group in front of you on your screens. Then Mane on the right and blue shot probably be the first to hit. Kalin Joshi launched a monster drive.
Kalhaar, you're right, absolutely unleashed a monster there.
You see the effort from all this. He almost hit a Scottish Scheffler kind of a shot. Went skipping sideways. He finished with that. But it was a good one.
And that's there. That's a very important shot. Seems to be have hit it to the green. Safe.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
That is solid. And Angad Chima has he put in the water because he's let go of the club, and that is not a good sign.
Definitely
Drops
looks
his head.
like that. Definitely looks like that. And even the fact that he's just coming off a birdie, he'll be disappointed with this for sure.
And now you have Sachin by Soya. This is a very important shot. Let's see what Sachin does with this one. He's there on live feed 2 and Cullen on live feed 1. Sachin acknowledging a clap from the crowd, the spectators, so clearly he's safe. And Cullen hits as well, center green, but a little bit short. He's going to have to come off that slope, and the ball is going to pick up pace as it gets off the slope. You see the difference in the darker grass, the darker green and the lighter green. So that's where there's a ridge and it's going to just come back.
I think we just saw a replay on feed of Angad's second shot. Oh, that was Yuvraj.
That's Yuvraj.
Once again, flood water. He's found himself wet more than once today. He's had to take booze once. He's played from the edge of the water like 3 times. And probably 2 balls like they're in the water or close to it, because Angad also threw his club away in disgust after hitting his show.
So you really, what I'm really looking at here is that Sachin has given himself an opportunity to make the putt. I think that's really what he needed to do. Get the ball up there, give himself an opportunity, and wait for the other guys behind to win it or make a mistake.
True.
Well, Udayan certainly having hit a very conservative second shot, trying to preserve lead.
Man on his now, one who actually even for a very time held the lead alongside Udayan Mane till 1 bogey and 1 double bogey, sort of pretty much scrubbed out his chances. He's now 3 off the pace on 9 under par, 1 level par for the day. Udayan 2 over for the day, but still 1 shot in the lead. That's the way things have oscillated today. Really, fortunes flying all over the place. And Sachin Basoya on 11 under par, 4 under for the day. And Kalhaar are now left as the closest challengers to Udayan. Sachin, of course, group ahead of this. This is the lead group. Sachin is already on 18. Kalin Joshi, the other man who's sharing second place on 11, 1 behind Udayan Mane. He too is over par for the day. Udayan is 2 over par. Kalin Joshi 1 over for the day.
It must be said, Rahul, that after the debacle of the double bogey and he has somehow still managed to hang in there, stringing par after par after par. He's grinding out, he's made them downs, but he's in there. And let's just see how things play out now on the 18th hole. We have Angad Chima. Well, he's lucky to Is he taking a drop? Not sure. But in the meantime, Kalin Joshi on live one. This is something that's lovely that the production team is doing, because we and the viewers get to see on both holes simultaneously. So kudos to the production team. Can team take a bow? This is great stuff.
Colin putting for birdie. Longest putt.
Way to leave show a very conservative putt.
Change in the cut of the grass that you pointed out. She was the top on the light side that you just mentioned a while ago. That's probably had a bit of to play. And what happened with the result of that putt?
Well, there's a bit of drama on live feed number 2. Looks like Chima's ball is wet and he's taken a drop, and we had one of the referees there just sizing up the spot where he had to take a drop, not close at hole.
I think in the meantime, Yuvraj doesn't want too much time longer on the course. He's going his putt. Even as Angad decides what to do next. Pretty good effort. Oh my goodness.
That pretty much sums up Yuvraj's day. He has just missed so many putts. He's made some good ones. They still haven't found
He's
the
really
cup.
made some good ones and really made some really indifferent ones. Abhinav now with his putt.
And that's a good effort. That's a good effort. A little bit on the high side. A couple of feet past. But that was a good effort. And now, of course, Udayan getting ready to make his birdie. And in one live feed to an all-important birdie effort from Sachin Baisoya coming up. This is a very, very big putt for Sachin. So we have Udayan there making his effort to build a 2-shot lead. He's seen 2 putts come down off the albeit from angle, but he has a very good idea what to do with this one. And that's a good looking putt. No, he's not given it.
Like to Angad, having taken a penalty for his ball going into the water, pops the ball up to within couple of feet of the flag.
And I believe that for a 5. Angad will be having to make that putt for a bogey. So all eyes now on Cullen and Baisoya. Both these gentlemen tied at 11 under. Cullen putting to stay at 11 under, and Sachin putting to get to 12 under.
Good to see the action being played out simultaneously. Shivas, like you pointed correctly, is keeping the tempo of the game up for our viewers as well. Now we have a large audience in the form of terrestrial broadcasters, Doordarshan, DD Sports, also carrying live pictures of this tournament. So, large reach, people are watching. This is what professional golf is all about. High tension, high pressure, difficult courses, tough conditions, but these young men.
And Sin has missed that to the right. So he ends his game at 11 under pretty much. And Cullen makes no mistake there. So this is where we are at. Sachin Baisoya, clubhouse leader, 11 under par. And then 1 ahead with 1 hole to play. And Cullen pursuing with an opportunity to catch or overtake Udayan.
So essentially we are back to where we were at the end of 36 holes. Udayan Mane and Kalin Joshi. Only thing we've added a third form of Sachin Baisoya, who's forced him into the equation, picking up 5 shots in the day, giving away 1 to finish on 4 under par, and probably was, I think, by at least 1 shot the best round of the day. Varun Parik finishing on 3 under par for the day, as did Arjun Prasad. Four birdies in his last 8 holes, or 7 holes in fact. So to go with rounds of 16, 75 and 69, another 69 today for Arjun Prasad. He finishes on 6 under par. He plays.
No, and a good word about Varun Parik as well. He's put together a solid 3 under round, birding his last hole as well.
Yep.
He's moved up to 5th place on the leaderboard under par. Well, Varun wouldn't be too happy about his first round showing a 74, which is a 2 over, because as things have turned out,
That would have been that much closer to the top 2 or top 3. But
absolutely,
as it plays out, maybe it would have still been too far, because our leader Udayan Mane is 4 shots ahead of Varun Parik, the boy having turned 27 yesterday. As he did yesterday with a birdie on 18, he's finished birdie on 18 today as well. Dropped a shot to back 9, but he picked up 3 thereafter. So he would be happy. Top 5 finished him very much in contention in the PGTI Order of Merit. This is the hefty takings from here. And we'll be back with you shortly.
I am chemistry. I am indispensable in your life. Indorama Ventures, producing indispensable chemistry that touches billions of lives every day.
and here we are back live with the leader group on the 18th hole. As you saw on screen prior to the commercial break, it was a fairly long walk from the 17th green to the 18th tee. And that is something which of our viewers who've never been to Kalhaar need to appreciate, that not only is it a 7,500 yard golf course, because of it being designed, an integrated design which has homes overlooking exclusive holes and separate fairways, a fairly long walk sometimes from one green to the next tee. So here we have it, Cullen, right off.
Interestingly, he still has the honors, because Udayan Mane he double bogeyed in a row, which Cullen parred. So the honor stays with Cullen. And then this is tee shot into the bunker on the fairway bunker on the right.
And that's going to be making his second shot a whole lot more difficult, Rahul, because now he has, it largely depends a lot on the lie that he's going to have in that bunker, the beach bunker, and then he has to all the way over to a tight pin that is cut just 4 yards from the right, which is really just about 4 in water.
Then I think opting for the sensible approach, he has a driving iron in hand, not taking too many chances at any of the bigger clubs. He had a driving iron as well in his hand.
Yes, but he hit that a bit right. Then 2 from the right side of the fairway. And
Great camera work, keeping the ball center of your frame all the way down as it went down the fairway.
That was a great shot. It's favored the right side of the fairway, and it is exactly where he would have wanted to place it.
True.
Happy. And that's Lohan with the fairway metal. And he seems gone a bit down the left side of the fairway. That's right. But safely back, floating down from the shore of the side of the fairway. I think we're okay there.
Joshi actually has left. Sorry, he left himself a bit of work to do. But then Mane, our leader, as he's been from end of day 2, one ahead of the field. That's two-way tie for second place between Sachin Basoya, who's finished his round, clubhouse leader on 11 under par, and Kalin Joshi 11 under par. He and Udayan Mane in fact set off 1 and 2 this morning. Sachin Basoya joined the party.
And of course, we see our leaders making their way to their tee shots. The good rounds for today, we spoke about Varun at 3 under and Arjun Prasad. But we also have Badal Hussain from Bangladesh, who's also brought in a 3 under today. Very effort. And other than that, we see
pretty much everybody else
is over par, well over par. So not too many people under par. I mean, it's just
Sixes
a handful.
and sevens, and handful of people under par. That's right.
So giving them the honorable mentions. You've got Mohammad Azhar, who's shot a 2 under today. Ahead of that,
Shamim Khan also, I think, did. No, I don't know. Pawan Kumar 2 under. Mohammad Azhar 2 under. And there's a fairly large gap, the leaderboard thereafter.
and then we see, okay, Subhash Tamang, Nepal, he's got a solid 2 under, not Subhash. And that's pretty much it, with Ajitesh also 1 under, barring of course the 3. So that's just really 6 or 7 apart today. Actual carnage.
Tells us, how from what we see on us is not necessarily what is evident on the course. And fairly toll extracted from the field, which we were expecting to see scores go a little lower than they actually have. 12 under remains the lead score, which is 2 less than what it was when we set out this morning. 14 under was then Mane's count after 54 holes. It is now dropped to 12 under. That is which to the field. And Kalin Joshi to the right in the beach.
So, evaluating really where we are at, the camera angle, Udayan's definitely in the drive. He's hit it absolutely dead solid, perfect.
This is some great work, Shivas. It gives our viewers an exact idea of what the two leaders, Udayan Mane safely on the fairway, Kalin Joshi.
Rahul is actually very lucky. He's not very far from the water, let me tell you that. He's 10 yards from the brink of the water. So definitely he's lucky. I just say he's lucky. Abhinav, of course, having hit a fairway metal, tucked it left, furthest away, going first. Then the drama shall unfold.
Again, some nifty camera work there, keeping the ball center of the frame all the way from the time Lohan hit it and the ball deciding to roll back.
No, that's a good shot, center green. And you're right about the camera work. White ball against a clear white sky. Great work by the camera team.
And they've been consistently, they've kept the ball in the frame all the way. Hazy day, so there's a lot of white background on occasion. Udayan Mane is next. With his second shot.
Yeah, this is a very important swing. Good tempo, seems to be on the left half of the green. Safely done. That's what he needed to do, and he's done exactly that. And now it's really down to Cullen, where he sits to really force the pace. Udayan's done his job, and now it's really left to Cullen. He has to.
Sachin Basoya, round of the day on a par. 1 drop shot against 5 birdies is your clubhouse leader. And Kalin Joshi is the other person who's closest to the leader, who then one shot behind and in a spot of bother.
Seemed like a nice clean strike.
Clean strike.
Oh, that was an absolute beauty. But the ball seems away. It's going to stop there, and he's probably about 30, 35 feet left to make a 2 or out. Clearly, Cullen not happy.
He hit it a little lower than he would have liked because the ball
Bit thin. It
intended
seemed.
and it came
Groove too low on the club, perhaps. But a good time for us to thank our title sponsor, our ventures, headquartered in Thailand, multiple diversified international businesses across 30 countries and 116 locations with market-leading positions across Africa, Europe, Asia Pacific, Americas. Well, thank you very much, Indorama Ventures, for supporting Indian golf. And please do continue supporting not just the PGTI and professional golf, but also other genres of and segments of Indian golf.
In fact, when Lohan was lining up a shot, we had both the title sponsor of this event and co-partner Victoria's Choice in the same frame. The two holding Abhinav as he was preparing his shot. So yes, so then what should be 2 putts away from it would be an important victory. He hasn't won for a while, and 3 million rupee check, winner check. And when he gets his hands on it, we'll see him up to second place PGTI merit.
So there we have it. Our PGTI CEO, Mr. Amandeep Johal. JP sir, let's call him, wearing his Green Master shirt today. Great energy behind the 18 green. A lot of interested friends and fellow pros. Good to see how this plays out between these two good friends. So then, of course, looking at this to get his career back on track, 12-time winner, but 3 years he's been winless. And while he has, of course, made the cuts in all domestic events this year, he did miss the cut at the Open. So this would definitely be a big for him to get him back on track.
Huge boost for him. It will act like a second place behind Berry on the PGTI order of merit. George Berry, of course, on his way to probably earning a DP World Tour card. So he would not figure any longer on the PGTI's order of merit. He's done what he has to do. And it's left to the Indian contingent to improve their positions vis-a-vis top spot on the leaderboard, on the order of merit. Kalin Joshi first to putt. Then is shot out of the bunker and left.
Udayan's also had a very solid amateur career. He represented India at the Asian Games, at the Eisenhower Trophy. Was ranked #1 amateur in the country for a couple of seasons, I believe. So he's been around long. It's good to see him, contend.
It will be his first win since the Tata Steel Championship of 2021.
And there we have Cullen, his all-important putt. This is that. And that
was slightly dicey. That pin so close to the roll-off point where it starts to get steeper, the bank towards the water. Kalin Joshi looking a little worried as to where that ball actually.
Well, he's really putted the green, and well, clearly he had a go, and I must admire that about the fact that
he didn't have a choice. I mean, he had to go for it, which probably leaves the door nicely and properly for Udayan.
Yeah, but Udayan definitely has a 2-putt for a win at the very least, because Cullen is now 3 there. Should he chip in, he holds his position at 11 under, and if then that's it. That's basically it, because Sachin Baisoya has finished 11 under, so he's really gone for the win rather than preserve his second place position.
Makes complete sense. I mean, if you have to push, you might as well push, in the most positive possible fashion. So Kalin Joshi has done what he could do for this event. It's now up to our tournament leader, Udayan Mane, currently sitting on 12 on 2 over for the day, having gone through his share of wobbles with consecutive double bogeys, but still doing enough to keep his nose in front.
And there you have your leader. He's made a nice little putt. It goes down the slope. And
this is exactly what Cullen had to contend with as well.
Are we heading for a playoff here? Is what I'm thinking now, Rahul. Because Sachin isn't safely in the house at 11 under, and unless Udayan makes that, we're heading for a playoff.
Could well happen. Could well happen.
And would that leave Cullen out of that playoff if he doesn't chip that one in? So many possibilities. So much to stay excited about.
I mean, this is exactly what we saw last week at the JP Green, and it's playing out all over again in front of us. Only thing this time that there's no outsider with the chance of nicking the win, so to say, at the very last. But still, there's all to play. Who knows? I mean, Sachin still be back in contention if Udayan does not make the putt, and that's not going to be an easy putt. So feel the pressure of that putt for sure.
And Lohan makes a nice putt. It's really quick because everything is just dropping off towards the water.
It's 2 shells actually. Notice, I mean, there was another dip before you really can't see the you can't see the bottom of the flag. So that's where Udayan's ball challenge picked up pace as they went past the pin. So now critical moments, championship. Enthralling finish. If he chips this in, anything is possible.
Oh, he's left it short. Just didn't get enough, and so that is going to be a tough pill to know.
That eliminates one possibility, but still keeps the second one alive, that of a playoff. If Udayan Mane does not jug this putt. Oh, the tense moment being played out in front of us. This is the beauty of golf. Golf, you never really get the tension because it's frantic stuff. There's no edge of the seat stuff. Nothing happens very obviously, but the undercurrents, the subtleties of the game, really come to the fore in moments like this.
Well, I think it's exciting. It's just that it's not fast. Situations like this where there's suddenly new variables open up. I think it's a great viewer experience, and now you can just see the tension mounting. Udayan knows what this is all about. And frankly, I feel for him. Where he hit a very sensible and wise second shot to almost to the green, but kept the water, not in play. And now it's just down to this.
It's a really makeable putt. I mean, he knows exactly what he needs to do.
And this is it. We're off for a playoff, Rahul.
2 weeks in a row, we have edge of the seat finishes. I think the PGTI could have scripted this any better. And Udayan will feel he let this one go. At least the closing out, he could have closed this out now.
I think, well, again, easier said than done, as we say. It's a tough pin position. It's a tough 18th hole. He got a bit too conservative with his second, but we understand that he wanted to not bring the water in play at all. Cullen, on the other hand, of course, hit a poor tee shot, was left maker. Sachin Baisoya, solid as a rock, 2 under back nine. Best round of the day, 4 under, and now he finds himself off with Uday and Mane. And Cullen, unfortunately, after being involved all along, has this putt to finish in solo third.
That will indeed be the consolation for him, Shivas. He finishes sole third. So
Cullen, that was a good effort. And now we have Abhinav Lohan. He cleans up par and he finishes in solo fourth. So really, I think where Udayan let it go was on holes 13 and 14. Back-to-back doubles, being the front runner of a tournament.
I mean, given that fact, he's actually really, really fortunate to be in contention. Giving away 4 shots in 2 holes.
Well, he undid a lot of the good work he'd done over the last 3.
The good thing for him is nobody around really cashed in on that fact. Cullen, who was alongside of
he slipped as well.
He slipped up as well. So, there's a lot of luck involved here. Who then knows this is not over. He's still some way to go, but getting a hug from his good friend, Cullen Joshi. Cullen finished third, sole third. I mean, now on his screens also finishing sole fourth. And interestingly, Sachin, who's now, as you pointed out, he was the clubhouse leader and is now the joint leader, is the only one in the top 4 who finished with an under par score. Udayan was 2 over, Cullen was 1 over, and Abhinav Lohan level par.
No, you're absolutely right. Everyone backed down towards the field rather than the field coming at the leader. So that's been a bit of a strange finish, but then that's what it is. This course, as we have spoken, it's a championship layout, and unless you're on your game, it exposes and amplifies your mistakes.
To draw a racing parlance, Shivas, this is like the Stayers Cup or the St. Leger. You have the who makes the late run, and the field goes through 2,008 meters, 3,200 meters. You're running, and then somebody comes with a late rattle in the last, 50 odd yards. So for the moment, it's a dead heat. We will need unfortunately, we can't photo finishes like we do in horse racing, so this will have to be a play out. And Sachin Baisoya will head back out a while.
So that's really what it's going to be. You're going to have Udayan and Cullen, the final group, of course, with Lohan going into the scorer's tent, recording their scores. And then they're going to head out to the playoff. And
tournament directors,
Sampachari
Sabov there. He's not wasting time. He's making checks of the players who are going to be in position.
No, that's Sachin's bag. He's taking Sachin there already, but because formally Udayan still has to record and submit his scorecard. But it's really heartening to see the crowds out here. It's hot. We've touched Greece finally. Yeah. It's happened. It's 2:30 in the afternoon, and we've literally at 40 degrees now. Crowds out here, braving the sun, and we're off to a playoff. Well, we could have asked for a better. You said Rahul. That's absolutely.
I don't know why I had this nibble in the back of my head all the way through the set. This is not over. The fat lady ain't ready to sing yet, and even now, 2:30 in the afternoon. The group teed up at 8:30 or thereabouts, 9 o'clock, close to. So 5.5 hours later, it's not decided.
Well, that's perfect. I mean, it's a spectators' delight. It's a fans' delight. get masters, the patron's delight. So,
True.
so it's lovely.
Yeah. I believe the Augusta National hates the word fans.
But because I read somewhere that they feel the show fanatics and they do not like that word fanatics. So it's good. It's good.
Patrons it is. So it's now decided. It's on the screen in front of you. Playoff hole. Then Mane based out of Pune, Sachin Basoya out of Delhi. When we heard Amandeep tell us a little ago how has beaten him 7 row for the 500 rupee bet, forcing Amandeep to take up the job of PIC.
That is a hilarious story. I just love the sense of humor that Amandeep has. He's very endearing. And you know what I absolutely love about him? That, he's been a founding member of the tour. He was on the board. He was part of the group that set it up. And he's been so closely associated with the game pretty much his entire life, from being a stellar junior golfer, national champion, to a multiple-time winner as a professional.
And a national coach for a while.
Yes, he's been the national coach for a while, and the high-performance national coach, I may add. And, it's been one hell of a career. So it's good to have him not just leading the PGTI, but even coming here into the commentator's booth, give views on certain things. So, and he's very hands-on. He's very involved. I particularly enjoy these. He was introducing all the PGTI staff members, the team, the unsung heroes. That is, so endearing, because they work hard, weeks stay away from their families, are out here for hours, working with the young players, the location, the club venues, people like yourself and myself who are taken care of by them. So, it's really good on Amandeep to bring the PGTI team around.
Absolutely. That's, the nuts and bolts never get recognized so often, whereas they are the key parts of a working mechanism, the cogs, the rods, the pistons. To see them get their due is really nice. And in its own way, what he and Kapil have done over the last year or so, of course, Kapil stepping into the PGTI president a couple of years ago, working with Uttam Singh Mundi for 2 years. Uttam also having put in a stellar 16 long years. He was chief executive of the
absolutely. Uttam has served in golf very well. He's been a great ambassador internationally, domestically. Absolute class.
And given the fact that he did all that he did, and we are seeing, a fresh impetus, let me put it that way, in the PGTI's efforts to widen the net when it comes to sponsors, widen the net when it to venues, widen the net when it comes to opportunities. Let's not forget the next gen tour, which has begun from this year onwards. The half of the Q school player did not get their full tour cards, getting a chance to, at least you pointed out correctly, rather than play for pin money and side bets among themselves, to actually for prize money. And the tour having gone by places like Philor and Kapurthala, after years. And so I'm waiting to see where it goes. The Gen Next is a brilliant step, and probably all that remains. This team was also start a tour for the seniors. If once then the trifecta virtually is complete. You have the subsidiary tour and then the senior tour.
Well, we've seen that happen with the amateur side of things. There's a wonderful tour called the AVT Champions Tour. Is supported by AV Thomas and Company, and the energy and the scoring and the creativeness, tremendous. Obviously the courses are set up a little differently. The setup of the course is no pushover. Winning scores are low, seriously low, and for some of the older professionals, like you have the Champions Tour in the US, it would be absolutely outstanding to have a senior version of the PGTI.
The Asian Tour doesn't really have a senior tour of its own. So for the PGTI to actually come up with a senior tour ahead of the Continental Tour would be a huge, a very, very big sort of tick against their.
Well, I hope Mr. Kapil Dev and Mr. Amandeep Johar hearing us, as is the rest of the board, because I think you make a very good point, Rahul. There is a latent opportunity there for sure. And I believe we would have a lot of professionals from the Asian countries, the Indian subcontinent who.
For sure. I mean, there are many. I mean, I remember talking to Mukesh when he was playing the Champions event, which Jeev hosted at GB last August. So he says, "Sir, I can't hit that long anymore. So I'm just hanging there. And the day senior tour comes, I'm all for it. I will do whatever I can to help Jeev and Kapil sir to launch the tour. Whatever is needed from my side. So the ground has, we have now a large enough pool of even senior players who very happily step senior tours when it comes along.
I mean, you have the evergreen two-time Indian Open champion, Share also, a regular fixture, the Delhi Golf Club.
Yep.
And, as we were from context, you have the Masters happening this weekend. We had Bernard Langer playing his, I think, 41st final Masters, and he's dominating the champ tour, as we know.
Absolutely.
But on the regular tour, he says he's short. I mean, on the longer par fours, he's hitting a drive, a hybrid in, or a fairway metal in, and the young guy hitting 7 irons, 8 irons, and 9 irons. So the disparity is huge in terms of the.
Absolutely, and I think he got a little emotional that made that announcement. Unusual for a German who very, very.
Well, he's been a great ambassador for the game. He's a two-time winner, Masters, and last year was supposed to be his farewell, but he had Achilles injury, so he obviously had to postpone it this year. But it is what it is. And then you had Fred Couples, and both of them, Langer and Fred Couples, barely missed the cut in spite of giving away, I would say, 30 to 40 yards off the tee with the driver to the younger and stronger players. Absolutely.
These are examples of what sport can and does bring.
Yep, there's the draw. Who's going first? Who's second? And this is definitely a surprise playoff. I did not see this coming this morning. I don't know about you, Rahul.
I've been saying it from yesterday. At GP, we saw a dark horse pick the two front runners at the end. Are we going to see it again? We don't know. But definitely it's now a live possibility. It's reflection time from 7 days ago, 8 days ago. So Friday, this is on a Saturday. Very different conditions, very different venue. I mean, this goes to show how competitive the PGTI has become. You can't take anything for granted at any given point.
No, absolutely. Well, that's again competitive golf. And here we go. We've got Sachin going off first, and he has the driver out.
More than that he close this out, and that's a very nice fighting down the center of the fairway, getting to the edge of the beach. In fact, the color tournament
That's very well placed. I'm not really sure he belted that driver. I think he just kind of chipped it down. Let's remember he's a Delhi golf player. He understands how to keep the ball in the fairway. Yep.
That's all you have in the BGC. Narrow fairway. Then try that. Last year there was really went to playoffs for 5 times. Now see, this is what I mean. I thought that was some really smart work on Sachin before. He's playing mental games. Oh, you could see that. He told them, you're hurting. I know the fact that for a fact, and I'm going to push you a little bit. And he used the toe, fight down the center of the fairway, and use force.
So viewers, the playoff is underway between Udayan Mane and Sachin Basoya. There's a big gallery here. Let's see who do the crowd support, Udayan or Sachin.
Udayan.
Sachin.
Udayan.
Sachin.
Sachin. Udayan.
Sachin.
Sachin. Udayan.
Sachin Basoya, winners!
Sachin bhaiya.
Sachin.
Come on.
Sachin.
One name. Back. Okay.
Udayan. Udayan.
Sachin. Sachin Basoya. Sachin.
Uday. Uday.
Sachin.
Sachin जीतेगा सर Sachin.
So as you can see, Sachin, the overwhelming favorite here, is back in the comms box.
I think we just saw PGTI media manager Mr. Kalhaar take a quick straw poll who the choice of eventual winner would be in this first playoff scene after 7-2 for Sachin Basoya and then Mane, and we locked at 11 under par 277, and both have hit off. Sachin Basoya on the pitch, and then Mane in the bunker. Certainly, the choice of Basoya has come as a surprise to then Mane. Maybe just want to shut that out of his mind quickly. But it did have an effect because he is coming off sand. Basoya will be hitting from the fairway towards the flag. And we've seen how it is to keep the ball in a good place on this finishing bunker. It's tight, got a very steep slope coming towards the water. And then taking a long, hard look at what distance he needs to cover to get ball into a place where you can stay in contention and in better on Sachin Basoya. We were throwing the spectators now around the 18th green. They also know there's a bit of bonus action, so to say, and I coming out of the bunker. Over the beach, across the water, and at the green. But the time for the big man, he would have thought he was close to the jinx or wait for a win after the 2021 Players title, but the job is not done yet. Young golfers, older fans, just now a fairly healthy audience around the table. And then now, first playoff goals, from Indorama Ventures, Open Golf Championship. Just a shade too long and for upper shelf of the green to be close to where he was on the 72nd hole as well. Once again, he will have a tricky spot coming downhill off the first shelf to the second one. Sachin Basoya will be more benign conditions to hit off this second shot, but then Mane will just see go back to the top shelf of the green reverse. And Sachin Basoya coming a very different angle, a better angle. I suspect these two is on the high shape.
So this is getting very interesting. Now it's really going to come down to the flat stick. Crowd's absolutely loving it here. Lots of cheers. They know it's now down to a putting contest on the tricky pin position. Who is going to navigate the speed, and that's the best.
Even the fact that Sachin was hitting from a relatively easier spot, he still didn't have much margin because the pin is placed so close, so far right, that it's almost on the edge of the slope, and if you miss, your judgment of speed is even a little bit off, like you saw with the bench spot on the final hole of regulation. It can off the green. You see it for yourself, the flag planted well to the right of the green. And after 4 days of the sun, even the green fast.
So here we are. We're walking up to the 18th. Udayan striding down. Sachin already ahead, sizing up this putt. Rahul, now we saw from the work that there is a significant gradient, and I think Udayan's going to be the one putting first. The crowd, I've seen a good friend Lokesh Malik there in his green fashionable sunglasses. The G Kenswell Golf and Country Club.
Yeah, and given where they are relative to the pin, I think Sachin Basoya has got slightly flatter and less putt than Udayan. Udayan will once again be going very much the same gradient as he was on the seventh on the final hole in regular. Maybe on the slightly flatter. This is a very contoured, heavy contoured green. Shivas, and Udayan knows that he can't make the mistake he did. But then again, physics has its own laws. Gravity has its own role to play in this. Do you leave it too soft? Do you go at what you think is the right pace and then see it shoot off on the others? Tricky questions, tricky time, and then it's fairly. He's under the pump. Question about it.
Well, like you said, Rahul, funny things happen. The mind, the eyes play tricks, and well, let's see. Well, the boys are giving everyone a show. It's the first playoff hole, the 18th hole at Kalhaar, blues and greens, a wonderful Nicholas design course owned by the Navratna Group, a 421-yard par 4 with the pin cut 7 yards on. The green, of course, is 41 yards deep. It's centerish, but it's only 4 yards from the water on the right. Things definitely getting very, very interesting here.
And the thing is, there was I don't see choice available to both of them. They had to go there because Khalil being too aggressive on the approach could have even seen the ball in the waters. There really was no choice, and it's now up to how well you judge the pace of that gradient. Much you think you need to put how much pressure you need on the ball, and I really I'm interested to see how much Udayan first putt from the 72nd hole on the final hole in regulation to what he. And from what we can see, Sachin Basoya is relatively on a slightly less test gradient. Remains to be seen how they both go through with this one.
Well, while they're ready to pose, busy admiring that magnificent clubhouse at the back. I'm told it's about 500,000 feet. It's palatial. It's gorgeous. We've been in there, Rahul. Spent 2 days in here, and we still haven't seen more than 25% of the clubhouse. I think it's going to be a nice 2-day vacation across the house every end. Well, here we have it. Udayan gets putt. He's ready to go. It's a nice looking stroke. And, well, he's off the green. He is off the green. He has putted that off the green. That was not fun. He underhit it. We saw it turn away about 5 feet to earth. Or did he just misread it? And I think Rahul, Sachin now really has his work cut out because, barring Udayan chips, it's fortunate that he's actually dry. But it's very unfortunate that, he's literally putted it off the green.
Well, just to tell our viewers, Satoya has won thrice in the past on the PGTI, the 23 Players Championship at the Tolly, the Jeev Milkha Singh Annual the same year, presented by Take Sports, and last year the Jaipur Open. So, as against Udayan's 12, Sachin Basoya relatively new to the winner circle. But he has had a very consistent 2024. This year he's not been that sharp. Made 4 cuts and he's putting for what decide his 4th career win and by far the biggest prize purse. This is what I was talking about. She was gradient. He was coming at the pin, and when Udayan was coming from, very different.
Absolutely right. So it's the story hasn't been about Sachin the last few days, so we've not really spoken much about how a golfer he is. So he is a proven winner on tour, and he's made a wonderful. And I think exactly what you were saying, the angle from which he came in made this slope less severe. So here we have Udayan chipping really to stay alive.
Has to chip in to stay alive. You're right, absolutely.
And he turned the lip. That was a tremendous effort, but very unfortunate for that to. It has literally lipped out. I mean, he absolutely gave it all, put all he had. Very unfortunate for him to have it up where he did with his putt. More importantly, we see that he is further away than Sachin is. So he has to tap in for his 5. I guess I have a putt to win the Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship here at the Kalhaar Blue Greens.
I can't wait to watch. This is edge of the seat stuff.
And there you have it. A bogey 5 for Udayan Mane. And 18 to 20 inches sit between Sachin Basoya and being champion yet again.
I'm not watching. I'm not watching.
Sachin has actually put together the best round of the day. So,
In that sense, you're so right. It's only fitting that he finds him, not necessarily with the win, but finds himself in a play right now to challenge for the win.
He's played himself in there, and Sachin Basoya, no mistake, champion of the Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship 2025, winner of rupees 3 million Indian rupees. Well done, Sachin. There is Udayan, gracious as always, shaking hands with Sachin. Udayan has to, feel it. This has to sting.
It will. That's a deep wound, no question about it. Then, given the fact that he at points held a 4, then a 3-shot lead, those 2 double bogeys, like you so correctly pointed out, Shivas, that sort of, gave everybody else around him a chance. One person who did cash in on the opportunity has actually gone on to win. So then Mane, man, who 2 years of his golfing life on this course came so close, getting commiserations from Aman Raj on the screen right there. He will know that then this is going to sting for a very, very long time. A man who's played the Tokyo Olympics, who's won 12 events. But even at the end of the day, now that it's all over done with, he will still climb all the way into 6th place with the 20 million rupee runners-up check. This man, the hero of the day. That's literally that. I mean, I was keep seeing that steer or the Saint Ledger, whatever you want to call it, in my mind over and over again. The dark horse, the late runner, and photo finish, pipped at the post. You can think of any number of racing terms to this moment, but there you go. Out of nowhere, you have a new winner.
And what's important here, Rahul, is that Sachin started the day 7 shots behind Udayan. in 5th place. So he's made up a 7-shot deficit, and that's magnificent. That's definitely one for the ages. So kudos to Sachin. Great course set up by the Kalhaar Blues and Greens management and team. To PGTI, obviously, for setting up a great finish, if I may say. Well done, PGTI. And to all our sponsors, Rama Ventures, for coming on board and being the title sponsors, for Bisleri, Victorious Choice, Amritanj Electro, Athletic Drive, Golf Design India, and and of course Rolex as the tour partners. So a spectacular week here, a spectacular finish here, a great layout, a great close, outstanding hospitality, and a great finish. So here's Shabas Nath and Rahul Banerjee, and on behalf of our Kalan, saying thank you, and do tune in next week for the PGTI event at the Qutub Golf Club in New Delhi. That said, we take you away now to the prize presentation ceremony.
We welcome you to the prize presentation ceremony of the Indorama Ventures Open Golf Championship 2025. It has been a treat for golf fans and a true test of skills for the professionals here at the magnificent Kalhaar Blues and Greens Golf Club, as you witnessed in the playoff today. The tournament featured outstanding performances from the likes of Pukhraj Singh Gill, Abhinav Lohan, Udayan Mane, Khalin Joshi, Sachin Basoya and Ajitesh Sandhu, to name a few. Finally, the one who held his nerves the best prevailed. To begin proceedings, I'd now like to invite the following gentlemen to the prize presentation party: Mr. Amandeep Johal, CEO, PGTI; Mr. Sameer H. Rawal, Vice President, Indorama Ventures; Mr. Farzan Hirji, Golf Promoter; and Mr. Devang Shah, MD, Navratna Group. I would now request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly make the opening address.
Thank you, Nikhil. It's always a pleasure to be at Kalhaar Blues and Greens. And a big round of applause to Kalhaar Blues and Greens. This venue is absolutely world class. I think every player's dream is always to come and play in this fantastic golf course, a Jack Nicklaus design. And my friend Devang Shah has now put together this gorgeous clubhouse of 500,000 square feet. It's unbelievable. A couple of weeks ago, he took me around the clubhouse, and in about half an hour, we had covered about 20% of it. So thank you very much, Devang. A big thank you to Indorama Ventures. Thank you very much for becoming a part of the PGTI family for the first year. This is the inaugural year of the Indorama Ventures Golf Championship. And we are really, really grateful to Alok Lohia, to Vishal Lohia, and the entire Indorama Ventures family. Thank you very much. To start the first year at a 2 crore prize money event shows their intent and commitment towards professional golf in the country. And we are really, really grateful for that. Thank you very much. It wouldn't have been possible without my dear friend Farzan Hirji. Thank you, Farzan. Your effort in putting together this sponsorship, this relationship, the start of this relationship, and I hope this relationship will last many, many years. Thank you so much. Without your hard work, it wouldn't have happened. Behind the scenes, Stuart Kelly in Thailand, I think he made sure that all the links were together woven into a lovely web. Thank you, Stuart, if you're listening to me. To our tour partners, IndusInd Bank, Choice, Victorious Choice, always grateful. Thank you so much. My friend Rahul Mehta. I think 2025 has been blessed for me as a CEO. I have taken over since January. I've got an excellent president and I've got great tour partners. Thank you, really. I'm truly blessed. I'm just lucky, I think. I'm just lucky that I've at the right place at the right time. Thank you so much. The F&B team, the greenskeeping team, my PGTI team, including my tournament director, Sampachari, my championship director, Prabhash Thakur. Rock solid guys. You guys are phenomenal. Your team has been great. The media team, Arushi, very good job. Always, you put together everything great. Nikhil, thank you so much. A very, very big thank you to all of you from the PGTI family. I represent them as a player, later as a CEO. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I would next request Mr. Sameer H. Rawal to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome on behalf of Indorama Ventures. It's really an honor to be present here on behalf of Indorama Ventures. I would like to thank PGTI first because I'm an amateur in this sports, and whenever I've played, it's outside India, never in India. Because I never thought India has got good golf courses. But I think that impression has changed thanks to Mr. Devang. And thanks to PGTI, the efforts you are putting to promote this sports in India. Really great efforts. Just 2 lines on Indorama. I don't want to bore you with a lot of details. You may not know Indorama is a global chemical company. In fact, top 30 global chemical company with a revenue of $16 billion. Just to give you Indian rupee, it is 1,30,000 crores is our turnover. We have more than 26,000 employees around the world and 136 facilities or offices around the world. And we are headquartered in Bangkok. It is promoted by Mr. Alok Lohia. So I'll not take much time. And once again, thanks to all of you, and let this game promote in India. Thank you.
So like Mr. Kapil Dev said last week, I think अगले साल double से double करते जाना तो हम और भी खुश रहेंगे.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. I would now request Mr. Farzan Hirji to kindly share his thoughts.
Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to take your time. I wish to thank Kalhaar Blues and Greens and especially my dear friend, Mr. Devang Shah. I wish to thank Amandeep Jol, another dear friend, and the entire PGTI team. I wish to thank all you wonderful players for making this game so interesting, for taking the sport in India to the next level. You are world beaters, you are world champions, and certainly when you play in this weather. Last but not the least, thank you very much. Please convey the greetings from India, Indian golf to Mr. Alok Lohia. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Finally, I'd like to request Mr. Devang Shah to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, friends. What a wonderful event. I would like to thank PGTI, Indorama Ventures for coming down to Kalhaar Blues and Greens. This is our first event after we started this clubhouse. And it's more of a trial run to bigger events to come. So I hope everything was okay. My course, obviously, the maintenance team did a fantastic job. The other hospitality and F&B, I think we have improved quite a bit from the last time you guys came here. I like to thank media because I think all I hear from last 2 days is that it's amazing coverage that they are seeing sitting at home or watching on their phones. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate your effort. And again, all the very best to PGTI for many such great events here. And my dear friend Farzan, thank you for spending time with me. Indorama, thank you. And I wish all the very best in your future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll now have the memento presentation ceremony. I would request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly present a memento to Mr. Farzan Hirji for helping us get this event on track. I would now request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly also present a memento to Mr. Devang Shah, MD Navratna Group, for having us at this wonderful venue this week. What a transformation. This grand, majestic clubhouse. We are now moving on to the lucky draw prizes. We've got a good number of entries for the lucky draw. All these lucky draw participants had bought their tickets through Book My Show. I would request Mr. Farzan Hirji to kindly pull out the names of the 3 winners for today's lucky draw contest. The third prize is for INR 5,000. Ragesh, that's Ragesh, one of the twins. There he is, Ragesh Vasa. Third prize of rupees 5,000. I'd request Mr. Farzan Hirji to kindly present the checks to the lucky draw winners. We'll pull out the next name for the second prize worth rupees 7,000. Isha. Isha. And finally, the first prize of rupees 10,000. The lucky winner is
Farzan.
Harsh. Harsh. Harsh, right there. We've been seeing him all week. Next, we have the announcement of the best social media reel of the week contest for the professionals. And I would request Mr. Sameer H. Rawal to kindly present the check of rupees 10,000 for the best reel of the week. Two, any idea, any guesses? Kurush Hirji again for his very engaging social media reel. Kurush, a regular winner of the social media contest. We move on to the main event prizes and we'll be presenting the check to the runner-up first. I would request Mr. Devangsha to kindly do the honors by presenting the check to the runner-up. Udayan Mane for his effort, 69, 65, 68 and 75. Total of 11 under 277. Check for prize money of rupees 20 lakh. Outstanding week for Udayan at his former home course. Finally, it's time to announce the champion's name and present him with the trophy and the check. I would request Mr. Sameer H. Rawal to kindly present the winner with the trophy and the check. Our winner today really pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Sachin Besoya for his fourth title. Scores of 68, 71, 70, 68. Total of 11 under 277. Won in the playoff on the first playoff hole. His fourth victory. And a valiant final round effort of 68 that got him into the playoff. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 30 lakh. And he'll be making a big dent on the PGTI Order of Merit with that prize money check. Have we got the stills, videos? Are we done? Okay, it's now time for the customary winner's speech, so I'd request Sachin to kindly address the gathering.
थैंक यू इंडोरामा टूर्नामेंट के लिए जो हमारे लिए टूर्नामेंट नया आया है इंडोरामा का, इसके लिए थैंक यू कलार गोल्फ कोर्स, ऑल टूर पार्टनर PGTI स्पॉन्सर, और थैंक यू पवन भाई, माय रूम पार्टनर, रोहित माय ब्रदर, और सबसे ज़्यादा थैंक यू जॉल सर। आने से पहले गेम थोड़ी ख़राब थी तो आपसे ही कोचिंग लेके आया था, Vinod uncle. Thank you, my sponsor, Golfism, Athletic Drive, Calway, Vijay Reddy sir or Manav Jaini sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations to the winner. Once again, he's emerging as the king of playoffs since last year. And finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank Indorama Ventures, our title sponsor, for all their support. Mr. Farzan Hirji, also for all his support to the event. Kalhaar Blues and Greens Golf Club, the host venue. Mr. Sunny Singh, GM, Kalhaar Blues and Greens. The course maintenance team led by Mr. Ranjit. The F&B team led by Mr. Gajanan. The operations team led by Mr. Santosh. All caddies, players, referees and officials. And we would also take this opportunity to express our gratitude towards our tour partners, Rolex, IndusInd Bank, Victorious Choice, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive, as well as ABP Live for their fantastic coverage over the last 2 days, Prasar Bharati and Book My Show. Thank you and look forward to seeing you back here at this venue next year. Thank you.